Have you ever seen such a self-inflicting female author? To increase the popularity of her novel, she wrote the evil female supporting character Xiao Jingyao to death. But she never expected. Her own bold move directly transported herself into the body of the evil female supporting character Xiao Jingyao. Before she could react, she heard an angry male voice. Xiao Jingyao, have you no shame? As a foreign princess, you resort to such dirty tricks as drugging people. You are truly shameless. Xiao Jingyao suddenly came to her senses and opened her eyes. Seeing such firm pectoral muscles, she couldn't help but caress them as a 20-year-old virgin. Instantly felt hot and flushed. She even touched him without hesitation, pressing her face against his chest in intoxication. But before she could properly enjoy it, the man before her was unwilling, roaring with a gloomy face. Xiao Jingyao, you Jingshu, swear to heaven that I will make you pay the price. Xiao Jingyao was confused. Why is this name the same as the character in my novel? So she looked around, completely bewildered and speechless. What's with this classical decoration? Come to think of it, wasn't I just writing in my study? How did I suddenly transmigrate and into Xiao Jingyao, whom I personally wrote to death? Suddenly the system appeared and congratulated. Host, you guessed right. You are now in the novel National Enchantress. Handsome general falls in love with me. I am your system roommate. Xiao Jingyao instantly burst into tears, grabbing the system's tail. Thank goodness. Quick, send me back. I don't want to stay here. The system explained helplessly. Dear Ms. Sumumu, because the evil supporting character princess, Xiao Jingyao, you created has serious psychological problems and personality distortions. It has increased the hatred rate in your original three-dimensional world by 80%, seriously affecting the mental health of 7.2 billion people globally and disrupting the novel world stability. For world peace, you must complete the task of making Xiao Jingyao become good again and help the male and female leads achieve their happy ending before you can return to the three-dimensional world. Do you accept this mission, host? Sumumu asked weakly. Can I refuse? Will this person die miserably? The system instantly revealed its killing intent. You'll die if you refuse too. Either take a chance for survival or die immediately. Sumumu instantly broke into tears, feeling hopeless. There's no choice at all? Suddenly, there was an urgent knock from a eunuch outside. Princess, terrible news. The Crown Prince is here. At this moment, Crown Prince Xiao Yitzi of East Ling Kingdom entered her chambers with a gloomy face. Seeing her behavior, he instantly became furious. Outrageous! Who allowed you to let the princess act so wildly? Quick, release General Yu. Sumumu was confused. Is this my Crown Prince brother? He's so handsome. The newly freed Yu Jingshu glared at Sumumu, letting out a fierce snort, frightening her so much that she trembled, feeling wronged. I didn't deliberately drug and molest you. The Crown Prince couldn't bear to watch anymore and comforted Yu Jingshu, who had no choice but to bow and leave. Then the Crown Prince sighed deeply and scolded with disappointment. You, Father Emperor, has spoiled you too much. You've done something that damages the royal family's reputation. You're truly hopeless. Guards, confine the princess for 1 month. Sumumu instantly burst into tears, crying no. However, the Crown Prince ignored her completely and issued a strict order that without his approval, no one was allowed to let her out. Sumumu instantly collapsed on the ground, feeling hopeless. It's over now. She's going to die here. When Sumumu opened her eyes, she found herself bullying a man. She thought she was dreaming, so she shamelessly started touching him all over. Yu Jingshu, swear to heaven that I will make you pay. That's when she realized the problem. Wait, why is this name the same as the character in my novel? Looking around at her surroundings. What's with this classical decoration? Come to think of it, wasn't I just typing in my study? Unexpectedly, the evil supporting character Xiao Jingyao became so popular. With over 3,000 chapters serialized, everyone online was cursing her while reading the story. So I had to kill her off brutally to satisfy the readers. And then I came here. Could it be? I become Xiao Jingyao, whom I personally killed off. Then, the system's voice appeared in her mind, explaining that she was now at the beginning of the story. Sumumu cried with joy, asking the system to send her back quickly. The system slowly explained to her, because the evil supporting character, Princess Xiao Jingyao, that she created has serious psychological problems and personality distortions. It caused Su Mumu's original world to increase its hatred rate by 80%, seriously affecting the mental health of 7.2 billion people globally and disrupting the novel world stability. Finally, Su Mumu understood that she couldn't go back. The system also told her she must help the male and female leads achieve their happy ending. Only then could she return to the real world. The system also said she couldn't refuse, or she would die. Either complete the mission or again. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang. Today I'm sharing the manga, The Villain Minister Wants to Reform. This manga has beautiful artwork and has everything readers want to see. Last time, we talked about how the system gave Xiao Jingyao two choices: either complete the mission or die, become a good person again. The story ends here. While Xiao Jingyao was alone, feeling melancholic, suddenly, a servant rushed in to report that the crown prince had arrived. Eastling's crown prince, Xiao Ida, entered and saw Xiao Jingyao had tied up the general. He hurriedly shouted at the servants, "Who allowed you to let the princess act so wildly? Quickly untie the general." In Su Mumu's eyes, she only had one thought: the crown prince is so handsome. Yu Jingshu glared at Xiao Jingyao, snorting impatiently. Xiao Jingyao felt wronged in her heart. "I didn't deliberately drug and molest you." Then, after Yu Jingshu paid his respects to the crown prince, he took his leave first. Once the door closed, the crown prince began to scold angrily. "Father Emperor has spoiled you too much. Such behavior that damages the royal family's reputation. You still did it. You're truly beyond saving." Then Xiao Jingyao was gloriously confined for a month. Next came the sound of the door being locked. No matter how she knocked on the door, the crown prince coldly left one sentence: "Without my approval, no one is allowed to let her out." Xiao Jingyao felt doomed, surely heading towards death here. The system, trying to encourage her to cheer up, started enthusiastically praising her. Xiao Jingyao sighed helplessly. Others risk their face to be beautiful. I'm risking my life to be beautiful. Xiao Jingyao thought. Refusing meant death anyway, so she had no choice but to accept the mission. However, as a modern woman, she wouldn't give up easily. She would personally change the tragic fate she had written. She enthusiastically accepted the mission. "Congratulations, host, for successfully initiating Princess Jingyao's. I am actually good. You've received an extra mysterious reward. Stay tuned." Xiao Jingyao was speechless. Do you have to sound so official? But anyway, what's this mysterious reward that I can't get yet? The system just mysteriously told her. Can't tell you now. It's something good. Friendly reminder. In 3 days, there will be a scene where Yu Jingshu falls in love with the female lead Yi Qingqing at first sight. Please seize the opportunity to improve their relationship. Xiao Jingyao smirked. I know this too well. She gestured confidently. Don't worry, as their creator, I'll definitely get them together. 3 days later, Xiao Jingyao sat in a sedan chair. Pointing forward, she commanded. The frightened servants were terrified. We can't. You're still under confinement. You can't go out. Xiao Jingyao said fiercely. Who gave you the courage to dare stop me? With these words, indeed, no one dared speak anymore. Indeed, Xiao Jingyao's evil reputation preceded her. This made things much easier. Being evil felt quite good. The system wanted to remind her to be careful, but Xiao Jingyao brushed it off, saying she was just talking tough. Suddenly, the sedan chair stopped. Xiao Jingyao almost fell over. Confused, she asked why they stopped. Suddenly, she seemed to see something, her eyes lighting up. She saw a line of soldiers slowly passing by. Xiao Jingyao curiously looked at those people opposite. Her vision gradually filled with one person. Damn, she grabbed at some plants. System, tell me his name in 10 seconds. Even I, the creator, don't know. How could my book have someone more handsome than the male lead? This is unacceptable. Villain boss, Eastling's Uncle Shirling Yuan is now online. Please sign to confirm. Villain's corruption value. Current progress 1%. Xiao Jingyao stood like a wooden post, repeating that person's name. Yu Jingyao. How could it be him? That in novels. The psychotic killer who brutally murdered Xiao Jingyao in the end. How did he appear so early? Ah, greetings, princess. Xiao Jingyao thought. With this appearance, who would know he's actually a huge psychopath? With this character setting, even Sister 7 couldn't beat him. Then came a chilling get lost. Now she was tasting the backlash of the plot. The system advised her to quickly get acquainted and get through this situation. Xiao Jingyao got down from the carriage. walked to Di Lingyuan's front. Jingyao greets the demon master. Di Lingyuan frowned. Xiao Jingyao's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? The servant hurriedly reminded. Princess, you should call him royal uncle. Di Lingyuan was granted a different surname king title for his merits, his power level higher than before. Xiao Jingyao quickly apologized. Jingyao misspoke. Please forgive me, royal uncle. Di Lingyuan raised an eyebrow and said, the princess seems to fear me. Xiao Jingyao quickly replied, no, no, no. Di Lingyuan turned to instruct his servants. Give the wolf king I hunted today to the princess. With a thud, a wolf was thrown, just casually thrown in front of Xiao Jingyao. Xiao Jingyao was startled. Then she saw the wolf suddenly move and slowly stand up. It charged directly at Xiao Jingyao. Before she could cry for help, the wolf was immediately killed by Di Lingyuan's sword. She did manage to scream, and then fainted. The servants gathered around the princess, checking her condition. Di Lingyuan stood there watching coldly, seeming to find it boring. He left after saying, tell the princess, in a few days I'll have someone send a prepared wolf pelt to her residence as compensation. The servant tremblingly replied yes. Finally ordered people to take the princess to the imperial doctor. After Di Lingyuan left, the system quietly said in Xiao Jingyao's mind, get up, he's gone. Only then did Xiao Jingyao sit up. Indeed, this villain boss likes to stimulate and challenge people. This scared the servants greatly. Your Highness, how are you suddenly awake? What could Xiao Jingyao do? As long as she acts easily frightened, he'll lose interest. Then, as if remembering something, she said, hurry, let's go. Quickly, go straight to the imperial garden. Everyone hurriedly carried the sedan chair to the imperial garden. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xiao Jingyao had no idea that the person who just left was watching directly from not far away. Watching her look around. Who are you looking for? Yi Qingcheng isn't here. You need to go further in. But Xiao Jingyao said, I'm not looking for her. Then her eyes lit up. Found you, it's you. The plot device person was Li Tianran, a noble lady of the capital. She politely greeted Xiao Jingyao. Li Tianran said, I heard General you would pass through the imperial garden today, so I came specially to welcome him. Xiao Jingyao crossed her arms and said, lead the way. The scenery along the path is quite colorful. Yi Qingcheng, the noble lady protagonist. It seems that's princess's sedan chair ahead. Quickly kneel down. Yi Qingcheng was confused. Why should I kneel? Miss, officials below first rank must kneel and bow when seeing the princess, let alone others. Yi Qingcheng had long heard that Princess Xiao Jingyao was Eastern Ling's most beautiful, capable of toppling kingdoms. She wondered what she was really like. Xiao Jingyao was speechless at Li Tianran's various indiscreet remarks. This woman talked too much. Instead, Xiao Jingyao told the sedan bearers to back up. Isn't that my dear daughter, cute little Yi Qingcheng? Don't worry for your lifelong happiness. Mama will work hard, very dramatically pretending. Oh my, the flowers in this imperial garden are growing so well. Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but look up. So beautiful. Then she was loudly scolded by Tianran. How dare you, lowly commoner? Who allowed you to look up at our princess? Yi Qingcheng looked bewildered. Li Tianran wanted to say more. Qingcheng's maid hurriedly spoke up. Princess, please calm down. My lady had heard of your highness's divine beauty. So today, fortunate to see the princess, she forgot etiquette. Please forgive her. A sister laughed and said, in my opinion, Li Tianran should be slapped a few times to learn her lesson. Then frowned. Slapping is too boring. Instead, Xiao Jingyao casually drew out a dagger and handed it to Li Tianran. Go gouge out her eyes. Li Tianran's face turned pale with fear. Xiao Jingyao stepped forward, placed the dagger in Li Tianran's hand. If you're unwilling, then gouge out your own eyes and bring them to her. Li Tianran tremblingly valket toward Yi Qing. The maid hurriedly kowtowed, begging the princess for mercy. Yi Qingcheng was crying tears like pear blossoms. This was exactly the effect Xiao Jingyao wanted. Even she wanted to step forward and comfort her, let alone the male lead. Li Tianran naturally wouldn't gouge out her own eyes. So blame your lady for provoking trouble. Your Highness was about to act when someone shouted stop. Then the dagger in Li Tianran's hand was taken away. Who Who was this person? Li Tianren instantly felt her end might be near. General Yu Jing snorted impatiently, ignored her, and went to the still prostrate Yi Qingcheng, who hadn't risen. Are you alright? Ye King gripped softly. Are you fine? If she didn't have to maintain her character setting, Xiao Jingyao would have jumped up already. So sweet, I'm dying. The system reminded. Don't forget, there's still the task of changing Xiao Jingyao's evil character setting. So for the eye-gouging incident just now, find a suitable excuse. Yu Jing stood up, faced Xiao Jingyao, and fiercely said, Xiao Jingyao, it's you again, you vicious woman. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to directly call out this princess's name? Yu Jing was stunned by her rebuke. This woman used to always accept my scolding. She picked up the dagger from the ground and said leisurely, General Yu has really grown bolder. Since you want a medal, this princess will grant your wish. Then she directly stabbed towards Yu Jing's heart. Everyone present started panicking. Xiao Jingyao asked with a smile, Does it hurt? General Yu Jing looked down at the dagger in his chest. There was no blood. Only then did he realize the dagger was fake. Xiao Jingyao confirmed this point. When she released the dagger, it returned to its original state. She playfully asked Yu Jing, General, you can't even tell if this princess's joke is real or fake. Seems these years in the military camp were wasted. In the princess's palace chambers, Xiao Jingyao was delighted about her shipping. A critical moment, a hero's rescue. Now the male lead must have at least 50% favorability towards a female lead. Chiu's next words made Xiao Jingyao's mouth twitch. What favorability? Why only 5%? This isn't scientific. Isn't the male lead supposed to fall in love at first sight? Why? Chiu pointed out bluntly. You're thinking it's too easy. Then Xiao Jingyao started brainstorming again. Oh right, system, I have a good idea. Should I just poison Di Lingyuan to death? Save me from worrying every day about dying by his hands. Her friend immediately showed a red card, asking Xiao Jingyao to shut up. The system was actually a super cute and handsome boy. I want a dozen systems like this. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyao gave a glare that scared Chiyu into silence. He turned to run, but Xiao Jingyao quickly caught his tail and shook him. Useless system. All you do is watch drama and deduct points. What else can you do? While Xiao Jingyao was still ranting indignantly, Chiyu escaped from her grasp. You woman, shut up! The atmosphere went silent for a moment, followed by Xiao Jingyao's fangirling behavior. This is too cute. Useless system. You're so adorable. Let sister hug you. Chiyu couldn't break free from her grip. How dare you touch me? If you dare pinch me again, I won't tell you how to avoid Di Lingyuan's torture and killing. Xiao Jingyao's pinching temporarily stopped. Avoid Di Lingyuan's torture and killing? She sat casually on the bed, gesturing him to continue. Well, go on. In the original story, Di Lingyuan tortures and kills Xiao Jingyao because of his beloved Yi Qingqing. If you can prevent Di Lingyuan from developing feelings for Yi Qingqing, won't you avoid the fate of being tortured to death? You could even pursue Di Lingyuan and make him fall for you. Oh! The friend was still proudly rambling on, not noticing Xiao Jingyao's changed expression. Give me a break. Di Lingyuan desired but couldn't have her. Imprisoned Yi Qingqing in Beauty Pond, and you call this true love? The friend wanted to persuade her to reconsider. But Xiao Jingyao said, Sorry, the price of this love is too high. I can't bear it. However, preventing Di Lingyuan from falling for Yi Qingqing is a good idea. According to the current timeline, Yi Qingqing falls into the water in 5 days. That day, Yi Qingqing was stopped by several people. Last time you general saved you and kicked me away. I had to lie in bed for 5 whole days. Then she said to the other sisters, Sisters, just because she shamelessly seduced you, General, making her highness so depressed these days that she won't even see us. They continued talking among themselves. We must avenge her highness. Xiao Jingyao watched from nearby, clicking her tongue. They're trying to make me take the blame. Right in front of me, claiming it's for my own good, yet wanting me to take the blame. That's impossible. She called Xiao Shunzi to go slash them. Xiao Shunzi thought someone was about to suffer. Over there, several people started pushing Yi Qingqing. Where's your general brother today to save you? They thought to finish it by drowning her. Bah! Can't let Yi Qingqing fall in the lake. She rushed out to block in front of Yi Qingqing. Stop! However, Li Pianran's outstretched hand couldn't stop in time, pushing both Xiao Jingyao and Yi Qingqing into the water. Xiao Shunzi hurriedly shouted for help. Help! The princess has fallen into the water. Xiao Jingyao splashed in the water and shouted, Damn woman! Jingyao said you're a noble person. Why don't you swim? If you die here, your real-world body will die too. Understand? I have an idea. Hang on, damn woman. Then he ran away. Am I really going to die here? In her hazy consciousness, Xiao Jingyao felt someone grab her. The people on shore were shocked. The one pushed into the water really was the princess. Li Pianran's face turned ashen. Princess, I actually pushed the princess into the water. Everyone then saw clearly. It was the imperial advisor who saved the princess. Your Highness, Di Lingyuan didn't know why, but seeing her fall into the water made his heart inexplicably panic. It felt like his body was sinking. The one who witnessed the whole process was just one step away. Strange. The master usually had severe mysophobia and avoided contact with people. Yet he just jumped into the water himself. Just as he was about to ask if his master needed a royal physician, what happened next shocked him. The host actually kissed him. When you think you're about to drown and open your eyes to see the villain boss, what kind of experience is that? Xiao Jingyao hazily woke up, feeling something blocking her mouth. After seeing clearly who was in front of her, Xiao Jingyao swiftly backed away, looking at the person in disbelief. Wah yeah. Villain boss! Di Lingyuan was confused. Villain boss? What does that mean? The system came online to explain. Since the host can't swim and almost drowned, we had to activate the host's mystery reward. Xiao Jingyao. So, the mystery reward was having Di Lingyuan save my life? Jingyao thanks Imperial Uncle for saving my life today. Di Lingyuan just stared at her directly, scaring Xiao Jingyao into trembling. Though scary, that face was quite handsome. Di Lingyuan's looks were truly precious. She couldn't help but marvel at how good she was at finding silver linings. Unconsciously, Xiao Jingyao's clothes slipped slightly from her shoulders. Before she could react, she was pulled into someone's embrace. Xiao Jingyao said, This guy must be on the wrong medicine. She shifted her body, reminding Zheng Zibo, but was held even tighter. Oh my! Such strong grip. Her chin was gently lifted up. Xiao Jingyao's mind was screaming, Help! Imperial Uncle. System. Has Di Lingyuan malfunctioned? Wasn't he germophobic? He just cleared his throat, then said, This is actually the true content of that mysterious test. It will forcefully create a romance storyline with Di Lingyuan. With this storyline, Di Lingyuan will fall in love with you at first sight. The little person in her mind raised fists, trying to dispel these dangerous thoughts, and strongly shouted, No way. Though I'm a looks-obsessed fangirl, shipping me with Di Lingyuan. Do you want me to die faster? Chiyu casually replied, Well, you can't beat him anyway. Might as well enjoy it. How can a villain who wanted to kill you suddenly fall in love at first sight? Di Lingyuan looked at Xiao Jingyao, raising an eyebrow. Yao, I just saved your life. Just a thank you doesn't seem appropriate. Xiao Jingyao rolled her eyes internally. Already calling me Yao? Are we that close? But in reality, she had to carefully reply, Imperial Uncle, please make any request. Jingyao will surely repay your kindness. Di Lingyuan's lips curled. In that case, why not offer yourself in marriage? Oh my, this plot is too cliché copyright. Di Lingyuan suddenly covered his forehead. The next moment, he stiffly looked at the person in his arms, abruptly stepped back, swiftly turned around, ordering Xianzhao to help the princess ashore, leaving a confused Xiao Jingyao standing there. Is this guy sick? Hot and cold like this, acting as if I took advantage of him. His friend was also confused. Could he break free from the control? Di Lingyuan slightly pulled back the curtain, looking over there. Last time I saw him, I just felt bored. What's wrong with me this time? This side ended. On the other side, as expected, Yi Qingqing was also saved by General Yu. The maid was calling for her young miss. Yu Jingshu laid Yi Qingqing on the ground, pressed her chest. After a few compressions, Yi Qingqing spat out some water. Woke up. The maid hurriedly came forward to check on her young miss. Young miss, you're awake. Yi Qingqing was confused. You're calling me young miss? Wasn't I just reading a novel? Why am I suddenly here? Yu Jingshu also spoke. Miss Yi, are you all right? Would the host accept becoming the female lead Yi Qingqing and the task of pursuing the male lead Yu Jingshu? Wait, let me think. If I remember correctly, the female lead eventually becomes the empress, second only to one person. Such a good, only a fool would refuse. Host has accepted the mission, successfully bound to the White Lotus system. Current mission, increase Yu Jingshu's affection to 30%. Current affection, 5%. With me, the most charming and yetching, forget 30%, even 100% is just a matter of minutes. When you meet other transmigrators in the novel world, do you want to ally with them or hide your identity? Xiao Shunzi quickly put a robe on the princess, saying, Your Highness, quick, put this on or you'll catch a cold. I'll call the royal physician to check on you. Li Pian Ran finally dared to come closer and speak. Princess, everything Pian Ran did was for you, princess. It was just an accident. Xiao Jingyao's voice sounded ice cold. For this princess? Li Tianran quickly continued. Serving the princess, Tianran only thinks of the princess's interests. Pointing at Yi Qingsheng, it's all this slut's fault. She seduced General Yu, making the princess lose appetite. Tianran couldn't stand it anymore, so I wanted to teach her a lesson to vent for the princess. Xiao Shunzi felt nervous for Yi Qingsheng. It's over. With her highness's temperament, Yi Qingsheng is surely dead today. What does Miss Yi think? Yi Qingsheng, just transmigrated here. Haven't even adjusted yet. Brother Yu, I'm scared. What man in this world could resist my pitiful eyes? General Yu spoke. Nonsense. The relationship between this general and Miss Yi is pure and proper. There's no seduction whatsoever. In that case, Li Pian Ran pushing this princess into the water will be handled by the Justice Department. Then she left for the palace with Xiao Shunzi. But Yu Jingshu was displeased. Last time you ignored me, I endured it. This time you dare ignore me again. Are you trying to get my attention with this trick? Just as Xiao Jingyao got on the carriage, her hand was grabbed. General Yu questioned loudly. I warn you, don't try to attract my attention by playing hard to get. Even if you stood naked before me, I wouldn't give you a second glance. From Xiao Jingyao's widened eyes, one could see how speechless she was. These overconfident men can really be found anywhere. Xiao Jingyao looked at this terminal case of male lead syndrome with no cure, wondering where his confidence came from to think she would play hard to get. Then Yu Jingshu let go of Xiao Jingyao's hand. Miss Yi, let's go. Xiao Jingyao clenched her fist. Xiao Shunzi thought, looking at the princess. In the entire palace, perhaps only General Yu dares to treat the princess so rudely. But the princess has deep feelings for General Yu and surely won't blame him. Then Xiao Jingyao said, General Yu seems quite full of himself, or perhaps doesn't understand hierarchy. Yu Jinshu was speechless, because he indeed had forgotten this point. Relying on this princess's favor, General Yu is being quite unreasonable. Moving close to his ear, she continued, Next time you dare to disrespect your superior, this princess will sell you to Nanchang House. Yu Jingshu never expected Xiao Jingyao could say such shameless words. Yi Qingsheng was also confused. In the book, wasn't Xiao Jingyao madly in love with Yu Jingshu? Why is this one different? Didn't you watched everything happening? Indeed, it was different now. He stared blankly at his hand. He didn't even hear Xianzhao speaking. What's wrong with Master? Suddenly his master asked. Zhaoer, do you have a woman you like? Xuanzhao's face turned red. For Master's sake, of course not. Oh. Di Lingyuan looked at Xianzhao teasingly, then said, Then I order you to fall in love with a woman within 3 days. Then come back and tell me how it feels. Xianzhao was stunned. As the most loyal subordinate, he must try his best to fulfill any unreasonable request from his master. In the princess's back garden, the system kindly reminded. Currently, Yu Jingshu's affection for Yi Qingsheng is 10%. Xiao Jingyao replied carelessly. Only 10%? This progress is too slow. This won't do. We need to create more opportunities for the leads. Just then, the eunuch's announcement came. The crown prince has arrived. Xiao Jingyao heard this. She immediately sat up and jumped down from the hammock. Royal brother jumped too forcefully and accidentally twisted his ankle. The crown prince caught him steadily. Kuze said, How old are you to still be so reckless? After helping him stand steady, he continued, I heard you fell into the water. Are you all right? Hearing her royal brother's concern, she immediately started acting. Not good. My head is still dizzy. The crown prince sighed. If you weren't thinking about Yu Jingshu, how would you end up in this state? Your Highness, I have matters to report. Having his own business to attend to, the crown prince just reminded Xiao Jingyao to rest well these days and not cause more trouble before leaving. Looking at the crown prince's proud figure, Xiao Jingyao's face bloomed with smiles. clearly very worried, yet pretending to be forced to come. My royal brother really has such a difficult personality. Faintly, she heard them talking about not finding Sibetong. Who is Sibetong? The Sibetong who they say, whoever has Sibetong has the world. At this moment, Xiao Jingyao remembered the plot from the book. In the original story, the male lead Yu Jingshu received his help and overthrew the Xiao dynasty. So if Yu Jingshu finds Sibetong as a member of the Xiao dynasty, I'll still be doomed, Zhio said helplessly. What are you afraid of? Didn't you write this novel yourself? Xiao Jingyao finally realized. Now only she, the author, knows where Sibetong is. As long as she finds Sibetong first, she can rewrite the plot. She complained that this team was hard to carry. As the author of this book, I must control the overall situation. Xiao Shunzi, this princess will take you to a good place. Looking at the scene before them, Xiao Shunzi asked his master in disbelief. Pre-princess, is this the good place you mentioned? The scene before him filled Xiao Shunzi's eyes with great confusion. Princess, let's leave. But Xiao Jingyao interrupted him. Sure. Xiao Shunzi had to obey. Besides, I have important business today. A flower-like face came close. Oh, first time here, young masters? Smelling the overwhelming perfume on Madame Lao. Xiao Jingyao sneezed heavily. Zhio felt sorry for his eyes, as if seeing something dirty. Madame Lao asked concernedly, is the young master unwell? Xiao Jingyao quickly stepped back. I'm fine. Please prepare some incense for us and arrange for 2 ladies. Madame Lao's face immediately bloomed. Of course. Our ladies are all excellent. You'll be satisfied, young master. She ordered Xiao Si to send up wine quickly. Zhio smiled mischievously. Taking advantage of Xiao Si's blindness, he put muscle relaxant in the wine jug, touching his chin. To match you two up, I've really gone to great lengths. In the private room, Xiao Jingyao sat with ladies on both sides, drinking wine. Xiao Shunzi's face was full of questions. Didn't the princess say she had important business? This doesn't look like it. Oh no! Could the princess have such indecent habits? Xiao Jingyao's mouth twitched. What nonsense was this kid thinking again? She pushed the 2 ladies away and gestured Xiao Shunzi to watch carefully. Xiao Shunzi was shocked. Princess, what are you doing? But Xiao Jingyao instructed. I'm going out for a while. Watch these 2 carefully. Don't let anyone in. Then she went behind the screen to change clothes. After coming out, she threatened Xiao Shunzi that if he didn't obey, she'd tie him to the pear tree in the back garden. Everyone thinks Sibetong is a 100-year-old elder, but only I know. Sibetong is just a 13-year-old boy. And in this kind of place, a 13-year-old boy naturally wouldn't be a customer. Let's look among the servants in the back. Then she heard passing servants say, young Master Qin insists on finding a heavenly beauty. Even the courtesans aren't good enough for the master. Where are we supposed to find one? Then, both servants' eyes turned to Xiao Jingyao. This veiled flower girl looks quite good. They were about to take her to show their master. Just as Xiao Jingyao was about to fight back, she found her body had no strength. The servants just laughed, seeing she had drunk quite a bit. She realized the wine she drank earlier was drugged. They supported her to their master's place. Zio watched from behind, giggling. The plan worked. While revelry continued here, the servants brought Xiao Jingyao before the imperial advisor. They asked, Imperial advisor, does this lady meet your standards? Di Lingyuan gave a faint look and slightly raised his eyebrows. Xiao Jingyao was shocked. Di Lingyuan? Why is he here? Finding it interesting, Di Lingyuan's lips curled into a smile. He spoke clearly, ordering the servants to bring Xiao Jingyao over. The servant roughly pushed Xiao Jingyao. This is the imperial advisor. Serve him well. By coincidence, she fell right into Di Lingyuan's arms. Looking up to meet his eyes, her mind was ringing alarm bells. If he discovers me, I'm done for. Never mind, running away is the best option. She turned to run, but had no strength in her body. She clumsily tried to call for help. Di Lingyuan grabbed Xiao Jingyao's waist. Behave. Xiao Jingyao couldn't move under his control. In her heart, she thought about changing his ending to being drawn and quartered when she returned to the real world. Correction. The guests in the hall were all discussing. Wonder what this courtesan looks like, to have bewitched the usually women-avoiding scholar to this extent. It was said that lately, the scholar always had a woman by his side. Everyone was guessing what kind of woman could make the scholar protect her so carefully. While everyone was discussing the woman in the scholar's arms, Qin Jihan, the commander of the Imperial Guard, stepped forward to speak. Why not remove her veil and let us appreciate the beauty? Xiao Jingyao's eyes widened. Ah, he is Di Lingyuan's good friend Qin Shihan. His close friend said mischievously, this person is vicious and cruel. Host, you better be careful. Xiao Jingyao was sweating profusely. Damn it, some of the officials here must have seen me before, not to mention Di Lingyuan and Qin Xian, these two villains. She looked pitifully at her friend, sending out a distress signal. Dear friend, help me. What should I do? The friends swung their legs playfully and said, well, you got yourself into this mess. What can be done? Xiao Jingyao grabbed her friend's foot. Are you going to help or not? The friend tried hard to shake off Xiao Jingyao's grip and replied, silly girl, you really think the system, can do whatever I want? The friend explained that Xiao Jingyao's current plot was predetermined. Forcefully changing it would lead to unexpected dangers, like choking to death while drinking water, like being strangled by clothes, and so on. Xiao Jingyao quickly interrupted. Wait. So after all that talk, you're just refusing to help me? The friend nodded without hesitation. Yes. While arguing with her friend, suddenly a voice came close to her ear. Since everyone wants to see the true face. Xiao Jingyao watched in horror as Di Lingyuan's fingers hovered over her veil. Her heartbeat increased uncontrollably. How could she escape recognition in front of people who knew her? Perfect escape, just wearing a veil makes her unrecognizable. Xiao Jingyao thought, if this dog of a man dared to lift her veil today, she would perish with him. She hoped he wouldn't be so foolish. Di Lingyuan suddenly gave a cold laugh for no reason. Xiao Jingyao was confused. What was he laughing at? Gently adjusting Xiao Jingyao's veil back, he addressed the officials. About removing the veil, I am extremely particular about women's appearances. Xiao Jingyao sighed in relief, but then puffed her cheeks angrily. Wait, does he mean I'm ugly enough for his taste? Never mind, the priority is to leave quickly. He had always despised affected behavior. She deliberately acted coquettishly, determined to act immediately. She began her performance for Di Lingyuan. Master, you're hurting me. Even she felt nauseated hearing her own voice. Di Lingyuan didn't react, just stared at her directly. Xiao Jingyao thought her acting wasn't good enough. Then Di Lingyuan lifted her chin and whispered seductively in her ear. Is that so? Then I'll be gentler. Xiao Jingyao's face instantly turned red. Why is he whispering in my ear? Zhio. Looking at Di Lingyuan still controlled by the plot, she smiled triumphantly. Even a villain boss couldn't escape the script's control. Now she felt more at ease. Next episode preview. The story of the secondary CP. The person you love is separated from you by a blood feud. On one side is love, on the other is family. How will you choose? Then Qin Xian ordered people to bring in a large cage, while continuously talking about the identity of the woman in the cage, using his fan to lift the cloth covering the cage, revealing the woman inside. She was devastatingly beautiful, unmatched in looks. This person was none other than the beloved daughter of the recently executed General Luo Nianshu. The officials began discussing among themselves. Wasn't she supposed to have jumped off a cliff during her exile to avoid the soldiers' harassment? How is she here? Qin Shihan said meaningfully. It's not difficult for me to protect someone. Xiao Jingyao looked at the woman in the cage, surprised. So it's her. Xiao Jingyao added smugly. This tragic couple CP made quite a few readers cry back then. Only in the crazy scene, Xiao Jingyao couldn't believe it. How could you harm such a beautiful sister? Di Lingyuan looked at the restless person leaning in his arms. He gently leaned towards her neck and bit down. Xiao Jingyao couldn't help but let out a moan. Not just Xiao Jingyao. All the officials below widened their eyes. Xiao Jingyao covered her mouth. Help, did I just make some indescribable sound? She looked at Di Lingyuan in disbelief. Damn it, has he gone mad? With so many people around, he bit so hard, it must have left a mark. To think the character she created would take advantage of her repeatedly. This was absolutely outrageous. Qin Shihan added mischievously that there was a private room next door. Those who knew. Di Lingyuan followed the suggestion and carried Xiao Jingyao to the room. She thought she could escape. Who knew that Di Lingyuan would? I treated you like a son, but you want to sleep with me? Qin Shihan looked at Di Lingyuan. Wanted to say something more? Di Lingyuan gave him a cold glance, and he shut up. Watching their departing figures, Qin Shihan couldn't help but laugh. Looks like things are about to get interesting. Then he said to the officials, now that the Imperial advisor has left, We can have some real fun now. He ordered people to bring out some entertaining items. An official looked at the jade pearl in his hand. He called out to Qin Shihan, "Young Master Qin, are we playing the jade game?" Qin Shihan raised an eyebrow. "Minister Lu knows well. I've seen Miss Luo's external beauty. Now it's time for her inner beauty." Luo Ninshu gripped the cage tightly and angrily spoke. "Qin Shihan, one day, I will kill you." Meanwhile, Di Lingyuan carried Xiao Jingyao to the private room. Looking at the bed, Xiao Jingyao's eyes were filled with terror. She reached out to Zhio for help, but Zhio silently floated away, pretending not to see. Di Lingyuan threw Xiao Jingyao onto the bed. This was going to be forceful. She reached out her wrist to stop him, still using that affected voice. "Master, please wait. Please wait a moment." Di Lingyuan only responded with a nasal Xiao Jingyao thought her method was working. Di Lingyuan reached out his finger, caressing her face through the veil, staring intently at her. Xiao Jingyao's worldview was collapsing. The originally cold and devoted villain character had now become a lustful person. Who could tell her what to do now? Di Lingyuan, without another word, started undoing her belt. Xiao Jingyao grabbed his hands and shouted, "Lie still. Let me..." Just kidding. To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. In the last episode, Di Lingyuan carried Xiao Jingyao to the private room, intending to do improper things. Whatever, that's how I'm going to interpret it. To prevent Di Lingyuan from seeing her face, Xiao Jingyao used every trick she could think of. "Guess why I'm wearing this veil?" Di Lingyuan smiled wickedly. "Could you really be so ugly that it would blind me?" When the little brat wouldn't listen, without another word, she delivered a swift chop that knocked him out. "Wow, since when did my hand become so powerful? Must be the power of the comments section." Zhio sneered, daydreaming in broad daylight. "He fainted because of my system's power. Don't feel too good about yourself." Looking at the club in his hand, Xiao Jingyao began to worry about Di Lingyuan's safety. "It's still a human life." Xiao Jingyao suddenly screamed, startling Zhio. "Woman, why are you screaming?" Xiao Jingyao was checking Di Lingyuan's breathing and found none. Hearing this, Zhio's previously confident expression immediately crumbled. "No way, it's just meant to make you whimper. How could it actually kill someone?" Xiao Jingyao suddenly burst into laughter. "Stupid system, you actually fell for it." Zhio angrily deducted 10 points from Xiao Jingyao. "Garbage system, are you serious?" Later, Xiao Jingyao thought about how to get the villain boss out. She couldn't let him wear flower-maiden clothes. Opening the wardrobe, even a dog would shake its head at the sight. With an evil look, she glanced at Di Lingyuan on the bed. You guessed it right. Xiao Jingyao went over and stripped Di Lingyuan's clothes. Those abs, even I'm drooling while making this video. I wouldn't be human if I let this chance slip by. Touching those firm, tight muscles, and that smooth face where you couldn't even see the pores. Fortunately, Zhio reminded her that Di Lingyuan would wake up in 10 minutes. Otherwise, she would have stripped the villain boss completely. Who knows if the boss would go berserk after waking up. In the last episode, Xiao Jingyao unhesitatingly stripped Di Lingyuan's clothes. Goodness, looking like this, it really seemed like a child wearing adult clothes. Walking through the main gate dressed like that would definitely be recognized. So Xiao Jingyao thought she just needed to avoid the main entrance. Darlings, like and comment below. I'll randomly pick one to send a red packet. So hurry and leave a message in my comment section. Stepping onto the windowsill, she did a 360-degree Thomas spin, landing successfully. Feeling proud of her skills, suddenly, a small boy crashed right into her and fell. It would take quite a sum to get up. Her gaze fell on the boy's wrist. In the original story, this double fish bracelet was an heirloom from Si Bodong's mother. Si Bodong never parted with it. So, this little boy must be Si Bodong. This was like finding what you sought without effort. Never mind, take him back first. Poor Si Bodong was still feeling guilty about bumping into someone, not knowing he had walked into a trap. As for Di Lingyuan, of course he woke up, only to find his clothes had been stripped, followed by Qin Shihan's wild laughter. The marks on his face looked like someone had hit him. I quietly wanted to say, please remove the word looked like. No need for looked like. You can be certain that he was. The consequence of mocking the boss was getting his mouth covered with a large fan. I must say, Di Lingyuan's clothes were truly beautiful. But I still want to say one thing, dear author, Could you draw the other eye as well? Qin Xian was still telling Di Lingyuan, after such a big loss, do you want to find that reckless woman and teach her a lesson? Di Lingyuan replied without hesitation, no need. That's my future wife. If you scare her away, you'll have to compensate me. Hearing Di Lingyuan's words, Qin Xian was so shocked he forgot to eat the bun in his hand. His mind was filled with, are you serious? That woman knocked you out, stripped your clothes, and pinched your face. You're just letting it go. Could it be that you've taken a liking to that woman? Oh my. The tea is sweet. After all these years, you still like sweet things. Xianzhao looked at the boss with disheveled hair, thoughtfully stepped forward to help with magic. Looking at this scene, I suddenly started shipping Di Lingyuan and Xianzhao. Di Lingyuan found it increasingly interesting. A princess disguising herself as a sacrificial maiden was delivered to me, yet managed to leave unscathed. He said to Xianzhao behind him, child, investigate Xiao Jingyao thoroughly for me. Xianzhao looked confused. Investigate the princess? A stupid, mindless princess suddenly becoming clever. How curious. After returning to her chambers, Xiao Jingyao started searching everywhere. Strange, where did my money pouch and jade pendant go? Did I drop them at Di Lingyuan's place? Then she remembered Si Badong, who bumped into her. You little Si Badong, I was going to let you off for a few days, but you dare steal from me? She angrily threw the clothes. She commanded the hidden guards nearby. Within 3 days, find that brat who bumped into me at the flower house and bring him back to me. Hang him on the pear tree in the backyard. Xiao Shunzi looked at the pitiful clothes thrown on the ground by the princess, frowning as he thought about the dark embroidery patterns. Why do they look so familiar? The realization almost made Xiao Shunzi faint. The clothes delivered from Jinxiu House today, they look quite nice. Then he remembered, the pastries made by the Eastern Palace's cook are still the best. Qiu leisurely added, too bad someone has a strained relationship with the crown princess, making me unable to eat those delicious treats. Honestly, I also envy Qiyu's carefree system life. Xiao Jingyao got angry, seeing Qiyu's attitude. Is it me who has a strained relationship with the crown princess? That was the original host's relationship with her. But you reminded me of something. In the original story, besides the Emperor of Dongling, only the crown prince and crown princess treated her sincerely. Xiao Jingyao needed to find a way to improve relations with the crown princess. She frowned in thought. Noticing the clothes placed aside, she said to Xiao Shunzi, I will visit the crown princess tomorrow. Bring these clothes and accompany me. Xiao Shunzi looked confused. Aren't you and the crown princess fake sisters? Why suddenly visit her at the Eastern Palace? Look at these magnificent decorations. Looking at these colorful people, a green tea cutie began speaking. Ever since the crown prince's sister entered the Eastern Palace, His Highness hasn't visited any of us sisters' chambers. Let me tell you, just look at the crown princess's appearance. No one wants to leave her room, one after another. They were all implying that the crown princess was seducing His Highness. With that calm and composed look of hers, her eyes seemed to say, I'm not targeting any of you specifically. I just want to say everyone present is trash. I really wanted to raise a flag for the crown princess. Then another woman, showing off her probably $9.99 free shipping manicure, said self-importantly, Sister, we're not criticizing you, but you've been in the Eastern Palace for almost 4 months, and His Highness still stays in your chambers every night. Why isn't there any movement in your belly yet? Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. That woman, seeming to realize she had misspoken, remembered it was because the crown princess had taken a blow for the crown prince, leaving her unable to bear children. Then she continued with fake concern, Oh my, look at my mouth. But sister, don't be discouraged. I heard the Guanyin statue at Qishan Temple is most effective for granting children. I specially got one for you. If you're sincere enough, you might move Guanyin. The crown princess's head maid couldn't bear to listen anymore and wanted to retort, but was stopped by the crown princess's raised hand. She fell silent. The crown princess graciously said, Then I thank Madam Yu. Just as she finished speaking, another sharp voice came from the doorway. Madam Yu, this Guanyin statue is truly thoughtful. Everyone looked toward the door and froze when they saw who it was. They turned to see the reportedly arrogant princess glaring at them. Her entrance was full of special effects. Oh my, Xiao Shunzi, where did your face go? Everyone hurriedly bowed, calling out princess in a jumble. The most frightened was, of course, Madam Yu, who had just been speaking ill of others. How did this ruthless female demon show up? Could she be here to cause trouble? Xiao Jingyao respectfully bowed to the crown princess. Jingyao greets royal sister-in-law. These words instantly made those still kneeling forget their fear. Is this still that arrogant princess? The crown princess's thoughts were also very rich. Usually she calls me by name, but today she addresses me as royal sister-in-law. She still told the princess not to be so formal. Xiao Shunzi smiled as he presented today's gifts ordered by Xiao Jingyao. This servant greets the crown princess. These are gifts from the princess for you. Please accept them. Looking at these unaffordable luxury items, the two couldn't help but whisper to each other. Xiao Jingyao said with a smile, "These clothes are my apology to royal sister-in-law. I was ignorant before. I have offended you greatly. Please forgive me." The crown princess was naturally very happy and showered Xiao Jingyao with affection. "Princess has always been free-spirited. I can barely keep up with admiring you. How could I be angry?" Xiao Jingyao followed along with the crown princess's words, exchanged a few pleasantries, and their conflict was resolved. Now then, it's time to deal with this Madame Yu properly. Looking back at the white jade guanyin in the maid's tray, "Madame Yu, is this white jade guanyin truly from Qishan Temple? It feels rather rough." Looking at Madame Yu's Botox-filled face, Xiao Jingyao had pretty much figured out what was going on. Madame Yu looked at Xiao Jingyao's expression and was terrified. She collapsed to the ground in fear. Xiao Jingyao coldly glanced at her. "What's wrong? Weren't you quite eloquent just now? Has your tongue gotten tied? You scoundrel! How dare you deceive the crown princess with fake goods? You don't have enough heads to chop off." Watching Madame Yu beg for mercy, Xiao Jingyao thought about getting her sister-in-law to download an anti-fraud app later. Otherwise, who knows how many more people would deceive her. Originally thinking the crown princess would punish Madame Yu, but she softened her heart again, saying things like, "We're all the crown prince's people, and we should support each other." Sister-in-law, with your saint-like personality, who else would get taken advantage of if not you? Listen up, I'll let you off today for my sister-in-law's sake. But if there's a next time, don't blame me. So annoying, I really want to hit someone. After saying this, Xiao Jingyao bid farewell to her sister-in-law because Xiao Shunzi told her Si Badong had been caught, not forgetting to threaten them ominously one last time. The crown princess warmly held Xiao Jingyao's hand. "Sister-in-law, your performance today was absolutely amazing. I admire you so much. Can I get your autograph?" Xiao Jingyao replied with a smile. "No problem. I'll make you 100 copies when I get back." In the princess's mansion, look how stubborn this kid is. Xiao Jingyao sat comfortably. "You don't know, but cameras are installed everywhere. You can't escape. If your old butler finds out that the money you used for his treatment was stolen, what do you think he'll think?" Si Badong was naturally shocked. How did she know all this? "I am the princess of Dongling. It's not strange for me to know these things. If you don't behave, believe it or not, I'll immediately send someone to tell that old butler." Even though Xiao Jingyao threatened to reveal his theft, Si Badong still stubbornly refused to submit. "Don't drag uninvolved people into this. I'll take responsibility for my own actions." Xiao Jingyao almost laughed out loud. "You, a teenage boy, what would I want with your life? However, there will be a small punishment. That is to hang on the pear tree and clean Xiao Jingyao's toilet for 3 years. Wonder if that guard saw Si Buotong's desperate expression. Damn it, how dare they humiliate me like this? Just as he wanted to spit at her, Xiao Jingyao said, "I can afford some medicine money. Let's bring your old butler to the mansion too." Si Badong finally understood the meaning of that saying. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Freedom still floated in the air as usual. You know that Si Badong is key to winning the world. Why not keep him in the princess's mansion forever? What if the mission fails? Xiao Jingyao crossed her arms and said, "Could his schemes possibly override the system? Even if I'm the author, I can't forcefully interfere with character choices." A ding sounded in her mind. Well, my I am naturally kind beginner test is passed. Now unknown plot developments will begin. Damn it, Chiyu, so you were digging a pit for me. Just as she wanted to drag out Chiyu and roast him, Xiao Shunzi's anxious voice came. After hearing Xiao Shunzi's words, a chill ran from her feet through her whole body. Madame Yu was dead, but nobody died in the original story. Could this be the unknown plot development Chiyu mentioned? After Su Mumu possessed Xiao Jingyao's body, unknown changes occurred in the plot. Someone who didn't die in the original story had now died. Chiyu, like a flower of the motherland, radiated with righteous light and said to Xiao Jingyao, "Of course the current plot is different. You not only need to help the male and female leads achieve their happy ending, but also, as Princess Jingyao, outsmart all evil forces." This really feels like working overtime at the company, only to have the boss blame you for not leaving early enough. I just wanted to return to the third era. Why is it so difficult? But I still have to accept fate's arrangement. Running to the morgue in the middle of the night. Chiyu, is that garlic in your nostrils? You've been fooled by this night, doctor. This has gone beyond my written plot. How would I know the cause of death without checking the morgue? After inspection, Xiao Jingyao was puzzled. All organs were intact except the uterus, and there were no other wounds, nor any signs of poisoning. After a quick look, Xiao Jingyao hurried away. Any longer, and she probably wouldn't be able to leave. Oh my soldier brother, good thing I ran fast. Don't they know I have claustrophobia? Watching Chiyu fly in the sky, I bet Xiao Jingyao was thinking about how to step on Chiyu's back, to let him carry her flying. Fortunately, sister still has some skills. Wow, such a large spirit spring. It's obvious what's coming next in the plot. The villain should appear now, right? Host, this spirit spring can beautify and enhance inner strength. Since we're already here, why not? Just as Xiao Jingyao was about to undress, Chiyu exclaimed. Someone seemed to rise from the water. Wow, a handsome man appears. I hate that there are no cameras in this era. When Xiao Jingyao saw Di Lingyuan bathing, she almost couldn't hold back a massive nosebleed. Goodness, he was truly a hunk. Her heart was pounding wildly, quickly reciting the heart-calming mantra 3 times to compose herself. Who would have thought that investigating a case in the morgue at midnight would lead to such an R-rated scene? Looking at her close friend beside her. Wait, could this guy have planned this? Over there, Xinjiao was helping Di Lingyuan arrange his clothes. Meanwhile, Chiyu and Xiao Jingyao's bickering had ended, and she was happily shipping the master-servant CP. The boss over there seemed to notice her. No way, no way. It's so dark. Surely he can't see me. Oh no, I'm done for. Am I gonna die so soon? Originally thinking the boss wanted to silence her, but upon turning around, she saw a snake. Then she realized the boss was trying to save her. Before she could think more, Di Lingyuan gave her a solid princess carry. Speaking of which, is this move universal across all dimensions? He even asked if it was fun. Fun my foot. Looking at Di Lingyuan pitifully, as if about to cry. No, not fun at all. Di Lingyuan's Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. Every time he saw this woman, he couldn't help being attracted to her. Incredibly, Xiao Jingyao's scent actually cured Di Lingyuan's sense of smell and taste, which he had lost for over a decade. The power of plot armor is truly amazing. Now, it would be a lie to say Xiao Jingyao wasn't nervous. She stammered, asking Di Lingyuan to let go first. Di Lingyuan gently gripped Xiao Jingyao's neck, thinking deeply that this woman's repeated approaches must have ulterior motives. Xiao Jingyao had accidentally intruded while Di Lingyuan was bathing in the spirit spring, and experienced a wall slam from Di Lingyuan. She thought the villain would naturally continue his actions, but didn't expect him to be truly ruthless. Although looking at Xiao Jingyao made him feel inexplicable impulses, he still couldn't let her leave alive tonight. Should Xiao Jingyao tell the villain boss that she was just here for sightseeing tonight? Remembering Di Lingyuan's previous bite, she decided to go all in. She bit the villain boss's neck without hesitation, then pretended to be shy and said, "You bad boy, don't you really know why I did this?" Based on Xuanzang's collected information, Di Lingyuan saw the woman before him as lustful and fickle. With all the scandalous information, he released his grip. For some unknown reason, at this moment, Di Lingyuan felt particularly displeased. Xiao Jingyao was really going all out. She grabbed the boss's collar and kissed him right on the lips. But unexpectedly, Di Lingyuan pushed Xiao Jingyao away, saying that would cost extra. Bah! Look at that pitiful appearance. Di Lingyuan, you're truly heartless. Then let's try an indirect approach. General Xianjiao, could you help me up? Di Lingyuan maliciously wiped away the saliva on his mouth, coldly ordered Xianjiao to escort the princess back. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyao had just had a brush with death. Then came Chiyo's teasing voice. That guy was actually soaking his soul. What an idiot. System, get away from me. I want to cut ties with you for 5 minutes. When Di Lingyuan pushed her away earlier, Xiao Jingyao began to doubt whether this close friend's romantic storyline was really reliable. The system indignantly declared that its romantic storylines couldn't be fake, because this romance was forced. Currently, the boss only feels physical attraction towards Xiao Jingyao. Now there's only physical attraction. The villain's favorability towards you has dropped to 0. So even the system can't handle the villain boss? My wife left with someone else, and that person is my capable guard. How miserable. I must find out who you really are. The crown princess was grieving over Madame Yu's death. After all, Su Mumu, Xiao Jingyao had shaped this gentle and charming crown princess into a divine saint. Rumors in the palace claimed that the crown princess killed Madame Yu. Nanny Li from the Empress Dowager's side brought a Taoist priest, and no one dared stop them from entering. The crown princess had to set Xiao Jingyao aside to attend to those two. After watching the crown princess walk away, Xiao Jingyao discussed with her close friend how to use their god's perspective to torment these two minions who bullied the crown princess. This matter certainly needed Chiyo's help, slandering people without even a decent excuse. Song Shuhua killed Madame Yu. From Nanny Li's ancient face, the message was clear. Yes, whatever I say goes. Xiao Jingyao decisively stepped in. Well, isn't this lively? How dare you, you old hag? You dare to bully people right in front of me. Regardless of the motivation, still, she first bowed to Xiao Jingyao and couldn't help but speak a few words about the crown princess's faults in front of him. Xiao Jingyao decided to go along with the old witch's words and continued. Sister-in-law, just listen to me this time. I'll show you something interesting. The entire Eastern Palace was filled with chaos under the fake Taoist priest's superstitious operations. They tried to find time to slander the crown princess during the spirit summoning ceremony, but found nothing. The fake priest almost tripped over his own feet. And why was that? Of course, it was Xiao Jingyao with his god's perspective working with Chiyu. By moving things away before the fake priest could find them, the whole matter was easily resolved. Well, Xiao Jingyao had his moment of glory, and now it was time for our lovely friend to take the stage. Just look at how cool this finger-snapping gesture is. Then the entire room began to bang and crash. The fake priest turned pale with fear. What's happening? Could it be ghosts? Why are the doors and windows moving by themselves? A pale white hand landed on the fake priest's shoulder. A beautiful ghost stood behind the fake priest. It seemed that if he turned around, he would receive a direct hit to the face. A roof-shattering scream reached everyone's ears. Such a useless teammate, so slow. Do I need to get on stage myself? Well, if it isn't our long-lost prison guard uncle. Aliepo became narcissistic again, thinking it was another of Xiao Jingyao's strategic moves. The fake priest scrambled away, screaming about ghosts, and ran right into the prison guard. Look at that. Isn't this Jia Datsai, who was just released a few days ago? Such audacity, now doing business inside the palace. Xiao Jingyao was truly ruthless. After instructing Chiyu to play ghost and scare the fake priest, when he stumbled out, he turned back to see a pale, white hand on the doorframe. There were many people outside, but the ghost was only visible to the fake priest. An eerie voice reached his ears, asking who made him slander the crown princess. At this point, the fake priest couldn't care less. It was all Nanny Li, ghost lady. She made me slander the crown princess. Go find her. Then he fainted with a thud. The maids, seeing him talking to himself, began to wonder if there really was a ghost. Even Chiyu was speechless. He fainted too quickly before they could fully enjoy the female disguise. Hearing the fake priest's words, Nanny Li quickly said he was possessed by evil spirits and talking nonsense, ordering him to be taken away. Xiao Jingyao smiled. When someone makes an accusation, it should be properly investigated, don't you think, Nanny Li? Nanny Li was speechless, fuming but not knowing what to say. She simply knelt down crying injustice, saying she came on the Empress Dowager's orders. Xiao Jingyao stroked his chin, meaningfully said, Nanny Li bringing an outside man into the crown princess's chambers. Was this also on the Empress Dowager's orders? When it came to striking the snake at its vital point, Xiao Jingyao's timing was perfect. He ordered General Yu to take Nanny Li back to Yujing Temple for proper handling. Uncle Yu respectfully accepted the order and thanked Xiao Jingyao for his reminder. Little Shunzi watched General Yu's back and said to his master, Princess, General Yu seems angry. Xiao Jingyao looked away and snorted. He's just being dramatic. His friend didn't understand at all, but he's the male lead in your story. Xiao Jingyao waved dismissively. So what if he's the male lead? He's just not my type. He's not even as handsome as a certain villain boss in my eyes. Di Lingyuan tortured Li Tianran in front of Xiao Jingyao to test him, because of the fake priest incident with the crown princess. To thank Xiao Jingyao, he specially sent Nancy, a hometown specialty representing eternal love. It's meant to be given to one's beloved. Looking at the Nancy in his hand, Xiao Jingyao thought self-mockingly, I'm not even from this place. How could I find my true love here? Chen Xijian then heard someone announce, The imperial advisor requests Xiao Jingyao's presence at Xingxi Pavilion. Xiao Jingyao looked at the stopped carriage and the person on it, Di Lingyuan. Di Lingyuan lifted the curtain, looked at Xiao Jingyao and said, "Princess, please." Xiao Jingyao's mind was racing. What could be so important to summon him to Xingxi Pavilion? Could it be an assassination attempt? Chiyu couldn't help but add, "You should have expected this when you bid him." Well, even in prison, that Di Lingyuan guy didn't forget to change his clothes. At first, Xiao Jingyao didn't understand why he was being shown a strange woman. But when that person raised their hand, he was shocked to discover it was Li Tianran. Hot breath approached his ear, causing him to shiver. "I heard the princess likes to punish those who disobey, so I specially left this for the princess." What punishment would the princess prefer? Whipping or torture? Just then, his friend's system notification came. Di Lingyuan's favorability towards the host has dropped to 10. Life is in danger. Host, please be careful. Li Tianran kept struggling. Xiao Jingyao told himself not to panic, but he discovered that Li Tianran's tongue was already gone. Di Lingyuan was truly ruthless. Hearing the princess dislikes noise, I specially ordered Li Tianran's tongue to be cut out. Xiao Jingyao was sweating profusely. Chiyu kept urging him to wake up. Should he really sacrifice an innocent person just to save himself? Di Lingyuan continued to fan the flames. "If the princess doesn't like this, let me show you something else." He led him to the city wall, pushed him to the front. He saw an unforgettable scene. Di Lingyuan stepped forward and trapped him within his space. How does the princess like this place? Others court girls with flowers and food, but Di Lingyuan courts with wolf pelts and tours of the execution grounds. The sudden closeness made Xiao Jingyao increasingly nervous. He turned to see Li Tianran being brought here. Xiao Jingyao asked Di Lingyuan if he planned to throw Li Tianran down. Di Lingyuan said no. He'd chop him up first, then throw him down. He signaled his men to begin. Li Tianran desperately grabbed the wall. Di Lingyuan watched Xiao Jingyao's weak appearance, thinking it inferior to the previous Xiao Jingyao. Finding it boring, Di Lingyuan turned to leave, but a small hand grabbed his foot. "I said enough. Didn't you hear me?" Di Lingyuan looked at Xiao Jingyao. "Is this all the courage you have?" His roommate tried to stop Xiao Jingyao's suicidal behavior, but Xiao Jingyao shouted, "Shut up." Di Lingyuan thought it was directed at him, raising his eyebrow. "You're telling me to shut up?" Xiao Jingyao was beyond caring now. "Yes, I'm telling you to shut up." This instantly piqued Di Lingyuan's interest, as it was the first time anyone dared to yell at him. Xiao Jingyao stepped forward and continued, "What? Am I not Xiao Jingyao if I don't kill innocents? Or do you want revenge for when I forcibly kissed you?" Chiyu couldn't bear to watch, thinking this woman was surely doomed today. Xiao Jingyao continued, "Since your excellency feels defiled by Jingyao, Jingyao promises to never harbor inappropriate thoughts about your excellency again." Di Lingyuan watched his endless chattering mouth. This mouth was quite eloquent. Surprisingly, this outburst actually resolved the crisis. The next second, Di Lingyuan bent down and kissed Xiao Jingyao. Help! Had Di Lingyuan gone mad? This bastard even bit him. Using all his strength to push him away, he wiped his mouth. His eyes turned red. Unexpectedly, the kiss caused his nose to bleed. Being hemophobic, he gloriously fainted. After Xiao Jingyao fainted from nosebleed due to Di Lingyuan's intense kiss. Back at his residence, suppressing his shame and anger, he thanked Di Lingyuan for sending blood-replenishing medicines. After people left, he wanted to explode on the spot, holding his head in regret, crying that his reputation was ruined. Zhio added salt to the wound by looking for Xiao Jingyao's dignity with a magnifying glass. When slightly calmer, Xiao Jingyao began asking what Zhio meant by passing successfully. Detective Zhio explained about Xiao Jingyao's "I am naturally kind" quest, mainly testing if he would harm Li Tianran to save himself. He also received a skill card that couldn't be used yet. He consoled Xiao Jingyao, saying that in the real world, Di Lingyuan would be a celibate CEO type, so it wasn't a bad deal. Celibate? Yeah, right, celibate indeed. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. New plot mission. Punish Shin Wankai for corruption and bribery. Xiao Jingyao complained, "Really? Being an official means doing missions? Are working people this humble? These are all messes left by Yuan Shen." Xiao Jingyao, dressed as a man, arrived at the military camp. Little Shunzi wondered if the princess came to visit General Yu, but they were stopped at the entrance before going in. Little Shunzi presented the token, stating it was Princess Feng's order to inspect. The military officer saw the token and started mocking. What rubbish princess, uneducated yet meddling in military affairs, promoting her bestie's brother Shin Wankai to the position of 5th Battalion commander. Little Shunzi listened to the endless mockery, awkwardly glancing at his princess. It's over. Another one's going to end up hanging from the pear tree. Xiao Jingyao stepped forward, insulting the princess like this. Aren't you afraid I'll report to her? The military officer remained stubborn. Xiao Jingyao stroked his chin, saying meaningfully, in that case, I'll have to grant your wish. The person who stopped Xiao Jingyao was called Song Pilv, a frustrated military officer, with talent to serve the country, but no opportunity to use it. Finally framed to death by Shin Wankai, ending up being drawn and quartered. Xiao Jingyao looked at him with a smile. Would you dare to insult the princess like this to her face? Song Pilv became even more angry, but thinking of those thin and sickly soldiers, those crossed-out names of nobles in the new recruit registry, as a military officer, his resentment was understandable. He even suspected Xiao Jingyao was just putting on a show, declaring that if he could really investigate Shin Wankai, he'd willingly call him Big Brother. One more wouldn't hurt. He ordered someone to lead the way. Soon after, they witnessed an appalling scene. The 5th Battalion commander Shin Wankai brazenly brought courtesans into the military camp. When Xiao Jingyao introduced himself and showed his token, he mistook the golden seat token as a bribe. Lack of education is truly terrifying. Shin Wankai waved his hand, asking for young Master Chi's name to remove from the new recruit list. Xiao Jingyao calmly stated Xiao Zongqing. Song Pilv was embarrassed. This was the martial prince's name. Who was this person? Song Pilv seemed to realize something, but remained silent under Xiao Jingyao's promotion. Xiao Jingyao stepped forward and asked Shin Wankai, I heard Commander Shun has close ties with the princess. Is this true? The fat man waved his hand, brazenly boasting about his close relationship with the princess. Just then, soldiers brought the new recruit registry. The fat man immediately asked them to find Xiao Zongqing's name. When the soldiers saw the name, he was already thinking about where to bury himself. What's the basic rule of time travel? The original owner's problems must be solved slowly. After the guard tremblingly uttered 5th Prince, Song Pilv immediately knelt in respect. This scared the fat man into a cold sweat. Xiao Jingyao teased little brother Song. Still want to curse at me now? Song Pilv wished he could lose his memory. The fat man's face showed disbelief. Princess? Impossible. The princess never comes to the military camp. He even brazenly claimed they were conspiring to deceive him. Little Shunzi sternly rebuked him. Shin Wankai didn't even bow to the princess. After the guard's reminder, the fat man finally noticed the token in his hand bore Xiao Jingyao's name. Only then did he believe it was really the princess. He fell to his knees with a thud, saying he was possessed. At this moment, Xiao Jingyao calmly asked him to elaborate on his earlier described intimate relationship with the princess. I'm new here and shouldn't directly interfere with military affairs, lest I be called incompetent. The leader gestured to little brother Song to rise. Why doesn't General Song handle this for me? How should we deal with the crimes of embezzling military funds, violating military discipline, and defaming the royal family? Little brother Song was still stunned. This Princess Jingyao seemed quite different from the one he knew. Only after little Shunzi called him twice did he snap back to reality. He respectfully replied, Your Highness, according to Dongling law, he should be stripped of his position and sent to the Supreme Court. Hearing this verdict, Shin Wankai finally realized the severity of the situation. After all, that was a place of no return. Continuing from the previous episode, Shin Wankai tried to use his identity as Xiao Jingyao's best friend's brother to escape punishment. Xiao Jingyao's eyes immediately turned stern. Well, trying to threaten me, are you? Issue the order. Have the Supreme Court investigate this thoroughly. All evidence must be presented to me. With Shun Wangsai's matter settled, it was now little brother Song's turn. Rubbing hands while walking towards little brother Song. Don't you remember your promise? Little brother Song, remembering his bold words, very quietly called out Big Brother. Xiao Jingyao dramatically claimed not to hear it. Little Shunzi cooperatively shook his head. Song Pilv, extremely embarrassed, shouted Big Brother loudly. Xiao Jingyao patted his shoulder understandingly, agreeing quickly. Several days later, the emperor heard about Xiao Jingyao personally punishing corrupt officials and summoned her. Little Shunzi pushed open the door. In the novel, Xiao Jingyao often angered the emperor to the point of coughing blood. Xiao Jingyao thought, since using his identity now, she should properly maintain this family relationship. So she respectfully bowed to the emperor. Unexpectedly, the emperor acted tsundere and humphed. "You ungrateful child, if I hadn't summoned you, you wouldn't have come to see me." Without explaining anything, she immediately used her acting cute skill. Though Jingyao doesn't visit often, Father Emperor is always in my heart. Helplessly, the emperor fell for her act of acting cute. Then he asked Xiao Jingyao to play chess with him, saying he wanted to see how much her skills had improved, offering to give her a 3-piece advantage. Xiao Jingyao objected, feeling underestimated. Qiyu reminded her that the emperor's chess skills were quite high. People really shouldn't be too confident, just like Xiao Jingyao, who had confidently said she would play chess with the emperor. This was the result. In the end, she even resorted to her ultimate move of acting cute. "Father Emperor, can't you let me win just once?" Watching her consecutive defeats, Qiyu was really curious about what award she had won in the third dimension. After losing all evening, Xiao Jingyao had to admit that her elementary and middle school chess competition participation award really couldn't compare to the emperor's skill. The emperor was puzzled too. "Yaya, I've given you so many advantages. How can you still lose like this?" Xiao Jingyao's eyes were full of surprise. This rural-sounding nickname was really being used to address her. That name that seemed like one given by a countryside grandmother was really being used to address her. A heavy hand landed on her shoulder, bringing Xiao Jingyao back to reality. But the next words made her face darken, almost wanting to leave immediately. "Although you all inherited your father's wisdom and intelligence, if you keep practicing, you won't lose so badly." "Ha!" The emperor quickly stopped Xiao Jingyao, saying he wasn't satisfied yet. He said they should play 2 more games, and she could have anything she wanted. Xiao Jingyao pointed at that set of purple jade glass cups, crossing her arms. Righteously said, "Will you give them or not? If not, I'm leaving." The emperor weighed his options internally. He decisively chose his precious daughter, patting Xiao Jingyao's head saying, "Yes, yes, yes. They're all yours." They set up for another game. Xiao Jingyao racked her brains thinking hard. Just then, a large hand reached from behind, indicating where she should place her piece. Surprised, Xiao Jingyao turned around and saw the villain boss. "I really suspect the emperor is shipping CP. Otherwise, why would he immediately ask Di Lingyuan to teach me chess when he arrived?" Xiao Jingyao's face turned red looking at Di Lingyuan, who was so close to her, while Zhio maintained an innocent expression. "Haven't you already kissed, hugged, and been lifted up? What else can't you do?" Xiao Jingyao grabbed Freedom's tail, face red with embarrassment. "Trash system, shut up." Di Lingyuan gestured for Xiao Jingyao to watch how he played chess. It was a hard-won opportunity. This made the emperor immediately become serious. Under Di Lingyuan's moves, the situation showed signs of turning around. Xiao Jingyao learned something new. "So, this is how it's done." Di Lingyuan's voice came to her ear. "Yao Yao want to win?" At that moment, Xiao Jingyao's heart started beating faster. Her mind was about to collapse. "Please don't face me with that perfect face. Don't speak to me with that deep magnetic voice. I'll be enchanted." Quickly avoiding his gaze, she looked at the emperor's frowning, thoughtful expression, thinking if he lost this game, he would be very sad. Di Lingyuan saw through her thoughts and deliberately made a move letting the emperor win. The emperor was immediately overjoyed. Even for this first win, he took the chessboard and said he would frame it and hang it in the royal study. "It's just winning one game. Why so dramatic?" When only the 2 of them remained, the dead memories began attacking Xiao Jingyao again. Feeling very uncomfortable, she wanted to escape. Fate plays tricks. She stepped on her own dress hem and fell directly onto Di Lingyuan. Indeed, whenever meeting the villain boss, bad luck follows. Even falling on flat ground. There's no most embarrassing, only more embarrassing. Trying to stand up again, but feeling her body very heavy. Zhio had stuck some weight talisman on her, saying maintaining this position was fitting. Maybe the villain's favorability would increase. Gave Zhio 3 seconds to remove it immediately, or she would knock his head sideways. That damn enchanting voice reached Xiao Jingyao's ears again. "Yao Yao, how long do you plan to embrace me? I want to get up too, but I can't." She had to lie about having a leg cramp. The culprit Chiyu still had the nerve to make sarcastic remarks. It was all his fault. Suddenly Xiao Jingyao was lifted up. Wow, this guy is capable. This is the legendary act rather than talk. Little Shunzi watched the intimate pair, thinking, now the princess likes someone like the imperial advisor. Does General Yu have no chance anymore? Carrying Xiao Jingyao out, he realized she had walked here, so he asked if Yao Yao wanted to ride with him. His eyes noticed Uncle Yu Jing approaching. Remembering Xuanzhao's investigation that Princess Jingyao's admirer, General Yu Jing, even used drugs with ill intentions. The arms holding Yao Yao unconsciously tightened. Xiao Jingyao whimpered in pain. Imperial advisor, you're hurting me. But Di Lingyuan corrected her to call him royal uncle. Xiao Jingyao felt a bit disgusted. Di Lingyuan said calmly, I like you, call me royal uncle, understand? Uncle Yu Jing witnessed that scene, thinking, no wonder she's been so cold to him these days. So she's fallen for the imperial advisor. Indeed, a fickle woman. She didn't even give him a glance when passing by. Watching their retreating figures, Uncle Yu Jing felt inexplicably upset. The old Uncle Yu Jing used to avoid the princess at all costs. Now when he sees the princess, his face is full of, why doesn't she pay attention to me anymore? He was just smiling a moment ago. How did his face turn dark so quickly? Xiao Jingyao was speechless inside. He's acting like someone owes him money. Then Di Lingyuan asked if Yao Yao still had feelings for General Yu. Xiao Jingyao thought about that narcissistic man's old feelings. To hell with that. Zhio's eyes were gleaming because he discovered the villain boss was definitely jealous. Feeling the low pressure emanating from the boss, she explained nervously, Jingyao did have feelings for General Yu in the past, but now I've given up. He gently lifted her chin to face him. Yao Yao, that person at Zuatian Tower was you, right? Xiao Jingyao thought he was going to kiss her, thinking that as long as she didn't admit it, he had no evidence. But the boss said if she dared lie about the medicine, he had ways to make her tell the truth. Remembering Xiao Jingyao's fate in the original story, she decisively admitted it was her. The boss lightly picked up Xiao Jingyao's gauze clothes. Yao Yao, last time you stripped my clothes? Should I return the favor? Xiao Jingyao quickly protected her clothes. This guy wouldn't really be petty enough to strip my clothes, right? To save her dignity, she quickly spoke. Imperial advisor. Actually, that day I dashed, but was interrupted by the boss. She wanted to call him royal uncle and just go along with it. But unexpectedly, he asked what her name was. Xiao Jingyao broke into a cold sweat. Royal uncle must be joking. I'm Xiao Jingyao, of course. But the boss firmly said she wasn't, although unknown why. There can be two people who look exactly alike in this world, but I'm certain you're not her. Di Lingyuan suddenly mentioned when Xiao Jingyao gave him a white fox before. Xiao Jingyao remembered. Back then, the original Princess Jingyao, to make Uncle Yu Jing jealous, deliberately showed love at first sight to Di Lingyuan and gave him a hunted white fox. But that was over 2,000 chapters ago. Trash system really messing up the plot. Di Lingyuan lifted a strand of Xiao Jingyao's hair. Yao Yao hasn't remembered who you were half a year ago. Stupid, ignorant, arrogant, and conceited. Such a waste of this face. But now you're completely different, becoming clever and quick-witted. If I'm not wrong, you went to Zuatian Tower before to find Si Badong, right? Though I don't know who you really are, this shell is genuinely the same. Xiao Jingyao asked him to keep it secret. There might be a way. He moved closer to Xiao Jingyao's ear, intimately saying, if Yao Yao gives herself to me, I'll keep my mouth shut. Xiao Jingyao felt sick from Di Lingyuan's greasy words, wanting to put oil-absorbing paper on herself. Just as the situation became very awkward, an announcement came from outside the carriage. We've arrived at the princess's mansion. Then Xiao Jingyao ran, as if being chased. Di Lingyuan leisurely said from behind, shall I carry you in like before? Xiao Jingyao, as if Di Lingyuan would really do that, quickened her fleeing steps. With a bang, she closed the door and started looking for trouble with Zhio. Zhio wanted to run away, but Xiao Jingyao quickly grabbed his tail. Weren't you quite capable before? Even putting talismans on me? Why try to run now? Xiao Jingyao listened to Zhio's fake crying and threatened with a raised fist. Stop crying, or I'll headbutt you. Nothing's worse than your dad calling you to dinner and finding your crush there too. The next day, outside Jixing Pavilion, Xiao Jingyao wandered to see the emperor. Just as she reached the door, she heard the emperor constantly praising Di Lingyuan. Xiao Jingyao peeked through the door crack, muttering, old man, wasn't it supposed to be just me for dinner? Why is Di Lingyuan here too? She went in and respectfully bowed. The emperor saw his precious daughter arrive. He happily called out, Yaya, you're here. Sure enough, when Di Lingyuan heard this nickname, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Xiao Jingyao's face instantly turned red. Father Emperor, there are others present. Don't I need face? He then changed the way he addressed her and gestured for Xiao Jingyao to come over, asking if she liked any of the young men. If she did, he would arrange the marriage tomorrow. As a genuine modern person, good grief, this body was only 17 and already choosing a consort. She immediately leaned on the emperor's shoulder and started acting coy. Father Emperor, your child is still young. Let's forget about choosing a consort. The emperor probably wanted grandchildren soon. He brought up third uncles to Anchuan for comparison, saying their children were already running around. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in her mind. Di Lingyuan's favorability had actually risen to 52%. Completely puzzled, she thought, I just refused to choose a consort. Why did his favorability increase? Did Di Lingyuan misunderstand something? She asked quietly. Zhio, if I change my mind now and agree to choose a consort, will his favorability drop? She picked up the portrait she had previously dismissed and started looking. Her eyes seemingly casually glanced toward Di Lingyuan's direction. I thought about it, and I should indeed look carefully. Maybe I'll find someone I like. Di Lingyuan frowned, watching Xiao Jingyao's actions. Xiao Jingyao pretended not to notice. She continued selecting from the portraits. Di Lingyuan raised an eyebrow. He said, portraits may differ from reality. If the princess is interested, why not invite all these young men here for an in-person meeting? Zhio mocked that others' blind dates were one-on-one, but hers was one-to-many. Ha ha ha, Su Mumu, since transmigrating into Jing, Yao Princess's body had never thought her identity would be exposed. Unexpectedly, the villain boss firmly stated that she wasn't Xiao Jingyao at all, originally wanting to test what Di Lingyuan was up to, who knew that girl would directly suggest bringing all the men from the portraits for a meeting. Looking at Di Lingyuan's annoying expression, she was definitely doing this on purpose. Yes, right? What could be done? She had to dig herself out of this hole. Holding the emperor's arm and swaying back and forth while acting cute. Father Emperor, after careful consideration, your child thinks she should focus on studies right now. She also mentioned fears of failing the Fu examination and being sent to barren lands, unable to see Father Emperor for years. Emperor Dongling sighed softly, looking lovingly at his precious daughter. Yaya, I'm truly pleased you think this way. Since you have such determination to improve, I'll entrust you to the Imperial Advisor. After Xiao Jingyao instinctively nodded vigorously, she finally realized what the Emperor had just said. Entrust to the Imperial Advisor? What? The Emperor continued praising Di Lingyuan endlessly, unaware he was pushing his precious daughter into a wolf's den. What could Xiao Jingyao say? I truly thank you on my knees. You really are my good Father Emperor. The Emperor was still happily asking Xiao Jingyao to toast Di Lingyuan. Yaya, since Di Lingyuan will be teaching you, this ceremonial toast to your teacher cannot be missed. Xiao Jingyao broke into a cold sweat. Father's really something. Taking the wine cup to toast Di Lingyuan, she stumbled at the crucial moment. Greetings, Master. Di Lingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly at Xiao Jingyao, but said nothing. He took the cup and gestured for Xiao Jingyao to rise. When accidentally touching Di Lingyuan's cold hand, she instinctively pulled back. Unexpectedly, this increased his favorability. Even a simple toast could raise favorability. She couldn't help but recall that in the original story, Di Lingyuan was extremely possessive. Even imprisoning the female lead to possess her. If his favorability reached 100%, would she meet the same fate? Better keep some distance, she thought, wanted to leave early. She claimed to be unwell and unable to stay for the meal. This worried the emperor greatly. He insisted on calling for the imperial doctor. Xiao Jingyao quickly waved it off. No need, father. I just need some rest. Then she hurriedly ran away. Di Lingyuan watched her retreating figure and smirked. Flirt and run, huh? Little Shunzi stumbled behind Xiao Jingyao, panting. Pre-princess, please slow down. Your servant's legs are short. I can't keep up. Little Shunzi suddenly bumped into Xiao Jingyao as she abruptly stopped and signaled him to be quiet. Following the sound, they saw a man beating palace maids in a nearby pavilion. Xiao Jingyao's eyes widened. Is he sick? Zhio hinted that saving the palace maids would bring rewards. Xiao Jingyao rushed forward angrily. Rewards or not, she had to save them first. Just as the man's whip was about to strike the palace maid, she stepped forward and grabbed his wrist, shouting loudly. When she clearly saw the man's face, she realized it was the ninth prince, Xiao Yeqin. Originally, Xiao Jingyao had cared greatly for the ninth prince in childhood, but gradually forgot him. The ninth prince harbored resentment, suppressing it while suffering from insomnia, which made him increasingly irritable. Fortunately, there was still hope. Xiao Jingyao quickly tried to persuade him. For just a palace maid, why get so angry? Why not talk to your royal sister about it? The ninth prince turned away proudly, muttering, "Last time you said you didn't know me." Xiao Jingyao patted Xiao Yeqin's head like comforting a child, making Xiao Jingyao freeze in place. Xiao Jingyao's hand moved down to hold his, saying she'd take him home. She ordered little Shunzi to send the injured palace maids to the imperial doctor. As the author of this book, Su Mumu really had it tough. Not only did she have to constantly guard her life, but also had to comfort its under a brother, especially one in his rebellious teenage years. Xiao Jingyao suddenly remembered to ask Zhio about the reward. Zhio threw out 4 options, but only one would help with the future plot. A. Peerless beauty that can enchant thousands of men. B. The ability to ride clouds and mist. C. Yin-yang eyes that can see ghosts. D. Give up being good this time and contribute this card to other players. With 1 minute countdown, Xiao Jingyao keenly noticed the words other players. To make Xiao Jingyao forget this topic, Zhio roared, "Choose quickly. Time's running out." Given the current task of investigating Madame Yu's matter, finding her ghost to question would reveal the truth. Just as Zhio thought his host was becoming teachable. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingyao chose option A. Zhio didn't understand. This woman was already beautiful enough. Why enhance it further? These words pleased Xiao Jingyao greatly. Just as she was feeling smug, the system directly changed her choice to C. Xiao Jingyao was bewildered. She didn't know this was possible. Zhio floated in the air, saying, "Did you really think they'd let you choose freely? After all, that was a plot-related choice." Xiao Jingyao was furious. "You were just messing with me." Zhio waved dismissively, saying smugly, "Wasn't it just to enhance your plot experience?" Xiao Jingyao couldn't take it anymore. She punched Zhio flying, then covered herself with blankets and went to sleep. Trash system. Trying to mess with me, huh? When Xiao Jingyao woke up in the middle of the night, the entire room felt cold and ghostly. The next morning, she woke up with a glorious cold. While the maid was helping her dress, seeing Xiao Jingyao nodding off while standing, she asked if she hadn't slept well. Xiao Jingyao drowsily replied, she slept fine, just felt cold from the wind at midnight. The maid thought it strange since all windows had been closed last night. Where did the cold wind come from? Thinking about yesterday's options, Xiao Jingyao shuddered. Could there really be ghosts? The villain was truly efficient. After promising the emperor to teach Xiao Jingyao, he sent people to fetch her for tutoring the next day. Xiao Jingyao asked them to wait. After dressing properly, she came out. Little Shunzi accidentally noticed Xiao Jingyao's dark circles. Seeing him stutter without words, she decided to look in the mirror herself. The sight was terrible. Good heavens, looking like I've been beaten up after one night. I'm about to meet the villain. How can I show my face like this? Her eyes fell on the dressing table. Having stayed in ancient times too long, she'd almost forgotten about makeup. When actually trying to use it, she found none of the bottles had labels. Seeing her difficulty, the maid offered to help with makeup. Di Lingyuan put down his book. The scholar asked how far Xianzhao had gotten. Little Xianzhao replied, they were at 50 now. Looking at his master's expression, it was the first time someone had kept him waiting so long without him getting impatient. It seemed he really cared about Princess Jingyao. Then Di Lingyuan sent Xianzhao to check on Princess Jingyao's whereabouts. Little Xianzhao saw Xiao Jingyao right outside the door and was slightly stunned. Because today's Xiao Jingyao was truly beautiful, he unconsciously blushed. Xiao Jingyao thought there might be something on her face. Little Xianzhao realized his rudeness and quickly invited the princess in. Xiao Jingyao hadn't expected the dark circles to take so long to cover. She peeked inside secretly. Would he be angry after waiting so long? Just as she peeked in, she made eye contact with Di Lingyuan. He's so handsome. She walked in gracefully, calling him royal uncle. Di Lingyuan gestured for Xiao Jingyao to sit beside him. Looking at the table full of books, it felt like being back in the days of college entrance exam terror. This was going to be the death of her. Di Lingyuan looked at Xiao Jingyao, who sat very close to him. He lifted Xiao Jingyao's chin, thinking she looked special today. This was killing Xiao Jingyao. I don't want my heart to race, but damn, his face is too handsome. Looking at those thin lips made her want to bite them. Coming to her senses, she quickly shook off these dangerous thoughts. She pushed him away. That was close. Almost got bewitched by that face. This position is really inappropriate. Di Lingyuan shamelessly said, "What's wrong with me doting on my niece? Or does Yao Yao want to be my woman? Villains will be villains. Even a niece can become a wife in the end." He specially invited her to his mansion and prepared a table full of books for tutoring. "Thanks for nothing," Xiao Jingyao thought sarcastically. Xiao Jingyao gently removed Di Lingyuan's hand from her chin and laughed softly. "Let's not. I'll always be your niece." After all, she didn't want to end up imprisoned in the beauty tower. The thought alone was chilling. Di Lingyuan withdrew his hand, casually flipping through his book. "Since you're my niece, be obedient. You were late by an hour today, so we'll add an extra hour to the lesson. Any objections?" Xiao Jingyao was speechless. How could she dare object? She could only mumble, "No objections." Inside, she was screaming, "Why am I still stuck studying even after transmigrating?" Zhio added unhelpfully, "That's because we're an excellent system." That night, back at the princess's mansion, Xiao Jingyao was barely breathing, complaining weakly, "I can understand when people talk here, but why is everything in classical Chinese when studying?" Zhio reminded her, "Instead of complaining, you should sleep. It's been a studious day after all." After being speechless, Xiao Jingyao wondered if she'd feel cold wind again tonight. She decided to catch whatever was disturbing her sleep. Much later, Zhio couldn't take it anymore. "Woman, are you going to sleep or not? We're on the same frequency. If you don't sleep, I can't either." Xiao Jingyao grabbed Zhio's cucumber and stuffed it in his mouth. Trash system, just say if you want a beating. Sure enough, at that moment, the room filled with ghostly wind. Xiao Jingyao's eyes widened. Damn, could there really be ghosts? She clutched Zhio's arm tightly, ignoring his cries of pain. Just as Zhio was about to throw off the blanket in retaliation, Xiao Jingyao noticed a chilling sight. "Holy crap, that's a huge ghost." Zhio trembled, holding his head in fear. "Wait, you're Madame Yu." Xiao Jingyao just realized who it was, but she turned and left. Taking Zhio along, she gave chase. Zhio looked incredulous. "Woman, are you serious?" The sky above the princess's mansion was filled with ghostly energy. Xiao Jingyao and Zhio chased, but saw no one. They seemed to be going in circles like in a ghost maze. When Madame Yu appeared, she kept muttering, "Give me back my child." Su Mumu was awakened by the restless ghost of Madame Yu. Chasing after her, Madame Yu kept repeating, "Return my child." Su Mumu wondered, child? Was she killed by having her womb cut out because she was pregnant? To understand what happened, Su Mumu caught up to Madame Yu, wanted to ask if she knew who killed her. The sudden sound of a zither made the previously calm Madame Yu instantly become agitated. She said she would kill Su Mumu before understanding what was really happening. Su Mumu had countless curses stuck in her throat. Seeing Madame Yu about to grab her, Su Mumu instinctively turned and ran. But could someone tell her why there happened to be a stone right by her feet? Her body unconsciously fell forward, and in that moment of falling, she seemed to hear someone calling her. "Who's calling me?" Opening her eyes, she met Di Lingyuan's cunning gaze. "Yao Yao, climbing trees in the cold palace at night? What an interesting hobby." Su Mumu looked up at the tree. "Wasn't I standing on the ground? How did I fall from a tree?" The crown prince's cough broke their atmosphere. "Yao Yao, aren't you coming down?" Only then did Su Mumu notice. There were so many people present. Zhio told her they were probably in a barrier before. A report from nearby drew the two people away. The gazes fell on Su Mumu and her companion. Several people approached. In the dug-up pit, they saw a hand drum lying there. The crown prince, eager to be intimate, said, "This place is horrifically bloody." He quickly ordered the imperial guard to escort the princess back. After receiving the order, Yu Jing started his flirtatious routine again. His thoughts wandered, thinking the princess appeared here at night to get close to him. Even the author was speechless. Su Mumu thought being escorted by this narcissist was worse than being escorted by the law enforcement. The crown prince was still praising his own cleverness, since Su Mumu always chased after Yu Jing. Just as Yu Jing was about to escort Su Mumu back, another hand gripped Su Mumu's waist. In the dark night, "Yao Yao, let me take you back instead." Su Mumu was instantly defeated by Di Lingyuan's stunning looks. She repeatedly said, Okay. Yu Jing immediately became unhappy. He stepped forward, about to say he could prepare a sedan chair too, but was forced back by Di Lingyuan's gust of wind. Yao Yao said she'd take my sedan chair. Did General Yu not hear? To prevent the two from fighting, Su Mumu pretended to be extremely tired and urged Di Lingyuan to take her back. Di Lingyuan wrapped his arm around Su Mumu's waist. "Tired? Uncle will take you back now." Behind them, Yu Jing clenched his fists tightly. Damn, am I being ignored? In the carriage on the way back, while Su Mumu was lost in thought, Di Lingyuan asked her name. Di Lingyuan said since she wasn't Xiao Jingyao, she must have had another identity and name. To make Di Lingyuan believe her, Su Mumu ridiculously claimed she was a fairy from heaven, and her name couldn't be casually revealed. She said she came down to undergo tribulation and would be promoted once successful. When Su Mumu leaned close to Di Lingyuan's ear to speak, her fragrance made him momentarily dazed. Zhio scoffed, saying if the villain really believed her nonsense, he'd live-stream eating excrement. But he was immediately proven wrong. Di Lingyuan stroked Su Mumu's head and said gently, "All right." While Su Mumu was secretly rejoicing, she didn't forget to remind Zhio to eat excrement during the live stream, saying she would send lots of rocket gifts. What to do when the villain discovers her identity? Unexpectedly, making up a fake identity, he indulgently believed it. The next day in the princess's mansion, the cleaning maids were whispering to each other. "Hey, have you heard? Yesterday, they found 106 remains in the cold palace, all missing their uteruses. So scary. We thought those palace maids who left had gone home." When Su Mumu heard the shocking news, she frowned. "Isn't that the same way Madame Yu died? I need to go check it out. Maybe I can find some clues." She took Xiao Shunzi to the Imperial Guard. At first, Xiao Shunzi agreed readily, but then belatedly remembered. Today they had tutoring at the State Affairs office. It was only the second day, and they were already skipping. Su Mumu and Xiao Shunzi arrived at the Imperial Guard. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Di Lingyuan, although she immediately hid and prayed he hadn't seen her. "Why are you here?" Well, she couldn't avoid him after all. Turning around guiltily, just about to explain, Zhio suddenly pulled out a voice-changing megaphone and shouted loudly, "Of course she came to see you!" In that instant, Su Mumu wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "Trash system, you're done for. Pack up and die." She hurriedly explained she came to find Uncle to study together. Di Lingyuan couldn't help but laugh. He still indulgently patted her head and said, "I believe you." Zhio looked at his masterpiece and clicked his tongue. "Look at this sweet CP. From now on, call me the universe's most adorable Ji." Yi Qingcheng and her maid had just reached the door when they stopped. Shouldn't Di Lingyuan hate Xiao Jingyao to the bone? How is he now doing the head-patting move? Although the White Lotus system would have changes, this is too ridiculous. Yi Qingcheng looked at Di Lingyuan's face and started daydreaming, thinking if only he treated her like that. The White Lotus system came out to remind her. Before the host's favorability with Eugene reaches 30%, the host cannot pursue other male characters. Otherwise, there will be punishment. Hearing Eugene's name, Yi Qingcheng frowned. That wooden block was so nice to her, but his favorability hadn't even reached 10. How could he compare to Di Lingyuan, who had looks, money, and physique? Even if she couldn't pursue him early, surely a little flirting wouldn't hurt? Di Lingyuan and Su Mumu noticed Yi Qingcheng standing aside. Yi Qingcheng then bowed. "Greetings, Grand Preceptor." "Greetings, Princess." Su Mumu was still marveling that her written daughter was becoming more beautiful. Yi Qingcheng's foot slipped, and she stumbled towards them, just as she was about to fall into Di Lingyuan's arms. Di Lingyuan quickly dodged, not letting her even touch his clothes. Then Yi Qingcheng gloriously made intimate contact with the ground. It really was three people, three different shows. Yi Qingcheng still tried to reach out to grab Di Lingyuan, but Di Lingyuan's face darkened. "Filthy." At this moment, Eugene came running over with a shout. "Qingcheng, what happened?" Without waiting for an answer, he asked if Xiao Jingyao had bullied her. However, Yi Qingcheng just whimpered for a long time. She had no intention of explaining clearly. Eugene angrily demanded Su Mumu apologize to the White Lotus female lead. Su Mumu got angry too. "Which eye of yours saw me bullying her?" Eugene even wanted to use force. Di Lingyuan quickly stood in front of Su Mumu, grabbing Eugene's wrist. What does it feel like to be protected by the villain? Just as the male lead Eugene's angry fist was about to hit Su Mumu, the villain Di Lingyuan quickly blocked it. "You dare touch my person?" At this moment, Eugene, as if bewitched by something dirty, yanked his hand away from Di Lingyuan, angrily accusing him of being biased and protecting the vicious Xiao Jingyao. Su Mumu stepped forward and said, "General Yu, you're really something." Without any evidence, You directly accuse this princess of bullying her. If your eyes are useless, you might as well donate them to someone who can use them. The White Lotus female lead explained at this moment, Brother Yu, the princess didn't bully me. I just fell by accident. But Eugene, that fool, still comforted Yi Qingsheng while asking if she was being threatened. Su Mumu couldn't stand it anymore. Enough! She strode forward, grabbing Eugene's collar. This princess has been lenient, but you keep pushing. You really think I care about you? Think I'm too soft to punish you? Let me tell you clearly today, Xiao Jingyao is not interested in you, Eugene. Then she turned and ordered servants to take Eugene away for 100 lashes and decreed that all his palace positions be revoked. Eugene truly hadn't expected Xiao Jingyao to treat him this way. After all, in his heart, Xiao Jingyao had been persistently pursuing him. Seeing Su Mumu's actions, Dealing Yuan's lips curved upward noticeably. It seemed the little girl was really angry this time. The White Lotus female lead never expected Xiao Jingyao would punish Yushu. The system chose this moment to cause trouble. If Yushu wasn't allowed to continue as general, she would receive electric shock punishment. There was no choice. This White Lotus system always threatened her like this. Having no other option, Yi Qingqing fell to her knees before Xiao Jingyao, saying General Yu was just overly concerned and spoke rudely to the princess. She explained Yushu had trained hard for years to become the military champion, begging Xiao Jingyao not to revoke his position. After speaking, she began repeatedly knocking her head on the ground. Eugene watched as Yi Qingqing begged Xiao Jingyao for his sake, thinking to himself that only Qingqing truly cared for him. Zhio reminded Xiao Jingyao that Eugene's favorability toward Yi Qingqing had now risen to 30%. Then, the White Lotus system also sent a notification to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing was secretly delighted, thinking the favorability rose not because of seduction, but because of playing the victim. Indeed, no man could escape her grasp, not Eugene, and not even Di Lingyuan in the future. Su Mumu thought about how she still needed 70% more task value to go home. Watching the romantic scene between the male and female leads, she pondered, thinking that with some manipulation, the favorability could rise even more. Then she lifted Yi Qingqing's chin with her finger. She said, keeping his position as possible. If you take 30 lashes for him, we can talk. The female lead Yi Qingqing volunteered to take 30 lashes of punishment for the male lead. Of course, this was also part of her performance. If these 30 lashes were actually given to her, she probably wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Hearing Xiao Jingyao's words, Eugene struggled fiercely, saying one should take responsibility for their own actions, and this had nothing to do with Yi Qingqing. Looking at this pair of star-crossed lovers, Su Mumu's lips were full of mockery. Since you're so principled, then let's begin. The guard respectfully acknowledged the order. Yi Qingqing began to feel afraid. Would her mission end before it even began? Thinking of the electric shock feeling, Yi Qingqing shuddered. No, she absolutely couldn't let this happen. Just as the rod was about to fall on Eugene, Yi Qingqing quickly blocked it with her back. The rod struck her heavily. Eugene quickly turned around, carefully supporting Yi Qingqing, his eyes full of concern. Silly girl, why did you take the hit? Xiao Jingyao was secretly celebrating her cleverness. This method indeed increased the male lead's favorability toward the female lead. Xiao Jingyao instantly resumed her proud princess image, pointing at Yi Qingqing and telling Eugene, for Miss Ye's sake, this princess will let you keep your position. But the 100 lashes remain in the prison infirmary. Looking at Xiao Jingyao's merciless attitude, Eugene realized she truly didn't like him anymore. An inexplicable sense of loss filled his heart. Afterward, Xiao Jingyao strutted around proudly. You ignored me before, now you can't reach me. Walking forward, she stumbled, not watching her step. Pride comes before a fall was truly fitting. Just thinking how Di Lingyuan ignored the female lead's fall, surely he would do the same now. Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a large hand appeared at her waist, pulling her up in one motion. No matter how many times she saw Di Lingyuan's face, she still blushed. Di Lingyuan watched as she went from being fierce like a little lion to blushing at his touch, finding it extremely adorable. Wanted to pet her. Xiao Jingyao found Di Lingyuan's constant smiling rather creepy. The system then told her, that's because Di Lingyuan's favorability toward her had risen to 75%. Xiao Jingyao was confused. Just one hug raised the favorability? Perhaps he was thinking of something inappropriate. She hurriedly struggled to make Di Lingyuan let go. Di Lingyuan released Xiao Jingyao. meaningfully reminding her to watch her step. Xian Zhao came to report, "Sir, the examination of 106 bodies is complete." Continuing from the last episode, little Xian Zhao came forward to report. The results showed all 106 bodies were like Madame Yu's, missing their uteruses. Xiao Jingyao was openly eavesdropping. According to little Xian Zhao's deduction, these people all had their uteruses removed while alive, ultimately dying from blood loss. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyao realized why there were no other wounds on Madame Yu's body. After little Xian Zhao left, Di Lingyuan noticed Xiao Jingyao eavesdropping. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Yao Yao seems very curious about this." Moving closer to Xiao Jingyao, he asked, "Is this also part of your tribulation?" Xiao Jingyao gave 2 thumbs up, praising, as expected of the imperial lady. "Worthy of you indeed." Mysteriously moving closer to Di Lingyuan, Xiao Jingyao started making things up. "To be honest, if we can find the mastermind behind this case, I'll be promoted after becoming official." Zhio was speechless at these two, one bold enough to lie, one bold enough to believe. A perfect match. Xiao Jingyao's eyes were full of sparkling hope, wanting to beg Di Lingyuan to investigate the case together. Di Lingyuan was quite displeased with Xiao Jingyao's begging attitude, so he simply took action, calling Zhio, who watched their sweet interaction with one eye open and one eye closed. Xiao Jingyao thought Di Lingyuan must have taken the wrong medicine. This wasn't how you asked for favors. Was he playing around? She decisively pushed away to create distance between them. Di Lingyuan turned to leave, not forgetting to remind the stunned Xiao Jingyao to follow. Looking at Xiao Jingyao, who seemed to have forgotten how to walk properly, Di Lingyuan's face was full of doting smiles. Realizing she had gotten into Di Lingyuan's carriage, she wanted to get off, but she bumped into Di Lingyuan's rock-hard chest. Now it was easier to board this bandit ship than to leave it. Tearful, when the carriage stopped, Xiao Jingyao found they were at the scripture library. Looking at the hand in front of her, she was puzzled. Di Lingyuan asked if she had heard of the Tying flesh. Jingyao held Di Lingyuan's hand while asking what that was. Legend said Tying flesh was made from 108 beautiful women's uteruses through secret methods. Eating it would grant the world's most beautiful appearance. Now there were 107 victims. What this meant was obvious. The scripture library contained records about the western region's Tying flesh. Di Lingyuan brought Xiao Jingyao here to search for clues. They entered the scripture library. Di Lingyuan reached out to operate a mechanism. The huge wall of books automatically separated. Xiao Jingyao suddenly realized they had been holding hands the whole time. Her heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Damn, what was this? A try not to fall in love challenge? Awkwardly suggested they could search separately. It would be faster that way. Di Lingyuan glanced at Xiao Jingyao and released her hand. He told her the book's name, warning her not to search for the wrong one. Once they separated, Xiao Jingyao patted her chest and let out a heavy sigh. But this secret room was really too big. And what were these writings on the books? She couldn't recognize any of them. She randomly pulled out a bundle of books. Di Lingyuan's voice came from behind. "So Yao Yao likes these kinds of books?" Xiao Jingyao just nodded yes, without checking the content. After opening the book, she almost bit her tongue in shock. These were erotic books. She angrily closed the book, but Di Lingyuan wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Stroking his chin playfully, "Spring Palace Secrets. Yao Yao's tastes are quite special." Di Lingyuan brought Xiao Jingyao to the scripture library to search for secrets about tying. But before finding those secrets, Di Lingyuan caught her looking at erotic books. To salvage her image, Xiao Jingyao awkwardly put the book back. "This is all a misunderstanding," she thought to herself. "Would he believe me if I said I couldn't read?" Just as she was wondering how to change the subject, she saw Di Lingyuan already holding a book. Xiao Jingyao exclaimed happily, "Oh, Uncle Emperor has found the book." She suggested reading it here. Di Lingyuan smiled mischievously. "Read here? Are you sure?" Xiao Jingyao didn't understand his meaning. There were tables and chairs for reading right there. Di Lingyuan leaned close to Xiao Jingyao. "Yao Yao, didn't you hear?" She was confused about what she should have heard. Then some very discordant sounds reached her ears. How lively. From their interaction, she could tell one of the male leads was the fourth prince. Good heavens, they were making a little movie right in the scripture library. That was really exciting. Her friend curiously tried to peek, but Xiao Jingyao quickly covered their eyes. Children shouldn't watch. You'll get styes. But I can. She wanted to see what the matchmaker in the book looked like. These were all characters she created. By extension, she was like Manhwa. History always repeats itself. Just as Xiao Jingyao leaned in to look, a large hand covered her eyes. Be good, Yao Yao. You shouldn't watch. You'll get styes. When they left the scripture library, little Xinjiao was waiting by the carriage. He stepped forward and bowed. My lord, lunch has been prepared at the mansion. Xiao Jingyao thought, since Di Lingyuan was going back for lunch, she could return to the princess's mansion. The estate visit could wait until afternoon. She respectfully bowed, about to say she would leave first. Before she could speak, she found where her carriage had been parked was empty. She turned to ask Xinjiao where her carriage went. Xinjiao answered honestly that his lord had sent her carriage and Xiao Shunzi back first. Xiao Jingyao was full of questions. Then Di Lingyuan lifted the carriage curtain, looking at Xiao Jingyao. Yao Yao, come here. Xiao Jingyao could only give up struggling. Resigned to her fate, she followed him to the imperial advisor's mansion. At the mansion, her soul was captured by a table full of delicious dishes. Di Lingyuan thought Xiao Jingyao didn't like the food. Actually, Xiao Jingyao just found it strange that all the dishes Di Lingyuan prepared were exactly to her taste. During the entire meal at the imperial advisor's mansion, Di Lingyuan kept staring at her like Chiyu. He teased that it was all because of love. While she was arguing with Chiyu, a large hand reached out and held her chin. Startled, she shrank back slightly, thinking this kiss maniac was going to kiss her again. But he had only seen some rice on her lips and was kindly wiping it away. Learning the truth, Xiao Jingyao's face turned completely red. When Di Lingyuan asked what she was thinking earlier, she stammered, "In nothing." Realizing she had misunderstood, Xiao Jingyao blushed and lowered her head, continuing to eat. Di Lingyuan suddenly said that after passing the final test, Yao Yao could choose any position in the palace departments. Do you still want to go to the prison guard department in 2 years? While eating, Xiao Jingyao thought, in the original story, Xiao Jingyao indeed planned to enter the prison guard department for the Imperial Guard book. But now she was Xiao Jingyao. So she told Di Lingyuan she hadn't decided yet and asked which department he thought she should join. Di Lingyuan asked puzzledly, "You're asking me?" He leaned closer. He told Xiao Jingyao, "Any department is fine, as long as Yao Yao is happy." His eyes inadvertently glanced down. He saw Xiao Jingyao's alluring neckline. While she was still mesmerized by Di Lingyuan's beauty, he suddenly lifted her onto his lap. "Dressing like this is testing my patience." When Di Lingyuan reached to pull her clothes to cover her, Xiao Jingyao finally realized what he meant. Frightened, she jumped 3 feet high, her face turning bright red. If only time could turn back once. This was too embarrassing. Fortunately, little Xianjiao came to report that official Qin had arrived. At this moment, Qin Shihan was no longer a villain in Xiao Jingyao's heart, but her savior. She wanted to take advantage of Di Lingyuan's meeting with Qin Shihan to slip away. Di Lingyuan didn't stop her, just said to let Xianjiao escort her back. Just as Qin Shihan arrived at the Imperial Advisor's mansion, he saw Xiao Jingyao walking out. He wondered if the palace rumors were true. Why would she be coming out of Di Lingyuan's room? As Qin Shihan walked in, he saw Di Lingyuan staring at a teacup that still had Xiao Jingyao's lip marks. Qin Shihan teased, "Lately, there are many rumors in the palace about you and Princess Xiao Jingyao. What? Has that woman given up pursuing some general and decided to seduce you instead?" Di Lingyuan seemed quite interested in knowing what rumors there were. Qin Shihan had meant to tease Di Lingyuan, but didn't expect him to actually want to hear them. Last time, when talking about the 6th prince's romantic affairs, Di Lingyuan had complained he talked too much. Seeing Di Lingyuan's murderous glare, Qin Shihan wisely shut his mouth. After sitting down, he continued, "The palace is spreading rumors that Di Lingyuan helped Xiao Jingyao into a sedan chair in public and forcefully kissed her. Qin Shihan thought someone as germophobic as Di Lingyuan would never do such things in public. However, when Di Lingyuan said it wasn't a rumor, Qin Shihan's eyes nearly popped out. "What do you mean it's not a rumor? Are you serious?" Qin Shihan came to gossip about Di Lingyuan and Xiao Jingyao, but ended up getting a mouthful of dog food instead. Looking at his incredulous expression, one might think Di Lingyuan had abandoned him. Di Lingyuan looked at him coolly. "Did you come here just to gossip?" Qin Shihan quickly smiled and replied, "No, I came to discuss the sacrificial ceremony in 3 days. The next day at the princess's mansion, our lovely Xianzhao personally delivered Di Lingyuan's message. Due to being busy with the sacrificial ceremony preparations, he wouldn't have time for Xiao Jingyao's studies, so he gave her 4 days off. This delighted Xiao Jingyao, as she had been worried about not having time to investigate Lady Yu's case. Di Lingyuan had just given her a vacation. She decided to go to the cold palace immediately, thinking she might find more clues. But at the Imperial Garden, Lady Yu, who was supposed to appear again, didn't show up. Xiao Jingyao asked Zhio where to find her if she didn't appear. Zhio thought she must be addicted to ghost hunting, otherwise why would she keep talking about it? The two were arguing as usual when they heard the sound of porcelain breaking. A maid was trembling on her knees, begging the ninth prince to calm down. Xiao Jingyao sighed. This kid was throwing tantrums again, really troublesome. The ninth prince was angrily panting. I'm gonna die anyway. What difference does it make? Xiao Jingyao interjected. Of course it makes a difference. If you die early, you won't see the spring scenery in Jiangnan. When the ninth prince turned and saw his royal sister, he was both surprised and delighted. Royal sister, why are you here? To coax her disobedient brother into taking his medicine. Xiao Jingyao said if he drank it, she would ask the emperor to take him along on the spring tour. The ninth prince's face immediately lit up with joy. Really? When Xiao Jingyao fed him medicine with a spoon, he looked overwhelmed with gratitude. He obediently opened his mouth and drank the medicine. Then she patted her silly brother's head, saying, "Good boy." With his sister's love, the ninth prince now felt taking medicine wasn't such a big deal. Even poison would taste sweet when fed by his sister. Xiao Jingyao really thought it would be sweet. She took a spoonful and drank it. There was a curse word stuck in her throat that she didn't know whether to say or not. The ninth prince quickly took the prepared dates and offered them to Xiao Jingyao. Of course, royal sister finds it bitter on her first try, but Ajiu is already used to it. Xiao Jingyao felt like a sinner. She felt so sorry for Jiu'er. When she returns to the third dimension, she must write about a divine doctor who can cure Jiu'er. Zhio mocked her, saying there were many people she should apologize to. Xiao Jingyao grabbed him and told him to shut up. She was feeling sad, and that damn system was being sarcastic. Only by returning to the third dimension could she help the people here. After instructing the ninth prince to take his medicine obediently, she said she had matters to attend to and left. Just as she turned around, the ninth prince grabbed her sleeve. He pitifully said, "Royal sister, can you stay with Ajiu longer? Ajiu is very lonely." Xiao Jingyao didn't want to waver, but his constant royal sister appeals. The ninth prince suddenly thought of something. "Royal sister, do you like horseback riding? Father Emperor gave me a fine horse a few days ago. It's beautiful. Royal sister will definitely like it." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jingyao grabbed him and ran, saying, "Say no more, let's go now." At the imperial stables, they saw the fine horse the ninth prince mentioned. It really was beautiful. The ninth prince was very proud, saying, "I knew royal sister would like it. Would royal sister like to try? She's very gentle." Ajo carefully helped Xiao Jingyao onto the horse's back, asking how it felt and if she could sit steadily. Xiao Jingyao indicated it was fine, then looked up to see Di Lingyuan was also there. Xiao Jingyao felt she really was hopeless. How could just one day, without seeing him, make Di Lingyuan seem even more handsome? Di Lingyuan had come to the imperial stables with Qin Shihan to ride horses. He didn't expect to see Xiao Jingyao and the ninth prince there. What was even more unexpected was Qin Shihan actually got to see Di Lingyuan looking jealous in his lifetime. Di Lingyuan's gaze made Xiao Jingyao's skin crawl. What kind of look was that? Like catching a wife cheating. Indeed it was. When the ninth prince's hand touched Xiao Jingyao's back, Di Lingyuan's glare could have cut it off. At this moment, Xiao Jingyao felt the system must have some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, why would it keep trying to match her with Di Lingyuan? The horse suddenly kicked. Unexpectedly, the horse was startled. Xiao Jingyao only had time to shout, "Holy crap," before feeling herself falling backward uncontrollably. Before the ninth prince could react, a figure quickly appeared beside Xiao Jingyao. Xiao Jingyao thought she was done for this time. The next moment, she fell into a firm, warm embrace. Di Lingyuan maintained his composed expression, asking, Yao Yao, are you all right? Xiao Jingyao first answered she was fine, then marveled at how Di Lingyuan could catch her from such a distance. Looking at Di Lingyuan charmingly, she said, Jingyao, thanks, royal uncle. Touching her small face, Di Lingyuan felt he must be bewitched. Does Yao Yao know how alluring she looks like this? Xiao Jingyao thought, if it weren't for Di Lingyuan's handsome face and his whole being like a mortal temptation, she quietly muttered to herself, You're the alluring one. Your whole family is alluring. The ninth prince finally ran over, anxiously asking, Royal sister, are you all right? He even dared to reach out his hand in front of Di Lingyuan, trying to help Xiao Jingyao up. Di Lingyuan's gaze looked like it could pierce through the ninth prince at any moment. Just as Xiao Jingyao was about to stand up, stretched out his arm, he pulled her back into his embrace. Honestly, if Xiao Jingyao wasn't weaker than Di Lingyuan, she would have wanted to punch him. Di Lingyuan didn't care where they were. He whispered near Xiao Jingyao's ear, Yao Yao owes this master another life. How do you plan to repay it? Xiao Jingyao awkwardly moved away a bit. I haven't thought about it yet. The ninth prince watched from the side, feeling that Di Lingyuan had ill intentions. That look in his eyes was like he wanted to devour someone. Unable to contain himself, he pulled her out of Di Lingyuan's embrace. Royal sister, let's go. I'll teach you horseback riding somewhere else. Okay. Xiao Jingyao instinctively replied, okay, following the ninth prince's words. Di Lingyuan also stood up at this moment. He called to Xiao Jingyao's back, Yao Yao, this master is free now and can teach you horseback riding. Xiao Jingyao apologetically replied, this concubine thanks royal uncle for the kind offer, but I've already agreed to let the ninth prince teach me. Di Lingyuan remained unmoved by her words. If this master remembers correctly, the ninth prince should be studying at the Imperial Academy today. He probably doesn't have time to teach you. The ninth prince felt this imperial advisor was particularly annoying. Who brings up studying during playtime? Was he being a sore loser? After Di Lingyuan's reminder, Xiao Jingyao realized, that's right, Agio was in the Imperial Garden this morning and now at the stables. Could he be skipping classes? When he heard his royal sister calling his name seriously, the ninth prince thought, oh no, royal sister must know I'm skipping class. Will she hate me now? Seeing Agio's pitiful look, Xiao Jingyao realized that she herself had skipped many classes as Xiao Jingyao, so she wasn't really in a position to lecture him. They truly were siblings skipping class together. She could only gently pat the ninth prince's head. Agio, don't do this again in the future. Understand? The ninth prince was surprised that his royal sister wasn't angry, then happily nodded. I promise, sister. Di Lingyuan watched with blazing eyes. He directly ordered Xianzhao to take him away, to have Xiao Jingyao to himself. Di Lingyuan had Xianzhao escort the class-skipping ninth prince back to his studies. To comfort the prince's fragile heart, Xiao Jingyao promised him that if he studied well, she would take him boating next time. Only then did the ninth prince reluctantly return. After they left, Xiao Jingyao looked at Di Lingyuan before her and slowly backed away. Royal uncle, I suddenly don't feel like riding horses today. Let's arrange it for another day. Xiao Jingyao absolutely believed that Di Lingyuan's elaborate effort to send the ninth prince away wasn't just to teach her horseback riding. So she tried to find an excuse to escape quickly. Before she could leave, Di Lingyuan's amused voice reached her ears. Before she could respond, Xiao Jingyao was suddenly hoisted onto his shoulder. Wanted to leave? You should ask if this master agrees first. Xiao Jingyao was completely speechless with Di Lingyuan. Why did this person always like to carry people without their consent? Di Lingyuan carried Xiao Jingyao with steady steps to the horse. He gently placed her on the horse's back, then gracefully mounted behind Xiao Jingyao. Xiao Jingyao turned around indignantly, but was stopped by Di Lingyuan's finger against her lips. Shu, if Yao Yao still tries to find excuses to leave, this master will be angry. Xiao Jingyao felt she had never met anyone more shameless than Di Lingyuan. Unexpectedly, he added, there are even more shameless things. Would Yao Yao like to see? Xiao Jingyao's entire body was refusing when Di Lingyuan suddenly tightened the reins. The horse raised its head high in pain. Qin Qian, who witnessed this forceful scene, felt that his trip these past few days was truly worth it. Xiao Jingyao felt her soul was about to leave her body. Di Lingyuan seemed to have gone mad, constantly galloping at full speed, wanting him to stop or at least slow down. That guy Di Lingyuan actually wanted Xiao Jingyao to beg him. For the sake of her life, Xiao Jingyao didn't care about face anymore. I beg you to stop quickly. But Di Lingyuan still hadn't finished with her. He whispered near her ear, "Has Yao Yao forgotten how to properly beg?" Recalling in her mind what Di Lingyuan considered proper begging. No way it couldn't be. Did she need to kiss him again this time? Di Lingyuan suddenly stopped his horse, gently tapping Xiao Jingyao's pink lips. Not surprising at all. I really don't understand why a villain like you always wants kisses and hugs. Seeing her hesitation, Di Lingyuan raised his horsewhip about to swing it down. Xiao Jingyao quickly stopped him. Please be human. Of course, she only thought in her heart. Why not just be a normal person instead of acting like a dog? Looking at Di Lingyuan's excessively handsome face, Xiao Jingyao reluctantly said, "Royal uncle, please close your eyes first." Di Lingyuan closed his eyes without any hesitation. Xiao Jingyao first confirmed that his eyes were truly closed, then turned around extremely slowly, hoping to sneak away while Di Lingyuan's eyes were closed. "You may force me onto the horse, but that doesn't mean I won't try to escape." Before she could even move, Di Lingyuan caught her red-handed. At this moment, Xiao Jingyao felt she was truly done for. Being targeted by the villain was really thrilling. She wanted to escape again. Di Lingyuan wasn't surprised by Xiao Jingyao's behavior. Did she really think that just because his eyes were closed, his ears wouldn't work? Since she broke her promise, Di Lingyuan decided to take matters into his own hands. Xiao Jingyao extended her index finger to block Di Lingyuan's approaching lips and began to seriously make up nonsense. Fairies cannot fall in love. If Di Lingyuan forces it, it will shorten his lifespan. She originally thought that mentioning shortened lifespan would make him stop and claimed she would never be allowed to descend to the mortal realm again. Di Lingyuan lifted Xiao Jingyao's chin and said, "Yao Yao, with this master here, no one can take you away." Without further words, he lowered his head and kissed those long-missed lips. Transmigrating in her own novel and being chased by the biggest villain who constantly wanted kisses, what should she do? Xiao Jingyao was speechless. Logically speaking, Di Lingyuan was her creation. But what to do when the son doesn't behave? Always wanting kisses and hugs. What did he take her for? Angrily pushing him away. Di Lingyuan, enough. We're not suitable. Di Lingyuan looked at the bristling little Yao Yao and asked, "How are we not suitable?" He smoothly took her hand, interlocking their fingers. "See? We're perfectly matched." After escaping from that crazy Di Lingyuan, Xiao Jingyao returned angrily, walking so fast she created wind. Even though Jiyu told her that Di Lingyuan's affection for her had reached 80%, just thinking about the later bondage scenes made Xiao Jingyao want to hide as fast as possible. When she quickly walked to the door, she noticed someone was in her room. Carefully peering through the door crack, she saw a maid putting something into her incense burner. After the person finished their deed, she pushed open the door and entered. Curiously walking to the burning incense burner, she leaned close to fan and smell it, discovering it was an incense that could disturb one's mind. The Qinming powder that could excite and control one's mind. In severe cases, it could even endanger life. In the original story, Xiao Jingyao's temperament worsened after being poisoned and eventually destroyed the Dongming royal family as the Empress Dowager wished. But now, she was no longer that easily manipulated Xiao Jingyao. Things wouldn't go as the Empress Dowager wished. In the original story, Xiao Jingyao's friend Shin Susu suddenly came to visit, thinking about how she repeatedly came to plead for Shin Wankai. Xiao Jingyao decisively waved her hand, saying she wouldn't see Xia Shunzi. However, Shin Susu wasn't here to plead for Shin Wankai, but rather for Xiao Jingyao's marriage prospects. Xiao Jingyao was completely confused. Shin Susu waited restlessly outside, shouting. She wondered if this foolish princess knew she had been speaking ill of her behind her back. Otherwise, why would she imprison her brother? When Xiao Jingyao came out, she saw Shin Susu lost in deep thought. She walked past Shin Susu with arms crossed. After not seeing each other for over a month, Shin Susu thought Xiao Jingyao had become even more beautiful. With looks like these, how could the crown prince not like her? When Shin Susu bowed in greeting, she was ignored. Shin Susu didn't understand. Weren't they friends? After showing enough authority, Xiao Jingyao finally told her to rise. As soon as she rose, Shin Susu began playing the victim. "Yao Yao, I know my brother shouldn't have taken bribes, but he was just blinded by money. Please forgive him this once." Originally thinking, Shin Susu had really come for Xiao Jingyao's marriage, but it turned out to be an indirect approach to save her brother. To save Shin Sisi, she proposed a suggestion to Xiao Jingyao. She knew Xiao Jingyao had always wanted to obtain Yu Jingshu. However, Yu Jingshu foolishly had his eyes on that wild girl, Yi Qingqing. Shin Susu devised a plan. The sacrificial ceremony was in 2 days. They just needed to arrange someone to secretly destroy Yi Qingqing's reputation. How could someone of Yu Jingshu's status want a ruined woman? Shin Susu had calculated well. She was certain the foolish princess would agree to this plan. If she could replace Yi Qingqing with the crown princess at that time, even Yu Jingshu wouldn't want a ruined woman, let alone the royal family. This way, she would be one step closer to becoming crown princess. Now she just needed Xiao Jingyao's agreement to proceed. Suddenly, the system's electronic voice sounded. New mission triggered. Host needs to help the crown princess turn danger into safety at the sacrificial ceremony. Someone plans to set up the crown princess at the upcoming sacrificial ceremony, hoping to take her place. Xiao Jingyao expressed, "You're really dreaming." The system's new mission was simply to help the crown princess avoid danger. Xiao Jingyao thought this was simple. She just needed to refuse Shin Susu's request. Facing the expectant Shin Susu, Xiao Jingyao said coldly, "This princess has long lost interest in General Yu. Doesn't Susu know this? Want to use me to do dirty work? Go play elsewhere." Hearing Xiao Jingyao say she didn't like Yu Jingshu, Shin Susu's face showed disbelief. Xiao Jingyao kindly reminded her, "The sacrificial ceremony happens once every 3 years. The emperor takes it very seriously. If he discovers anyone plotting behind the scenes, this princess won't be able to help at all." Gripping Shin Susu's chin, she made her realize that Princess Jingyao was truly different from before. Xiao Jingyao waved her hand as if shooing away flies, ordering Shin Susu to leave. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Jingyao eagerly raised both hands. Perfect mission completion. She had even brought up the emperor this time. Surely Shin Susu wouldn't dare to make a move now. Chiyu poured cold water on her enthusiasm. That's not necessarily true. If the system hasn't indicated mission completion, it means the task isn't over yet. Xiao Jingyao frowned in thought. Could there be others besides Shin Susu who wanted to harm the crown princess? What Xiao Jingyao didn't know was that Yi Qingqing had already switched souls. Yi Qingqing felt that she should be the female lead, yet that villainous supporting character Xiao Jingyao was more beautiful than her. How infuriating. At this time, the White Lotus system issued a new mission, asking her to follow the original plot and have the crown princess's reputation ruined at the sacrificial ceremony. Yi Qingqing was irritated. Shin Susu was completely useless. She would have to act herself. She'd have to find someone else. But thinking about it, slandering others was her specialty. No big deal. On the day of the sacrificial ceremony, while Shin Susu was showing off her unique hairstyle to her sisters, Xiao Jingyao's sedan chair arrived. Despite her intense jealousy, Shin Susu still fawningly approached, continuously praising how beautiful she looked. The overwhelming scent of cheap powder made her friend sneeze heavily. She had to leave this troublesome place first. This woman thought that if General Yu saw Princess Jingyao like this today, he surely wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. Shin Susu quickly interrupted her words. "Are you stupid? The princess no longer likes General Yu." The woman then realized, could it be that the princess truly had feelings for the imperial advisor? "I thought the princess was just trying to make General Yu jealous." Then she realized she was presuming to guess the princess's thoughts. Pale-faced, she covered her mouth and fearfully knelt down. "Princess, please spare me." She even slapped herself twice to appease Xiao Jingyao. Xiao Jingyao couldn't help but sigh that gossip truly knows no borders. Then she spoke calmly, "Stop hitting yourself. It's not appropriate to see blood on the day of the sacrificial ceremony." The crown prince arrived at this moment. Shin Susu had specially dressed up today, thinking the crown prince would surely look at her twice. But the crown prince walked straight to the crown princess's position, completely ignoring Shin Susu on the side. Yi Qingqing had thought Shin Susu wouldn't act, but from her recent observations, she felt it would be a good show. People with desire can't resist. As Xiao Jingyao walked to her position, she saw the fourth prince who had been filming small videos with a lady in the library last time. This was a romantic beast from her writing. She took a few more looks, but he was still such a drama queen. Holding his wine cup and looking at Xiao Jingyao, he said, "Ah, Yao Yao now ignores fourth brother. Fourth brother is very hurt." Xiao Jingyao replied without changing expression, "How could that be? It's just that whenever I see fourth brother, I remember 3 days ago in the library, there was a lady who kept calling fourth brother's name. Should I tell fifth brother about this?" Speak of the devil. Xiao Jingyao first greeted the approaching fifth prince. She gestured him to sit here. Seeing the fifth prince blush as he approached, Xiao Jingyao's shipping soul was ignited again. These two really matched perfectly. The Tsundra romantic beast and the cold, devoted prince. I'm truly talented. Just before the sacrificial ceremony began, the emperor and empress dowager finally arrived leisurely. Everyone bowed in unison. Xiao Jingyao also took her seat. The empress dowager glared fiercely at Xiao Jingyao. It seemed she was planning to cause trouble today. Xiao Jingyao ignored the Empress Dowager's gaze. Today's main task was to keep watch over the crown princess. The eunuch loudly announced the start of the sacrificial ceremony. As the music began to play, Emperor Lingyuan majestically took the stage to dance. Holy crap, it's actually Emperor Lingyuan dancing. Xiao Jingyao's tears nearly leaked from the corners of her mouth. Can't look, can't look. Watch any longer, and she'll die from excessive blood loss. She quickly pushed down her equally swooning friend. However, her eyes disobediently kept looking toward Emperor Lingyuan. Damn, Emperor Lingyuan with a high ponytail looks so young. Who could resist this? Why is my heart beating so fast? At the sacrificial ceremony, Emperor Lingyuan's stunning dance made Xiao Jingyao question her mate selection criteria. She had always preferred gentle, jade-like young men. Her friend immediately said she only likes handsome men. Xiao Jingyao blushed and shouted at her friend, "Do you think I'm that superficial?" Emperor Lingyuan suddenly whispered in Xiao Jingyao's ear, "Be good, close your eyes. Blessing you." Empereur Lingyuan sera sur une dead Xiao Jingyao. Lingering persistently. Her face seemed to grow even redder. Yi Qingcheng watched the intimate interaction between the two with jealous eyes. She couldn't understand why a mere cannon fodder dared to compete with her for Emperor Lingyuan. To get ahead of Xiao Jingyao in pursuing Emperor Lingyuan, Yi Qingcheng felt she needed to complete the system task immediately. Following Shun Susu's footsteps to the Imperial Garden, she couldn't find anyone. While Yi Qingcheng was confused, a female voice came from behind. "Oh, isn't this Miss Yi?" Looking back, it was Shun Susu. Seeing Yi Qingcheng looking around, she mockingly said, "Who is Miss Yi waiting for? Could it be General Yu?" The sisters who came with Shun Susu also joined in the mockery, meeting a man in broad daylight, truly showing her lack of proper upbringing from the countryside. Although Yi Qingcheng was furious, however, considering she needed to use Shun Susu for her task, she chose to temporarily swallow her anger. She immediately put on a bright smile and warmly said to Shun Susu, "How could sister say that? Qingcheng came specifically to find you." Shun Susu was surprised. "You're looking for me?" Yi Qingcheng indicated that she knew of Shun Susu's long-standing love for the crown prince. She came specially to help her, telling her how to bring down the current crown princess. If the crown princess happened to bump into that guard in the front hall today, it would be quite scandalous. Yi Qingcheng was originally confident in her plan, but when Shun Susu remembered what Xiao Jingyao had said, without hesitation, she slapped Yi Qingcheng across the face. She claimed to help and give advice, yet wanted her to do the dirty work while keeping herself clean. No matter how Yi Qingcheng tried to explain, Shun Susu just coldly watched. Pointing at Yi Qingcheng, she spat out fiercely, "Whatever you want to do, just don't use my name." Then she left with her group of ladies. Yi Qingcheng stared at their retreating figures, thinking she was absolutely stupid. At the sacrificial ceremony, during the universal celebration, the emperor raised his wine cup to gesture to everyone present. "We may begin." Xiao Jingyao took a small sip from her wine cup and found the wine quite nice. She then threw her head back and drained it. Emperor Lingyuan watched her bold behavior from the side. "This wine has a strong after effect. Such a young lady drinking so much will likely get drunk." He didn't notice Xiao Jingyao picking up the wine pot to pour herself another cup. Emperor Lingyuan quickly reached out and pressed down on Xiao Jingyao's hand as she was pouring wine. He smoothly replaced her wine pot with a nearby teapot, saying children shouldn't drink wine. Tea is better. Being called a child, Xiao Jingyao looked indignant. She was already 18, hardly a child anymore. Unexpectedly, the topic from those in high positions turned to focus on her. The Empress Dowager stated that since Xiao Jingyao was of age, it was time to consider marriage. She had even selected some young nobles for her. As soon as the sacrificial ceremony ended, she would arrange meetings. Xiao Jingyao was very dissatisfied with the Empress Dowager's actions. She wasn't the same Xiao Jingyao from the original story who blindly trusted her. She immediately stood up to thank the Empress Dowager for her kindness, and said she had only one requirement for her future husband. That is, he must be able to defeat her in combat. Without further ado, she asked the Empress Dowager to call all those men up to fight her at once. The Empress Dowager wouldn't dare. Once they appeared, everyone would know all her chosen candidates were worthless. But then she remembered the new powder and Thousand Dreams powder she had people slip to her yesterday, so she wasn't so worried anymore. If anything happened to Xiao Jingyao during the martial arts competition, it couldn't be blamed on her. Qin Shi Huang teased Emperor Ling Yuan. Princess Jingyao is holding a martial arts competition for marriage. How can you still sit still? Emperor Ling Yuan felt it unnecessary, thinking it redundant. Ji was about to place a green hat on Emperor Ling Yuan's head when he realized Emperor Ling Yuan's eyes had accurately spotted him. Frightened, Ji dropped the green hat with a splat. Damn, did he discover me? Ji thought he'd been discovered. Just as Emperor Ling Yuan's hand was about to touch him, Qin Shi Huang's puzzled inquiry interrupted him. Emperor Ling Yuan withdrew his hand, casually saying it was nothing. Ji finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The martial arts marriage competition was in full swing. Just looking at these people's appearances revealed the Empress Dowager's intentions. This person even dared to fantasize about Xiao Jingyao submitting to him. Xiao Jingyao was nearly sick from his disgusting behavior, thinking she might want to beat him to death. Xiao Shunzi brought some pastries for Xiao Jingyao to eat. Xiao Jingyao gave Xiao Shunzi a sly smile, having almost forgotten about this hidden powerhouse. She beckoned Xiao Shunzi over. Xiao Shunzi immediately wanted to turn and leave, because whenever Princess Jingyao looked at him like this, she was up to something. Pointing at the person on the arena, she asked Xiao Shunzi to fight in her place. Not only did Xiao Shunzi think his princess had gone mad, everyone present thought she was crazy for having a eunuch fight in her place. The Empress Dowager also scolded Xiao Jingyao for being ridiculous. Xiao Jingyao twirled her hair and acted pitiful. Empress Dowager, please have mercy on Jingyao. The Empress Dowager was furious. A few days apart, and she'd learned to act coy. However, her chosen candidate was also one of the best fighters, so she was confident Xiao Shunzi couldn't cause any trouble. So she agreed to Xiao Jingyao's request. Xiao Shunzi was sweating anxiously, claiming he couldn't fight, trembling as he tried to hide the fact that he knew martial arts. Xiao Jingyao glanced sideways at Xiao Shunzi. Can't fight? Then who's that person chopping wood barehanded in the backyard every dawn? If it's not you, she stood up and patted Xiao Shunzi's shoulder. If you lose, I'll make you chop wood nonstop for 12 hours straight. You should know that my lifelong happiness is in your hands now. After taking off his hat, he gestured for his opponent to make the first move. After several moves, neither had gained the upper hand. Qin Shi Huang asked Emperor Ling Yuan, beside her, who he thought would win. Seeing him silent, Qin Shi Huang continued talking to herself. I know you want that little eunuch to win, but he's only defending without attacking. I think he'll lose sooner or later. Emperor Ling Yuan scoffed. It's just not time to attack yet. When his opponent was panting heavily, Xiao Shunzi seized the opportunity. With one move, he took down his opponent. Young Master Li, thank you for going easy. Xiao Shunzi's martial arts skills astonished everyone present. No one expected a eunuch to possess such remarkable abilities. Was this really someone Xiao Jingyao found? How could he possibly be useless? Xiao Jingyao noticed the crown prince's seat was empty. A maid told the crown princess. The crown prince was waiting in the back garden, saying he had a surprise. Xiao Jingyao suddenly remembered she still had a mission. She hurriedly ordered Ji Yu to act. The next second, Xiao Jingyao coughed up blood. Her last memory was of the emperor saying, "Seal off the heavens altar immediately." With the heavens altar sealed, the crown princess should be safe. She then passed out with relief. The first thing upon waking was cursing Ji Yu viciously. Damn, this must be the driver's revenge. Then she suddenly noticed Emperor Ling Yuan was there. Ji Yu happily said Emperor Ling Yuan had carried her back. Facing Emperor Ling Yuan's inquiries, Xiao Jingyao only said she was fine, just had a headache. Xiao Shunzi brought medicine, but it made Xiao Jingyao nauseous. She asked him to leave it on the table for later. Emperor Ling Yuan took the medicine bowl, saying it wouldn't be effective if it got cold. Xiao Jingyao blushed deeply. Was he going to feed her? Then Emperor Ling Yuan cooled the medicine and brought it to Xiao Jingyao's lips, coaxing her in a feminine voice to open her mouth. The scene of the powerful Emperor Ling Yuan personally feeding medicine to Xiao Jingyao made the maids think good fortune was coming to the princess's mansion. After all, it was so sweet to see the imperial advisor personally feeding medicine. Xiao Jingyao was speechless hearing this, silently giving a thumbs up to their imagination. She really didn't want to hear their wild theories. She simply waved her hand, asking them to leave. This action made the maids think Xiao Jingyao was just being shy. Before she could say anything more, her mouth was filled with medicine. Her expression immediately turned bitter. Now she truly understood Jiwer's pain. To drink medicine without changing expression, that was truly impressive. Emperor Lingyuan stubbornly brought the spoon forward. Good medicine tastes bitter. Be good, Yao Yao. Xiao Jingyao frowned. Easy for you to say. Why don't you try some? Xiao Jingyao said casually. Unexpectedly, Emperor Lingyuan took it seriously, looking at her earnestly and asking, what if I do drink it? Before Xiao Jingyao could react, Emperor Lingyuan took the spoon and drank a mouthful, then smiled lightly at Xiao Jingyao and said, your turn. Emperor Lingyuan's unchanged expression surprised Xiao Jingyao. Didn't he find it bitter at all? Emperor Lingyuan simply said he had no sense of taste. Xiao Jingyao became more confused. In the original story, it was never written that Emperor Lingyuan had no sense of taste. How did he lose it? Suddenly, someone gently touched her lips. Emperor Lingyuan leaned close to Xiao Jingyao, saying pressingly, if Yao Yao still won't drink, I don't mind feeding you personally. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jingyao took the medicine bowl from Emperor Lingyuan's hands. She drank it in one gulp. Emperor Lingyuan thoughtfully offered her a preserved fruit, saying good behavior deserves a reward. Xiao Jingyao retorted defiantly, Royal uncle, are you treating me like a child? Emperor Lingyuan replied irritably, children wouldn't harm their own bodies to catch the real culprit. These words made Xiao Jingyao's expression freeze. Did he know something? She could only put down the medicine bowl while making excuses. Royal uncle must be joking. This princess values her health greatly. I would never do anything to harm myself. But as she put down the bowl, Emperor Lingyuan quickly took her pulse. Normal poisoning versus self-induced poisoning. Princess, care to guess which pulse you have? Xiao Jingyao was speechless. Damn, he's gotten bold, daring to check her pulse. She could only explain it was her private matter and not to trouble himself. Seeing this, Emperor Lingyuan stepped forward, cornering Xiao Jingyao against the wall. He seriously told her, others' matters are trouble, but yours aren't. This is your privilege. Seeing her confused expression, Emperor Lingyuan went straight to the point. Don't you understand my feelings, Yao Yao? Xiao Jingyao's face instantly turned red, momentarily at a loss for words, her heart seemingly about to jump out. Emperor Lingyuan's persistence made Xiao Jingyao briefly lose focus. But then she remembered that in the original story, Emperor Lingyuan loved Yi Qingqing. Xiao Jingyao felt everything was now in chaos and seriously explained to him. Because she was a fairy who descended to undergo tribulation, she knew his true love wasn't her, but someone else. The reason Emperor Lingyuan loved her was entirely because heaven had forcibly added a romantic plotline between them. Emperor Lingyuan listened with a dark expression throughout. So Yao Yao is questioning whether my love for you isn't from my heart? Xiao Jingyao hurriedly waved her hands. That's not what I meant. I mean, you only love me because of other influences. Originally, I shouldn't even be here. Emperor Lingyuan smiled wryly. What should be? I think loving you is exactly what I should do. This dominant wall-cornering behavior made Xiao Jingyao blush. Suddenly, Emperor Lingyuan asked her name. Without thinking, Xiao Jingyao blurted out Su Mumu. Emperor Lingyuan showed surprise and inexplicably seemed happy about this name. Xiao Jingyao was completely confused, staying motionless in Emperor Lingyuan's embrace. After a moment, Emperor Lingyuan released her, looking fondly at Xiao Jingyao's shy appearance. Although Xiao Jingyao had taken the antidote, there was still residual poison in her body. Conveniently, Emperor Lingyuan's mansion had a medicinal hot spring. Soaking in it for an hour daily would help with the poison in her body. Just thinking about that coveted spiritual spring made her whole body itch. But what Xiao Jingyao thought of was the scene of her first forceful kiss with Emperor Lingyuan. She immediately blushed, her small face showing hesitation, unsure whether to go or not. A cool sensation touched her cheek as Emperor Lingyuan looked down at the dazed Xiao Jingyao, intending to tease her. "What are you thinking about? Your face is so red." Seeing she didn't want to say, Emperor Lingyuan said he would wait for her outside. Xiao Jingyao hurriedly nodded and said okay. A fist hit Xiao Jingyao's head. It was really incomprehensible why, with the spiritual spring right in front of them, they were still being so hesitant. That was a spring that could beautify and nourish one's appearance. Xiao Jingyao wondered if it was inappropriate to visit the imperial doctor's mansion so late at night. Chiyu bluntly said, "You two are just one step away from sealing the deal. Now you're being shy with me?" Later, Xiao Jingyao indeed found it delightful and followed Emperor Lingyuan to the spiritual spring. Along the way, tea, snacks, and everything else were perfectly arranged, showing the utmost pampering. Looking at the impeccable service before her, Xiao Jingyao was touched for just 2 seconds. Then Emperor Lingyuan said these were all arranged by the emperor. Xiao Jingyao felt an inexplicable disappointment. Emperor Lingyuan, however, was secretly delighted. Was she caring about him? She had originally thought all the maids and arrangements were from Emperor Lingyuan, thinking he was quite thoughtful, only to learn it was all his father's doing. To hide her embarrassment, Xiao Jingyao rushed towards the spiritual spring, saying she was going to bathe and that royal uncle should leave if he had no other business. Emperor Lingyuan teased her about being so easily flustered. How could she be a proper princess? Looking at Xiao Jingyao's puffy, angry back, Emperor Lingyuan ordered Xuan to attend to her bath. In the original story, Xuan had secretly loved Emperor Lingyuan and was a female general. Having her attend would be like asking for death. So Xiao Jingyao politely declined Xuan's offer and let the palace maid serve instead. After undressing, she neatly folded her clothes by the pool. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment. "This is so damn comfortable." Freedom System also let out a satisfied sigh. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Xiao Jingyao had excellently completed the task of helping the crown princess avoid danger at the sacrifice ceremony. Then it showed a dual system prompt, meaning besides Freedom, there was another system here. Xiao Jingyao was slightly surprised. Freedom explained that if she belonged to this world, then the other system was a patch maintaining the original plot. This meant that according to the original story, Xiao Jingyao would die by Emperor Lingyuan's hands like the original character. Truth be told, this was one of life's greatest challenges. It was too difficult. In Yi Qingqing's chamber at the Prime Minister's mansion, there came buzzing electrical sounds. A painful scream and the sound of breaking porcelain startled the maid. Opening the door, she worriedly looked at her mistress. Yi Qingqing was in obvious pain, tightly hugging herself. The maid hurried to comfort her, saying she would apply medicine immediately. Yi Qingqing's expression twisted. She blamed everything on Shinsusu and Xiao Jingyao. Then she was pulled back to reality by the maid's cry of pain. She was gripping the maid's wrist tightly. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing released the maid's hand and ordered her to clean up the broken pieces quickly. Watching the maid clean up the fragments on the ground, Yi Qingqing's jealousy flared up again. Just because even the maid was prettier than her, she became furious. She raised her foot and stepped on the maid's hand as she was picking up the porcelain pieces. The maid looked at Yi Qingqing in confusion, tears streaming down her face. The system detected Yi Qingqing's malicious thoughts. It administered another electric shock punishment. Everything was in chaos. At this moment, Xiao Jingyao sneezed violently at her close friend. Her friend complained, "All germs so dirty." At this time, Xiao Jingyao felt chills all over her body and an uneasy feeling in her heart. Gani wondered why he wanted to leave before time. Xiao Jingyao explained that he was tired, wanted to go back to sleep, and since he just came out of the hot spring, his feet were still damp. Xiao Jingyao wasn't paying attention and fell forward, instantly cursing in his heart. What to do when the villain boss is touching and rubbing his feet? Just after coming out of the hot spring pool, he slipped and fell straight to the ground, his bottom taking quite a hit. His ankle was experiencing excruciating pain. His close friend first retreated from the battlefield, saying, "It's not my business. I didn't do anything." Xuan came forward offering to help him up. Su Mumu tried to stand following his support, but the pain in his ankle made him fall back again. Looking pitifully at Xuan, his foot hurt too much to get up. Xuan had already sent someone to call Dr. Zhang, telling Su Mumu to endure for a bit longer. Su Mumu was devastated thinking about becoming lame. Xuanzhuang helplessly said, "Princess, it's just a sprain." Emperor Lingyuan returned at this moment. He squatted in front of Su Mumu and said with slight reproach, "How did you fall like this?" Su Mumu timidly replied that he wasn't careful earlier. Emperor Lingyuan examined Su Mumu's foot, frightening Su Mumu greatly. Just as he was about to resist, Emperor Lingyuan's voice came softly. "Don't move. Is your foot not hurting anymore?" In this feudal dynasty, it was improper for a man to see or touch a woman's feet. Was it really appropriate to examine his feet in front of so many people? The pain in his foot made him want to break free. Emperor Lingyuan looked seriously at Su Mumu, saying the dislocated bone needed to be set. The maids all had expressions of watching drama unfold, but Xuanzhuang, who had been waiting, felt uncomfortable inside. She wanted to step forward to help Emperor Lingyuan, saying, "Sir, I can set it. Let me do it instead." Emperor Lingyuan calmly ordered Xuanzhuang to get some ice, saying Su Mumu's ankle needed cold compression. Xuanzhuang took a deep breath before answering yes. While Su Mumu was distracted, Emperor Lingyuan's hands moved quickly. With a crack, Su Mumu immediately let out a pig-like squeal. "Ow, it hurts so much." Xuanzhuang brought the ice pack at this time. Su Mumu wanted to kick away Emperor Lingyuan's hands, but this guy held on tight. The ice pack was pressed directly on the injured area. The sudden cold made Su Mumu involuntarily let out a moan. Emperor Lingyuan immediately became alert, staring at Su Mumu saying, "Be good if you want to cry, just cry properly. Don't make such seductive sounds." Su Mumu was so angry at this guy that he directly bit his shoulder, panting, "You're the seductive one. Your whole family is seductive." But after biting for a while, he found this guy had no reaction at all. Emperor Lingyuan even said if he wanted to bite, he could do it more. He didn't mind. This was simply unbearable. Emperor Lingyuan looked at Su Mumu, still sitting on the ground. He reached out to help him up first, thinking about the remaining poison in Su Mumu's body and his injured ankle making movement difficult. He suggested letting him stay here for a few more days. He could soak in the spiritual spring daily. Su Mumu's whole body was refusing, saying he shouldn't trouble royal uncle. Just as he was about to call Xiao Shunzi to return to the palace, Emperor Lingyuan told Su Mumu. He thought Xiao Shunzi had nothing to do here, so he had already sent him back earlier. Finally, Emperor Lingyuan used the princess's palace as the first crime scene as an excuse. So they ended up staying at the royal advisor's mansion. Inadvertently looking down, he discovered their hands had been holding together since the beginning. What started as just soaking in a hot spring somehow turned into a permanent stay. Discovering that his hand was still holding Emperor Lingyuan's, Su Mumu excitedly pulled away, saying, "I can walk without your support." Emperor Lingyuan found his petulant behavior extremely endearing and gestured with his hand for him to go first. The system notified Su Mumu that Emperor Lingyuan's favorability towards him had now risen to 85%. When it reaches 100%, there would be a mysterious reward. Based on the previous mysterious rewards, Su Mumu felt indifferent about this so-called mysterious reward. He didn't want it at all. Judging from Emperor Lingyuan's behavior lately, Su Mumu had reason to suspect if that romance storyline the system had signed was still active. But his friend immediately poured cold water on that thought, saying that romance line had been scrapped during the 4th trial. So now, the villain boss's feelings for you are genuine. Are you really not going to consider it? At this point, Su Mumu really couldn't develop any forbidden romance with the paper character he created. His friend casually remarked, "If you really want to put it that way, aren't you also a paper character now?" Just as he was about to discuss this matter with his friend properly, he ran straight into Madame Yu's ghost. Such a direct encounter made his soul nearly leave his body. "Ah, my goodness." Seeing Madame Yu about to float away, Su Mumu quickly stepped forward to ask, "Wait, do you still have memories from when you were alive? Do you remember who harmed you?" Unexpectedly, Madame Yu's answer was royal advisor Emperor Lingyuan. To uncover the truth, Su Mumu prepared to investigate Emperor Lingyuan's room in the middle of the night. Looking around to ensure no one was there, he gently pushed open the door. Fortunately, Su Mumu had learned that Emperor Lingyuan had gone out on business. Otherwise, tonight's mission would have been impossible. Closing the doors stealthily, he looked around. At first glance, he saw the indescribable paintings in the boss's study. Indeed, the villain's taste was unique. He quickly covered his eyes to avoid bad luck. Searching further, he found nothing useful. Yet Madame Yu had said the clue was in Emperor Lingyuan's study. He examined the various bottles and containers. Accidentally triggering a mechanism, the bookshelf split in two. Meanwhile, Emperor Ling Yuan, who was drinking tea with Qin Shihan, sensed something and paused. Seeing this, Qin Shihan asked what was wrong. Emperor Ling Yuan put down his teacup and replied it was nothing. Qin Shihan then brought up another topic. Young Master Murong is hosting a banquet at Cloud Sea Pavilion the day after tomorrow. I heard there will be Western region dancers performing. He playfully asked Emperor Ling Yuan if he wanted to go watch. Emperor Ling Yuan stood up casually, responding coldly. How else would we know how the tying flesh secret technique reached the capital? He had someone anonymously send Murong's information to the Crown Prince, giving him all the credit. Qin Shihan was shocked. Are you really giving all the credit to the Crown Prince? Emperor Ling Yuan gave him a cold look. Would you rather take it? Qin Shihan immediately waved his hands. Never mind then. This young master just wants to watch the show. After Su Mumu accidentally opened the secret chamber, he went inside and found there weren't many items. He searched through these few items. Surprisingly, he found letters from the Crown Prince of North Ling. Good heavens. Could Emperor Ling Yuan really be planning a rebellion? The sudden voice from behind startled Su Mumu, making him drop the letters in his hands. What are you doing here, Mumu? Seems like you've discovered a secret. Emperor Ling Yuan, the character Su Mumu created, had become the murderer according to Madame Yu. To uncover the truth, Su Mumu and his friend broke into the secret chamber in the middle of the night, accidentally seeing things they shouldn't have seen. They were hesitating whether to pretend they hadn't seen anything. Emperor Ling Yuan's suppressed voice came from behind. Su Mumu felt his soul leave his body, thinking this was surely the end for him. Seeing his timid appearance, Emperor Ling Yuan found it amusing and decided to tease him. How should I deal with you? Su Mumu couldn't help but step backward until he bumped into a solid chest. His back went cold. What if I say I just took a wrong turn? Would you believe that? Emperor Ling Yuan coldly replied. What do you think? Su Mumu's face immediately turned ashen. It's over. Is this goodbye to my lovely world? Trembling, he asked his final question. Will you kill me? Emperor Ling Yuan was momentarily speechless at the mention of silencing him, coldly uttering 2 words, I won't. He wondered what this little woman was thinking in her head. During his few seconds of silence, Su Mumu was convinced he wanted to harm her. Ignoring her messy thoughts, Emperor Ling Yuan asked directly why she came here. Su Mumu thought to himself, how should he explain? He couldn't possibly say he was looking for evidence that Emperor Ling Yuan had harmed Madame Yu. That would be asking for death. Seeing his expression that clearly said, wait while I think of something to make up, Emperor Ling Yuan became increasingly annoyed. He lowered his head and sealed her lips with a kiss. After a moment, he pulled back slightly and said coldly, if you want me to kiss you again, keep making things up. Su Mumu absolutely believed he would do it, quickly pushing against Emperor Ling Yuan's chest. Wait, I'll talk. Can you not stand so close? Then Emperor Ling Yuan stepped back 2 centimeters under Su Mumu's gaze, literally just a tiny bit. With no choice, he admitted he came to find the truth about Madame Yu's death. Hearing this, Emperor Ling Yuan scoffed. Is that all? Then he took out the Yu consort case investigation file and asked Su Mumu if he wanted to see it. Su Mumu immediately nodded like an obedient kitten. Just as he reached for it, Emperor Ling Yuan pulled it back. Patting his thigh, he said, sit here and I'll show you. 10,000 cursing horses galloped through Su Mumu's mind. Could they be a bit more normal? Unexpectedly, Emperor Ling Yuan agreed. But the next second, as expected, Su Mumu was pulled directly into his embrace. The villain, true to form, loved holding Su Mumu. Originally wanting to keep some distance, he ended up right in Emperor Ling Yuan's arms instead. He made it clear that he would only show the files while holding him. Emperor Ling Yuan opened the file, which clearly stated that Madame Yu's unborn child wasn't the crown prince's. Su Mumu stared at Murong Liuyan's information, wondering if it was his. Emperor Ling Yuan explained that Murong Liuyan was a philanderer who had given Madame Yu medicine to terminate the pregnancy. However, the medicine was too strong and took her life. Su Mumu finally understood that Murong Liuyan had killed Madame Yu, but still didn't understand how this connected to Emperor Ling Yuan's previous mention of the tying flesh and the other 106 female corpses. From Emperor Ling Yuan, he learned these were originally 2 separate cases. The killer had removed her uterus after Madame Yu's death, creating the so-called tying flesh. Emperor Ling Yuan told him this was all, because Su Mumu had previously said they could only transcend after finding Madame Yu's killer. Now that he had solved the case, Emperor Ling Yuan openly asked Su Mumu for a reward. Facing this person who kept flirting with him, Su Mumu was utterly speechless. He wanted to find an excuse to slip away, but Emperor Lingyuan held him tight. His gaze seemed to say, trying to leave without giving anything in return. He calmly said, Mumu, do you know what happened to those who secretly entered my chambers before? Emperor Lingyuan moved closer to Su Mumu. They were all taken to the prison chamber. No one has come out in one piece. Su Mumu's eyes widened in horror, wondering if his life was in danger. Seeing Su Mumu's frightened state, Emperor Lingyuan quickly moved even closer, their lips almost touching, and continued, How could I do that to you? After all, Mumu is mine. So Mumu blessed completely. Emperor Lingyuan was incredible. If he wasn't flirting, he was on his way to flirt. To prevent being seduced, Su Mumu quickly said he was tired and needed rest. But thinking about the bed behind him, Su Mumu broke into a cold sweat. Surely Emperor Lingyuan wouldn't be so beastly? But the next second he was lifted up, Emperor Lingyuan directly said he would join him. Su Mumu was about to suffocate. Wasn't this developing too fast? His friend watched the two with a red face, thinking this was free entertainment. When Su Mumu didn't know what to do, Emperor Lingyuan chuckled. Although I want to do something with you, there's no rush. He explained that he carried him to bed because it was made of 1,000-year-old warm jade, beneficial for health, perfect for sleeping. Su Mumu had never felt more embarrassed. He pulled the covers over himself. If I'm not embarrassed, others will be. Just like that, Su Mumu unknowingly slept until the next day. At 4 o'clock, with a stiff expression, he looked at Emperor Lingyuan sitting properly there. How brave must one be to sleep like a pig in front of the villain boss? Just as he hurriedly tried to get up and leave, his body froze. Oh no, he felt a warm flow below. His face instantly turned crimson. Seeing his strange expression, Emperor Lingyuan quickly came forward to ask. Su Mumu couldn't bring himself to tell him, only saying he was fine and needed some palace maids. When Emperor Lingyuan keenly smelled the faint blood scent, he instantly understood and patted Su Mumu's head. With red ears, he told him to wait obediently. When you're with the most handsome villain in the story and suddenly get your period, and the villain's ears turn red, saying he'll help. Looking at the menstrual package brought by the eunuch, Su Mumu deeply experienced what a major embarrassment felt like. He collapsed on the bed hopelessly. This was worse than being killed. He directed his anger at his friend, ordering the cute friend to give Emperor Lingyuan amnesia pills immediately. Just then, Xiao Shunzi reported that Shin Susu had arrived. Su Mumu was exasperated by this cannon fodder, who kept popping up. He had no choice but to let Xiao Shunzi take her to the side hall to wait. Shin Susu immediately thanked Su Mumu for his previous guidance, which left Su Mumu confused. What did she mean? Shin Susu explained that Yi Qingcheng had caused trouble at the sacrifice ceremony, dealing with the crown princess. If not for Su Mumu's teachings, she would have been imprisoned by now. Yi Qingcheng causing trouble and Shin Susu dealing with the crown princess. This was unexpected for Su Mumu. He suddenly remembered the system's previous mission hint about the duel system. Could it be about Yi Qingcheng? Was it to make the crown princess suffer humiliation according to the original plot? At this time, Xiao Shunzi came to report that Emperor Lingyuan had not only sent him a pile of supplements, but also sent Xuan to him. Of all things to send, why send Xuan, a woman who loves Emperor Lingyuan? Emperor Lingyuan's reason was that Su Mumu had no personal maid. Su Mumu thought this was clearly setting him up. Learning that Xuan was still waiting outside, he immediately called her in. Xuan entered and respectfully bowed to Su Mumu, showing no anger towards a love rival. Shin Susu couldn't help but laugh, leaning close to Su Mumu's ear. It seems the imperial advisor truly cares for the princess, even sending his fierce general to be your maid. He waved for Xuan to leave first. Then he carefully listened to Shin Susu's rambling. Surprisingly, Shin Susu said Su Mumu's previous martial arts marriage selection was obviously for Yu Jingshu. After all, everyone in Dongling knew General Yu was the strongest in the palace. Wasn't this clearly targeting Yu Jingshu? After listening to Shin Susu's passionate speech, Su Mumu maintained a straight face, thinking how far-fetched it was. Shin Susu also indicated that if Su Mumu was interested, she would help at the upcoming banquet hosted by young Master Muro. The system suddenly chimed. The getting banquet plot had been triggered. The host needed to find Lady Yu's murderer in this plot. Su Mumu was confused. Wasn't Morong Lilian the killer? Su Mumu had sacrificed his dignity to get clues about Lady Yu from the villain boss. Yet now the system was telling him Morong Lilian wasn't the real killer. Shinsusu kept urging her to attend Murong's banquet. Might as well, right? I want to harm you on her forehead. Considering Su Mumu's princess status made it inappropriate to mingle with men, Shinsusu had even planned a masked dancer identity for him. Given how hard she was trying to act, Su Mumu wanted to see what she would do. Watching her smug departure, Su Mumu smiled. Those humiliating tactics planned for the pavilion banquet were actually written by him as the author. As soon as Shinsusu left, she felt a chill throughout her body. She couldn't help but shiver. It turned out Xuan had been listening at the door. She felt indignant for Emperor Ling Yuan, who had assigned her to protect Su Mumu for safety. But what had she just heard? Su Mumu was using Emperor Ling Yuan's deep affection as leverage to provoke someone else. The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt. Entering the room, she harshly questioned Su Mumu. If the princess can't forget the general, why entangle with my master? If you're just using my master to make the general jealous, please leave him alone. Su Mumu found it interesting how this usually ice-cold lady became so agitated when it came to Emperor Ling Yuan. Feeling mischievous, he stood up and paced the room carelessly. General Xuan, don't you know eavesdropping is ungentlemanly? Moreover, how are you so sure that what I said to Shinsusu was sincere? Besides, no one can compare to the imperial advisor in my heart. How could I possibly be hung up on that mere general? Su Mumu really wanted to see the Ice Beauty's reaction. That almost crying look was truly adorable. His friend was amazed by this trickster's operation. He continued speaking to himself. The imperial advisor treats me with sincerity, so I naturally must reciprocate. Even if heaven and earth shatter, nothing can separate us. Xuan could only manage to say shameless after a long pause. Su Mumu raised an eyebrow and smiled. You think that's shameless? I have many more sweet words I haven't said to the imperial advisor yet. Just as Su Mumu was indulging in the nightmare he had woven for Xuan, Emperor Ling Yuan arrived. Xuan bowed respectfully. Su Mumu stiffly turned his head at the sound. Emperor Ling Yuan had already walked up to him, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Why did you stop? Su Mumu screamed internally. Damn, when did he arrive? Did he hear everything? Su Mumu had originally intended to tease Emperor Ling Yuan's admirer, Xuan, by talking about intimate matters between himself and Emperor Ling Yuan. But he got so caught up in the act that he didn't notice the main character had already arrived. When he realized someone was standing behind him, he didn't know how much had been overheard. He could only silently pray he hadn't heard anything. So, did this person install a tracker on him, or what? Emperor Ling Yuan felt his visit was worth it, having heard the young lady say so many words of affection for him. If he hadn't come, he might never have heard such sweet talk. Su Mumu's face turned completely red, wanting to explain, but he didn't know where to begin. Emperor Ling Yuan secretly wondered why the young lady stopped talking after discovering his presence. Could it be shyness? So he dismissed Xuan, deciding to listen at his own pace. Su Mumu's heart was in turmoil, not knowing what Emperor Ling Yuan intended by sending Xuan away. Emperor Ling Yuan slightly lowered his head, lifting Su Mumu's chin, and looking into his eyes earnestly said, "In this vast world, I have three loves: the moon, dusk, and you. The sun brings dawn, the moon brings dusk, and you are where my heart and body belong." Emperor Ling Yuan thought the young lady was shy, so now that they were alone, he wanted to hear all the sweet words Su Mumu hadn't yet spoken, as he was the first to hear those already said. Su Mumu had only meant to tease Xuan for fun, but who knew he'd dig himself such a deep hole? His internal embarrassment reached its peak. Gathering courage, he loudly said it wasn't what he heard at all, that those words were just made up, just to tease Xuan. Emperor Ling Yuan's previously smiling face immediately clouded over. So you really don't like me? Su Mumu wasn't originally from this world. He would eventually return to the three-dimensional world. How could he selfishly let Emperor Ling Yuan love someone with no future? He could only stammer an explanation. They really weren't suitable. Emperor Ling Yuan remained silent for a while, showing little reaction. He just quietly turned around and softly said, "Very well. Then, princess, please rest well. I won't disturb you." Originally, Emperor Lingyuan always called him Mumu, but just now he called him Princess. Had he truly given up? Somehow, Emperor Lingyuan no longer pursuing him didn't bring any joy to his heart. He could only vent his unexpressed frustration on the system. If it hadn't brought him here, none of this would have happened. As a result, several days later, when Su Mumu was supposed to investigate at Yunhai Pavilion, instead, his mind was filled with Emperor Ling Yuan's last words. Su Mumu thought he was going crazy, especially when he accidentally encountered Emperor Ling Yuan on the road. Seeing him approach, he naturally wanted to greet him, but he was only focused on talking with Qin Xian. Hearing Su Mumu's voice, he merely glanced coldly. That look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a complete stranger. Su Mumu felt even more conflicted inside. He punched and kicked at the air, muttering, "Petty grudge-holding man, a grown man with a heart smaller than a needlepoint." His close friend couldn't help but mock him. Well, you're fishing here. When he doted on you, you wanted to run away. Now that he's not pursuing you anymore, you complain he's petty. Can't let him cling to you, but can't let him ignore you either. My goodness, you're something else. After they were some distance from Su Mumu, Qin Xian gossiped, "Did you have a fight with the princess?" Emperor Lingyuan replied that someone got tired of sweetness and wanted to taste something bitter, so he'd naturally oblige. Qin Xian was speechless. Playing hard to get, I see right through you. Emperor Lingyuan raised an eyebrow at Qin Xian and sneered, "You think I'm like you?" Qin Xian thought of the girl in his heart, frowning deeply, thinking, "I'm not that bad, am I?" Su Mumu disguised himself as a dancer at Murong Liulian's banquet. Shinsusu had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Fearing Su Mumu might change his mind and not come, Shinsusu, just like in the original story, worried Princess Jingyao might be hungry and specially brought candy for her to eat. However, this candy was drugged. In the original story, Xiao Jingyao ate this candy, which caused him to fall unconscious, be violated, and suffer the royal family's rejection. Now, they wanted to use this trick on his own mother. Su Mumu smiled and directly ordered Jio to act. While Shinsusu was chattering endlessly, trying to gain credit with Su Mumu, Jio silently cast 3 steps of blood on him. Sure enough, by the 3rd step, he felt his stomach churning violently. He had to let Su Mumu go in first and wait for him. Having the system support was beneficial at times like this. At the banquet, people were drinking and sharing their gains. Su Mumu entered the banquet hall and surveyed the crowd, discovering a woman who looked like the 4th prince. Jing exclaimed, Well, if this isn't the 4th prince, who is it?" She couldn't help but think of the 4th prince's reputation. She understood why he would come here dressed as a woman. To be honest, the 4th prince looked quite good in women's clothing. Presumably, they both came to investigate Madame Yu's case. Being discovered as a cross-dresser by his sister, the 4th prince felt that his mighty image in his sister's mind was probably ruined. Su Mumu showed a professional fake smile, indicating that even if he really became a sister, he would still be the coolest in her heart. Undeniably, her 4th brother knew how to dress. His appearance made the 5th prince even more silent. The 4th prince, embarrassed and angry, gave Su Mumu several fierce looks. "You little brat, just wait until I catch you slipping up." He glared at the 5th prince beside him. If he hadn't insisted on bringing him here to investigate, he wouldn't have become a cross-dresser. If only he could fight back, he'd have already taught them a lesson. At this moment, Murong Liulian stepped forward and addressed the crowd below with some pleasantries. Several people burst into laughter, indicating they all knew what Murong Liulian was up to, asking him to quickly bring out the new merchandise to show off. Murong Liulian stopped beating around the bush and waved his hand, ordering people to bring out the good merchandise he had spent a fortune to acquire from the western regions. The women who were brought out all had price tags hanging around their necks. People below immediately started bidding on these women, openly engaging in human trafficking. Su Mumu, in disguise, was investigating Murong Liulian when she encountered the 4th prince dressed as a woman. She also discovered that Murong Liulian's banquet was specifically for rich people's entertainment. Looking at the women with price tags, Su Mumu felt that Murong Liulian completely disregarded the law. Moreover, those officials who were shouting prices, each bidding higher than the other, when there was a drought and they were asked to donate, they all claimed to have no money. Now they're spending lavishly here. Furthermore, they're committing an additional crime by trading humans when it's explicitly forbidden. Su Mumu decided to report this to the crown prince upon return. Suddenly, she noticed a man on stage who kept staring at her. Su Mumu frowned, feeling certain this person was suspicious. Then she saw the man run towards the back, and without thinking, Su Mumu followed him. She didn't even have time to leave a message for her two brothers. The two men watched Su Mumu's retreating figure with greedy eyes. Following all the way out, she suddenly lost track of him and wondered if she had been mistaken. Suddenly, she heard tree branches breaking behind her. Su Mumu noticed it. Turning around, she saw two sleazy men, their mouths full of vulgar words. These two were the men Shinsusu had found to violate him. Their taste was really terrible, but when looking for people to frame someone, you wouldn't find decent ones anyway. Su Mumu rolled up her sleeves, preparing to fight. Since your mouths are so dirty, let me help you wash them. The two sleazy men ignored her words, rubbing their hands excitedly, as if already in ecstasy before anything began. Just then, the two men were suddenly struck down by an attack. As Su Mumu turned to see who it was, her pressure points were struck by the newcomer. Her neck was tightly gripped. Finally found you. Number 108. Su Mumu realized that this man had deliberately lured her out, and he was the one who killed Madame Yu. She was still that unfortunate number 108. Gio suddenly appeared, congratulating her on finding the real killer and offering a special reward of half a month's rest. Su Mumu was speechless. She was about to die. What vacation was there to take? The hand around her neck tightened. Su Mumu felt it harder to breathe. Was she really going to die here? Suddenly, the man in black groaned in pain and had to release Su Mumu. A large hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Di Lingyuan always arrived in time when she was in danger, though he harshly rebuked Su Mumu. How dare you come to such a place alone? Are you tired of living? Di Lingyuan knew Su Mumu was attending the banquet alone. When he arrived, he saw Su Mumu being held hostage. Fortunately, he intervened in time, and Su Mumu was only frightened. As he ordered his men to capture the assailant, the man in black saw he was about to be caught. He threw something at Su Mumu. She was his carefully selected number 108, and he wouldn't let her go so easily. Di Lingyuan held Su Mumu tightly in his arms, raising his hand to block all the powder, though he couldn't avoid getting some on himself. He immediately ordered his men to pursue the attacker. Di Lingyuan then turned to examine Su Mumu, his brows tightly furrowed from the start. Dressed like this late at night, he released her pressure points, but his hand around her waist tightened. Seeing his displeased expression, Su Mumu became angry too. What's wrong with how I'm dressed? You're criticizing me? Aren't these normal clothes? Feeling uneasy, she tried to break free from Di Lingyuan's grip, but he held her even tighter. I'm still angry and don't want to hear you talk, thank you. Then he picked up Su Mumu in his arms. Su Mumu screamed internally, "What a pervert!" The proud ghost Emperor Di Lingyuan carried her straight back. Master Bo's reason was that since the criminal wasn't caught, they feared desperate retaliation. So until the person was caught, Su Mumu had to stay with Di Lingyuan. At the thought of sharing a room with the villain, Su Mumu's whole body rejected the idea. It wasn't that she hated him, but she felt that if she stayed with him overnight, Di Lingyuan would be the unsafe one. Di Lingyuan looked at Su Mumu meaningfully and said, "Mumu, could it be that you're afraid I might do something to you?" Then he directly took her to his sleeping chambers. Her mind started churning with inappropriate thoughts. No way, no way. Is this perverted boss going to devour me? When her feet touched the ground, Di Lingyuan asked her which bed she wanted to sleep in. Su Mumu turned to Di Lingyuan with a forced smile. "Royal uncle, I'd rather sleep in my own bed." She tried to slip away, but was dragged back by Di Lingyuan holding her collar. "Just try to leave." Seeing she couldn't escape, Su Mumu voluntarily suggested sleeping in the study, but Di Lingyuan just stared at her directly, not agreeing to her request. The unfortunate Su Mumu chose to swallow her pride. She obediently sat on one of the couches. "Is it okay if I sleep here?" The two beds were 1 meter apart. Their fans suggested they could be closer, but Su Mumu's loud shouts sent them flying. At this moment, Di Lingyuan suddenly felt his lips and tongue dry. Even when asking Su Mumu if she wanted tea, his voice became particularly hoarse. His gaze towards Su Mumu became increasingly lingering. He realized there was something wrong with the powder the man in black had thrown. Seeing Di Lingyuan lost in thought, Su Mumu ignored him. She planned to go to sleep first. But Di Lingyuan put down his teacup and walked towards her. Di Lingyuan's behavior was clearly wrong, as if he had been drugged. While she was trying to recall when he had been affected, Di Lingyuan had already walked up to her. His voice calling her name was particularly seductive. "Mumu, I'm so hot." Di Lingyuan approached Su Mumu with feverish breath, muttering incoherently about feeling hot. Realizing Di Lingyuan was drugged, Su Mumu wanted to find a doctor for him, but he pounced on her directly. She thought she couldn't escape, but Di Lingyuan only pressed her pressure points. Then he buried his head in Su Mumu's neck. In Di Lingyuan's heart, he knew Su Mumu didn't like him yet, so he couldn't do anything to wrong her. He pressed her pressure points only because he feared she would resist. He just wanted to hold her for a while. Although Su Mumu wanted to resist, she could only comply since he had immobilized her. As a result, they slept until the next day. Sunlight shone on Su Mumu's face. She lazily yawned. Then she realized a fatal problem. Why am I in Di Lingyuan's bed? She immediately checked her clothes. Fortunately, she was still wearing last night's outfit. She sighed in relief that Di Lingyuan wasn't such a beast after all. A maid's voice came from the doorway, tentatively asking if Su Mumu was awake, saying she would come in to help her freshen up. Su Mumu immediately wanted to find a place to hide, not wanting anyone to see her in Di Lingyuan's bed. No amount of explaining would clear this up. Zhio casually remarked, "But you're already sharing a room, so what's the difference?" Then Zhio got beaten up again. With no choice, she had to let the waiting maids enter. Su Mumu sat at the dressing table, letting the maids help with her grooming. Zhio was giggling on the side. Su Mumu, already in a bad mood, asked what she was laughing about. Zhio suggested Su Mumu look in the mirror. When she saw the kiss marks all over her neck, Su Mumu's pupils dilated instantly. She quickly covered her neck and gestured for the two maids to leave. Even as the maids reached the door, their whispers about her neck could still be heard. But Su Mumu had no recollection of what happened last night. After getting ready, she went to the dining hall where Di Lingyuan was waiting. Su Mumu had thought Di Lingyuan wouldn't be there, but unexpectedly saw him as soon as she came out. Seeing Su Mumu, Di Lingyuan asked her to sit beside him. She walked over preoccupied, hoping Di Lingyuan wouldn't mention anything about last night. But just as she picked up her bowl, Di Lingyuan spoke. "Last night, Su Mumu used eating to hide her discomfort. I slept really well last night. Didn't you, royal uncle?" Di Lingyuan didn't say more, just following her lead. He softly hummed in agreement, recalling last night's events. Fortunately, he had sealed his senses while still clear-headed. Otherwise, he feared something might have happened. Turning his attention back to Su Mumu, he took out the medicine he had prepared and indicated he would help apply it. Su Mumu was confused. "Medicine? I'm not injured." Di Lingyuan pointed to his neck. "Are you sure?" Su Mumu's face instantly turned red. She quickly waved her hand, saying she could do it herself. No need to trouble royal uncle. Di Lingyuan first dabbed some medicine on his finger, then looked up asking if she could see it herself. Given the atmosphere, refusing further would be awkward. Su Mumu stiffly allowed Di Lingyuan to apply the medicine. The touch of his fingers made her feel electrified all over. After finishing, she politely thanked Di Lingyuan, then remembered. About yesterday's man in black, she asked if they had caught him. Di Lingyuan set aside his feelings for Su Mumu and asked if she knew who the man in black was. Su Mumu replied that he was the murderer who killed Madame Yu and 106 others. Upon hearing this, Di Lingyuan's brows furrowed tightly. "Why did you face such danger alone? Have you thought about what could have happened if I hadn't arrived in time?" Di Lingyuan had always kept Madame Yu's case in his heart for crossing tribulation. He had planned to tell Su Mumu after resolving it, but Su Mumu was surprised that he truly believed her words. Touched inside, she asked, "Aren't you afraid I might be lying?" Di Lingyuan's eyes were full of love for Su Mumu. "If you're deceiving me, I don't mind being deceived for a lifetime." Su Mumu was the first person to move Di Lingyuan's heart. Perhaps it was from their first forced kiss, or maybe even knowing her words might be lies. He still chose to believe firmly. Su Mumu's inner defenses were being broken down bit by bit. She couldn't understand how such a cold villain could speak words of love so easily. Di Lingyuan knew he was being a bit hasty, but there was plenty of time. The most important thing in moving someone's heart was sincerity. He would wait for the day Su Mumu would beckon him closer. After that, They began eating seriously. Di Lingyuan suddenly put down his chopsticks and told Su Mumu that yesterday's man in black had been caught. He also apologized for his rash behavior last night. Su Mumu felt there was no reason to blame him, since he was only affected by the drug while trying to save her. Taking this opportunity, Su Mumu quickly expressed her desire to go home, since the man in black had been caught. She put down her chopsticks and was about to leave, but Di Lingyuan casually said, "No more practice?" She had almost forgotten about that. Su Mumu felt utterly desperate. After meals, they went to the study room for calligraphy practice. As a person from the three-dimensional world, Su Mumu had no feeling for brush calligraphy. Looking at her messy writing, she weakly said to Di Lingyuan, "Royal uncle, there are many ways to humiliate someone. Why don't we try another method, like the military strategy you mentioned last time? That military strategy sounds good. Let's study that instead." Di Lingyuan could see the young girl was being petulant, but still held her hand, teaching her writing hand in hand. Su Mumu felt the burning temperature behind her, and with the marks all over her neck, felt even more embarrassed. She felt Di Lingyuan was doing this deliberately, and her face unconsciously turned red. Di Lingyuan pointed it out. "Your face is red. Are you hot? Please, it's only April. How hot could it be?" Di Lingyuan was clearly doing this on purpose. Su Mumu turned her head and said fiercely, "I'm not hot. I'm cold." Her temper made her even more adorable. Di Lingyuan moved closer to Mumu. "Does Royal Uncle need to hug you? A hug will warm you up." Su Mumu was rendered speechless by his words. What the hell? Is this really the ruthless, cold-blooded villain I created? System, come out. I need an explanation. The system's explanation was quite reasonable. The original character setting was based on a paper character, but now the setting had changed with Su Mumu's arrival. Besides, who would be ruthless to the woman they love? The truth was simple. Di Lingyuan was exactly what Su Mumu liked. The current version of Di Lingyuan understood her completely and expressed his love in the way she liked most. Su Mumu quickly defended herself. "But I like the elegant gentleman in white robes. The gentle and refined gentleman." The system replied that this wasn't a problem. It immediately changed Di Lingyuan's color scheme. This nearly killed Su Mumu. How could one resist someone who matched their ideal type in every way? When Di Lingyuan leaned down to embrace her, Su Mumu listened to her unusually rapid heartbeat. It was over. Di Lingyuan in white robes was so handsome it could cause nosebleeds. Just then, Zhio's teasing of Su Mumu was met with protest. Zhio had to use her trump card. "Don't you like the elegant, refined gentleman in white robes?" Then, Di Lingyuan, originally in black and purple robes looking like a villain, transformed into a warm gentleman in flowing white robes. Su Mumu's eyes were fixed on him, especially when he gently embraced her. Her inner defenses were gradually invaded. At this moment, Xing Shihuan arrived. Di Lingyuan was extremely displeased. Interrupting his moment, this friendship wasn't worth keeping. He gently released Su Mumu, saying, "Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow." Su Mumu softly replied, her blush showing no signs of fading. Going to meet Qin Shihuan, Di Lingyuan returned to his black and purple-robed self, his face expressing, "You better have important business, or this brotherhood ends here." He heard that Qin Shihuan came to deliver a message. The case of the 107 corpses had been solved. The emperor wanted to hold a banquet as a reward, and Di Lingyuan would need to attend. Di Lingyuan looked displeased. Just for this? He turned to leave without another word. Qin Shihuan was puzzled. Why was he acting like he'd eaten gunpowder? He quickly grabbed Di Lingyuan's shoulder. "Come on, brother. How long has it been and you're already impatient with me?" He hurriedly shared the most important news. In half a month would be the emperor's birthday banquet. Prince Talamu of North Ling was supposedly coming to celebrate, but actually came for Qin Yishur. Di Lingyuan's expression said, "What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with me?" Qin Shihuan wanted to slap him twice. "Are you really clueless or just pretending? East Ling has only one princess. How can you say this has nothing to do with you?" Di Lingyuan's expression finally changed. "You mean I should quickly marry the princess?" Qin Shihuan wanted to open his head to see if love had addled his brain. "Are you joking? I'm trying to make you give up early, brother. How can I watch you jump into the fire pit?" Xiao Jingyao is notoriously evil. Besides, with your current power and position, you could have any woman. "No." Di Lingyuan's answer remained concise. "I only want her." Xing Shihuan couldn't understand what was so good about Xiao Jingyao. Is liking him really worth it? Di Lingyuan recalled the inexplicable feeling when he first met Su Mumu. How can you measure love with worth? It seemed their existence was meant for each other. Looking at the dazed Qin Shihan, he said, single people wouldn't understand. I've only ever liked Su Mumu. Seeing his persuasion was futile, Qin Shihan gave up. I'm just here to warn you. Don't be clueless if your woman runs off with someone else. Di Lingyuan raised an eyebrow. The word wife is well used. Your mouth finally said something sensible. Qin Shihan was speechless. So I'm just seasoning for your romance? On the way back, Su Mumu's mind was full of Di Lingyuan. The feeling of his embrace still lingered. Thinking about it made her blush again. Her rapid heartbeat prompted Gio to mock her. Host, just admit it. You like Di Lingyuan. There's nothing wrong with liking someone. Su Mumu pointed at Gio and counterattacked. Are all systems this unprincipled? Don't you know some things are better left unsaid? Besides, he's so handsome. What's wrong with being attracted? It'd be weird not to be. Gio continued. Being attracted isn't enough. You need to act. Must you wait until it's too late to understand? Su Mumu worried that if she really got together with Di Lingyuan, could she still return to the three-dimensional world peacefully? Before she could think further, a sword greeting brought her back to reality. Su Mumu didn't even look at who it was, just waved them up. She was already troubled enough. Yu Jingshu watched the woman who didn't even glance at him, feeling blocked. Has she really lost all feelings for me? Looking at her retreating figure, wasn't this what he had dreamed of? Why did his heart feel so painful? Remembering his moments with Xiao Jingyao, who had once frankly asked him to be his consort, and who had asked during his studies, Jade Brother, am I not as good-looking as these books? Those calls of Jade Brother echoed clearly in his mind. But later, Xiao Jingyao seemed to change. He would loudly rebuke him for being presumptuous. He had also accused him of being arrogant, and had clearly stated that he, Xiao Jingyao, had no interest in Yu Jingshu. In anger, he punched the nearby pillar. Back in her room, Su Mumu wondered if there was any way to bring someone from the 2D world into the 3D world. Gio bluntly said, I think you're daydreaming. Then the system displayed a notification. The male lead's affection for the female lead Yi Qingsheng had dropped to 20%. Su Mumu clutched her head in despair. What happened? It was 40% before. At this rate, when would she complete the mission? Gio reminded her that the affection for Yi Qingsheng would only decrease when he fell for someone else. For example, though you deny being attracted to Di Lingyuan, your heart has already fallen for him. How would you feel if you suddenly saw Di Lingyuan being intimate with another woman? Su Mumu imagined it and felt an immediate sense of loss and sadness. Su Mumu suddenly understood. Yu Jingshu had realized his true feelings, that he actually liked Xiao Jingyao. What a player, Su Mumu scoffed with disdain. Back at the princess's mansion, she wanted to take a relaxing bath. Accidentally, Xiaojio saw her letting loose. But Xiaojio seemed to love this side of his royal sister even more. Xuanchuang had to remind her to mind her image. Su Mumu froze. Her image was completely ruined. She stammered an explanation about being tired from studying at the state preceptor's mansion. Xiaojio asked why she had to study all night. Why was this child so concerned? The state preceptor kept her there for her safety. Seeing him upset, she patted his head. Sorry, sister won't make you wait again. Xiaojio happened to look up and saw the marks on Su Mumu's neck. Sister, do you like the state preceptor? Su Mumu was speechless. Su Mumu was stunned by the ninth prince's question, because even now, she wasn't clear about her own feelings. Actually, the ninth prince just didn't want to lose Su Mumu's sisterly love. Noticing his little concern, Su Mumu patted his head. Brother will always be sister's good brother. Even if sister falls in love with someone, you'll always be sister's good brother. This answer somewhat satisfied the ninth prince. He then brought up Su Mumu's previous promise to take him boating. With the good weather now, to make her little brother happy, Su Mumu could even put aside the Fu family matters. Nothing's more important than making her brother happy. In Sinang Palace, a maid was helping the Empress Dowager change clothes. The Empress Dowager had arranged people to defile Su Mumu. But because the Crown Prince and State Preceptor Di Lingyuan went to Yunhai Pavilion and caught Murong Lilian trafficking humans, they were arrested by the Justice Department. This small matter's failure made the Empress Dowager think these people were useless. As for Shin Susu, who was close to Su Mumu, they would keep her for now. If she couldn't control her mouth, they would send her on her way. The next day was very sunny at Moon Lake. Su Mumu took the ninth prince there by boat, but she spotted a familiar boat. Still uncertain, she asked Xiao Shunzi if anyone else had come to the lake today. She learned that Di Lingyuan and Qin Shihan were also here. Sumumusaden ligerd harti laughter. Looking over, she saw 3 people sitting in a nearby pavilion, and across from Di Lingyuan sat a woman. Her heart felt an indescribable sourness. Lost in thought, she unconsciously walked towards them. Must one lose something to know its value? Only when Xuanzhao's footsteps sounded did Su Mumu snap out of her thoughts. She realized she had already walked up to the 3 of them. Seeing her approach, Di Lingyuan decisively extended his hand, gesturing for her to sit beside him. Just as she was about to step forward, the woman sitting across from Di Lingyuan stood up and curtsied. After her self-introduction, Su Mumu realized this woman was none other than Luo Ninshu, Qin Shihan's arranged match. The weight in her heart finally lifted, and she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Di Lingyuan gently took her hand. He pulled Su Mumu to sit beside him, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. This was the first time they'd been so intimate in public. Di Lingyuan thoughtfully offered her a cup of tea, having heard it was sweet and guessing she would like it. As for why he only heard about it, as mentioned before, Di Lingyuan had no sense of smell or taste. Everything he ate had been bland his entire life. As if having made some decision, Su Mumu gripped Di Lingyuan's hand back, their fingers intertwined, as if giving him strength. Su Mumu's initiative touched Di Lingyuan deeply. She had finally taken the initiative once. Di Lingyuan acted as if he was coaxing a child, making Su Mumu's face burn hot. The 9th prince watched their interaction with great displeasure. He disliked the state preceptor because he always made his sister's face turn bright red. Though yesterday when he asked Su Mumu if she liked Di Lingyuan, she said she didn't know, he could tell his sister really liked the state preceptor. Qin Shi couldn't stand their lovey-dovey behavior and stood up to leave, having said everything that needed to be said. The 9th prince took this opportunity to squeeze in and sit next to Su Mumu. This gave Su Mumu a feeling of being controlled. Just as she was about to say something to divert their attention, the 9th prince suddenly began coughing heavily. Su Mumu immediately patted his back, asking if he was all right. Xiao Shunzi told Su Mumu that the 9th prince had been weak lately, and the imperial physician had warned him not to catch wind. He wanted to say more, but was silenced by one look from the 9th prince. The 9th prince had disregarded his health just to go boating with Su Mumu. Su Mumu now felt very guilty. What if Xiaojio's condition worsened? Xiaojio knew Su Mumu liked the state preceptor, so he obediently decided to leave. As he left, he acted well-behaved, telling Su Mumu not to worry. Di Lingyuan silently watched their interaction. He even felt happy about Xiaojio's departure. Su Mumu carefully returned to her seat, shyly extending her small hand. She asked Di Lingyuan if he still wanted to hold hands. This surprising turn of events left Di Lingyuan stunned. Su Mumu immediately withdrew her hand in embarrassed anger, saying, "Fine, hold it or not. I don't care anymore." Di Lingyuan quickly caught his wife's hand and held it in his. "Of course I want to hold hands." In an instant, both were too shy to speak. Even Di Lingyuan, usually full of flirtatious words, had red ears. Su Mumu amusingly observed Di Lingyuan. To divert attention, Di Lingyuan asked if she wanted to go boating. His ears instantly stopped being red. On the boat, Su Mumu admired the lotus flowers covering the lake. She asked the boatman to get closer. Di Lingyuan worried she might fall in. He carefully protected her from the side. Seeing she couldn't reach, he reached out and picked one for her. Su Mumu thought Di Lingyuan was deliberately stealing her flower and turned to roar at him. Unexpectedly, due to gravity, their boats mysteriously bumped together. Realizing this, Su Mumu immediately stood up to leave, not knowing how to explain that it wasn't intentional. Di Lingyuan took over, calmly saying he did it on purpose, leaning closer to Su Mumu. He asked if he could kiss her. After so many kisses, today he was formally asking permission. Silence means consent. Di Lingyuan held Su Mumu's head and gave her a passionate kiss, his hand around her waist tightening as if trying to merge her into his body. No matter how many times they kissed, Su Mumu still found herself breathless from his kisses. Di Lingyuan reluctantly released her, wiping the moisture from her lips. "How can you be so clumsy?" Still not knowing how to breathe properly. Then he gently placed the freshly picked lotus flower in Su Mumu's hand. At this moment, Su Mumu believed in peaceful times. If only time could stand still. But once she leaves this place, everything will return to normal. and Di Lingyuan won't remember her. Would he be this caring and protective with other women? The mere thought made Su Mumu's heart ache. Di Lingyuan wanted to suggest getting something good to eat, but turning his head, he found Su Mumu wiping tears from her face. Di Lingyuan worriedly asked what was wrong. Su Mumu rubbed her eyes, saying it was just sand. Nothing serious. But Di Lingyuan gently cupped her cheeks. Royal uncle will blow it away. He pursed his thin lips and gently blew on her eyes. Seeing her staring intently at him, Di Lingyuan gently lifted Su Mumu's chin. Mumu, staring at my lips like this, can I assume you want to kiss me? Su Mumu's answer was very firm. Without any hesitation, I do want to kiss you. After speaking, she actively leaned in and kissed Di Lingyuan. If these memories can only be mine alone, why shouldn't I follow my heart? When they separated, Su Mumu seemed to have understood many things. Her face was red, and she dared not meet Di Lingyuan's eyes. Di Lingyuan's voice came from above. Mumu, we've kissed and embraced. Shouldn't you give me a proper title now? He whispered intimately in Su Mumu's ear. Wife, your husband wants to hear you call him husband. Su Mumu, who only wanted a casual romance, felt this was moving too fast. Who could have imagined that the villain she created would now be acting coquettishly with her? She really just wanted a simple romance. Di Lingyuan kept calling wife repeatedly. Su Mumu wished she could glue his mouth shut. If Xiao Shunzi and Xianzhao heard this, where would she hide her face? Di Lingyuan assured her they wouldn't dare to listen. Sure enough, the two people at the bow simultaneously turned their heads away. Both gave themselves a thumbs up for their cleverness. Xianzhao also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The two looked at each other wordlessly. Unexpectedly, Di Lingyuan became more excessive. It seemed that unless Su Mumu called him husband today, he would keep pestering her. Xiao Shunzi and the other person only wished they had the power to vanish on the spot. Su Mumu swore she didn't know Di Lingyuan was this kind of person, yet her face inexplicably turned red again. Seeing her blushing, Di Lingyuan stopped teasing her. He just leaned close to Su Mumu's ear, nuzzled her cheek, and said she could call him that when they're alone. Then, unable to resist, he planted a quick kiss on Su Mumu's cheek. It was simply unbearable. Suddenly remembering Di Lingyuan had to attend the emperor's banquet today, she quickly pushed him away, reminding him he could go now. But Di Lingyuan gently embraced Su Mumu, saying the emperor's banquet wasn't as important as being with his wife. I want to spend more time with you. Su Mumu's maiden heart was filled completely by Di Lingyuan. At this time, the banquet was in full swing with song and dance. Yu Jingshu looked like someone who had lost in love. His mind was full of Su Mumu. Her way of keeping him at a distance made him very frustrated inside. His behavior, in others' eyes, looked like drowning sorrows after being rejected by the princess. Who had ever seen someone drink wine like water at the emperor's banquet? Di Lingyuan's arrival made Yu Jingshu even more displeased. Already holding a high position and deeply trusted by the emperor, with such status he could have any woman he wanted. Why did he have to compete for Xiao Jingyao? Di Lingyuan looked at Yu Jingshu, thinking, he's not as good-looking as me, doesn't have as good a figure as me, and even his official position is lower than mine. What did that girl Su Mumu see in this guy before? He proudly turned his head away, no longer looking at him. In this world except for me, Di Lingyuan, no one deserves Mumu. Yu Jingshu actually used Di Lingyuan's name to try to see Su Mumu through character transmission. Just now at the banquet, Di Lingyuan only gave Yu Jingshu a meaningful look. Then he took his seat according to the emperor's wishes. But Di Lingyuan, who had just found love, started thinking about his little princess Mumu as soon as he sat down. He wondered what she was doing now. At this time, Su Mumu was at the princess's mansion, worrying about the locust plague in the north. She couldn't think of a good solution for the moment. Suddenly, she sneezed heavily. Rubbing her nose, she thought someone must be talking about her. Xiao Shunzi inexplicably waved his hands, indicating it wasn't him. Su Mumu looked at him with disdain. I know it's not you. I'm a bit hungry. Go to the kitchen and bring some walnuts. Su Mumu felt she hadn't worked this hard, even when taking the college entrance exam in the third dimension. She needed to eat some walnuts to replenish her energy. She turned to see her best friend drinking walnut milk with relish while saying that no amount of walnuts would help someone with a slow brain. Su Mumu just quietly watched him drink his walnut milk, smiling without speaking. Zio suddenly felt the walnut milk in his hand wasn't so appealing anymore. A pigeon suddenly flew in front of them. In Zio's eyes, he saw a feast. Su Mumu gave him a smack on the head. "Are you starving? Can't you see it's a carrier pigeon?" Her best friend said now that the carrier pigeon had delivered its message, it had no more value. It would be better used to fill their stomachs, as roasted pigeon was the most delicious food in the world. While removing the message from the pigeon's foot, Su Mumu warned Zio, "Keep talking, and I'll eat you first." Opening the letter in her hand, she found it was an acrostic poem. Di Lingyuan said in the letter he would wait for her at the city tower. Su Mumu immediately became overjoyed. She started thinking about what clothes to wear when meeting Di Lingyuan, but then she thought carefully. She had never sent Di Lingyuan a carrier pigeon, yet this pigeon knew him. This pigeon, in the original text, only Xiao Jingyao had sent it to Yu Jingshu. Realizing something was wrong, could this letter be from Yu Jingshu? Without another word, she gave the pigeon to Chiyu to eat. Meeting a scumbag was really unlucky. Di Lingyuan would never write such a vulgar letter to her. Suddenly, a swaying figure appeared behind her, slowly approaching Su Mumu. Reeking of alcohol, he collapsed directly onto Su Mumu. The villain boss might not write love letters, but he would climb walls to find his wife's bed. Di Lingyuan smelled of alcohol. Drunkenly, he found his way to Su Mumu's chamber. He precisely embraced his beloved. However, Di Lingyuan's build was too large, and Su Mumu couldn't help him up for a moment. He kept saying, "Wife, and I finally found you." Seeing how drunk he was, Su Mumu asked if he could still walk. Though drunk, Di Lingyuan could still respond fluently, saying he couldn't go back as he couldn't find his way home. With no choice, Su Mumu had to let him stay. With great effort, she helped him to the bed. Just as she was about to turn away, Di Lingyuan grabbed her hand. Looking at her pitifully, he said, "Don't go. Stay and sleep with me, please." A level 3 alert went off in Su Mumu's mind. Was sleep what she thought it meant? But she was overthinking it. Di Lingyuan simply wanted to hold her while sleeping. Though she said it was fine, you could see Su Mumu was a little disappointed. Su Mumu kicked off her shoes and got into bed. Di Lingyuan pulled her into his embrace, still murmuring wife. After he fell asleep, Su Mumu opened her eyes. With someone having such contrasting sides, it's normal for me to have some thoughts, right? Holding Di Lingyuan's neck, she placed a kiss on his forehead. Di Lingyuan slept until the next day. Opening his eyes, he found himself not in his own bed. Remembering being made to drink by the emperor last night, his brows furrowed tightly, wondering if he had done anything inappropriate. But then he saw Su Mumu appearing before him, perfectly fine. He figured if he had really done anything, Su Mumu wouldn't be able to walk. Finally relieved, he noticed Su Mumu's face growing hot under his gaze. Di Lingyuan moved closer to Su Mumu. His intimate breath fell on her face. "Mumu, where are my clothes?" Su Mumu quickly explained. "You smelled of alcohol last night, so I had Xiao Shunzi help remove them. I just brought fresh clothes for you." Di Lingyuan showed his gratitude to Su Mumu with action, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Su Mumu shyly pushed him away. "I'll go out first. You change your clothes." Xiao Shunzi suddenly rushed forward to report that the crown prince, 4th prince, and 5th prince had arrived. In her panic, Su Mumu hid Di Lingyuan in the wardrobe. It would be terrible if they saw him. Di Lingyuan couldn't understand her behavior. Su Mumu didn't forget to stuff his clothes into the wardrobe too. Di Lingyuan's face fell. "Am I that unseemly to be seen?" Su Mumu leaned in and kissed his lips. She knew how to comfort people before Di Lingyuan could properly savor it. The wardrobe was closed. What could he do? Just pamper his woman as she wished. When her brothers arrived, they first asked if Su Mumu had breakfast. Su Mumu felt very nervous and asked why they came. The 4th prince said they just missed her, as she left without greeting them the other day. They were quite worried. Suddenly seeing the hangover soup on the table, they curiously asked Su Mumu what it was. Su Mumu thought, "It's over. I should have put this in the wardrobe too." to prevent her brothers from discovering Di Lingyuan. She had forcefully stuffed him into the wardrobe. Only by initiatively kissing Di Lingyuan did he settle down. But she forgot about the hangover soup she had brought. When her fourth brother picked up the bowl of hangover soup, Su Mumu wished she could pour it over his head. She lied that she felt emotional last night and drank a bit, so she had a headache this morning and asked Xiao Shunzi to bring hangover soup. The crown prince had a "are you kidding me" expression. Drinking late at night? Su Mumu crossed her arms. Yes, I like drinking at night. What's wrong with that? Her brothers were utterly shocked by her attitude. Their sister was truly rebellious. The fourth prince took the hangover soup while advising Su Mumu that drinking was harmful. You should drink less. Then he handed the strong-smelling hangover soup to Su Mumu. Drink it quickly. His manner seemed like he was sending Su Mumu to her death. To maintain the lie, Su Mumu lifted the bowl and downed it in one go. The feeling was indescribable. It tasted awful, almost choked her. She thought they would leave after she drank it. The fourth prince rubbed his sore waist and was about to leave when he saw Su Mumu's expectant look. He thought his sister was reluctant to see them go, so he sat down again. Since Yao Yao doesn't want us to leave, we'll stay a while longer. Su Mumu was about to die from anger. Are you leaving or not? I'll release the dogs if you don't. The fourth prince cleared his throat and got to the point. About her marriage, he asked how she was getting along with the national preceptor. Su Mumu said it was fine, completely stunned. The crown prince's next words were absolutely shocking. He actually asked Su Mumu if Ling Yuan could accept Yu Jingshu's existence. The reason was that Uncle Yu Jing got drunk last night and shouted his name on the city wall all night. Su Mumu despised her male protagonist for the nth time. How embarrassing. But what did it matter to her if he called out his name? The fourth prince smiled mischievously. How is it not your business? Didn't you say before that you wanted 3,000 male concubines? Tell your brother honestly, which of these two do you like more? What nonsense about 3,000 male concubines? Di Lingyuan must have heard it. Oh no. The fourth prince noticed movement in the wardrobe. He wanted to check it out. Su Mumu deterred him by mentioning her pet white mice. Opening the wardrobe, she saw Di Lingyuan's face as black as a pot bottom. 3,000 male concubines? Yao Yao, you have quite an appetite. Am I not enough for you? The fourth prince was terrified of mice, so he didn't check and left with the crown prince. If he stayed longer, the fourth prince felt he'd be covered in mice. But the fifth prince hesitated to leave. Well, people who lived in military camps were indeed different. Nervously asked if he wanted to look, but the fifth prince asked if she truly liked him. Su Mumu thought of that jealous man. The man she chose. Even if he's a jar of vinegar, she had to cherish him. She nodded and smiled. Though he's quite annoying sometimes, I truly like him. If you like him, take good care of him. I'll help speak to Crown Prince and Imperial Brother. After everyone left, Su Mumu finally exhaled. It was really difficult to handle. Suddenly, a hand pulled Su Mumu into the wardrobe with lightning speed. Then from the wardrobe came Su Mumu's muffled voice. The villain was truly inhuman. Pulling Su Mumu into the wardrobe, he left several bite marks on her neck, making it impossible for Su Mumu to focus on reading. Seriously, was Di Lingyuan born in the year of the dog? His bites were so fierce. Xiao Shunzi originally wanted to bring her some mung bean cakes from the kitchen, but when he saw the obvious bite marks on Su Mumu's neck, he felt his life might be in danger. Would the princess silence him? The national preceptor was too wild, wanting to remind her about the marks on her neck. Su Mumu said it wasn't a big deal. Later, she'd just apply some bruise healing ointment. Xiao Shunzi timidly spoke up. Princess, don't you have anything else to tell me? Su Mumu was confused. What to say? After thinking hard, she remembered something. Her brothers now knew she liked white mice. She instructed Xiao Shunzi. Buy 2 more mice later. Xiao Shunzi had really thought the princess would silence him, or at least give some warnings. But Su Mumu said she trusted him, and only gave suggestions about today's mung bean cakes. Xiao Shunzi immediately knelt down, promising to be forever loyal and devoted to her. Su Mumu looked at him amusedly. I know your loyalty, but about the mung bean cakes, tell the kitchen to use less sugar next time. For this retest, Shin Susu wanted to find a chance to secretly place the test answers in Su Mumu's room, hypocritically saying that last time at Cloud Sea Pavilion, he had left early due to a sudden stomachache. When he returned, everyone was gone. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Su Mumu just quietly watched his act. I'm a dignified princess. What could happen to me? Shinsusu clearly saw her eat the candy back then, but Su Mumu was fine. Luckily, the Empress Dowager had other plans. Just hide the retest answers in Su Mumu's room. Then even if she passes the exam, as a foreign princess caught cheating, thinking of this, Shinsusu's lips curled into a smile. With all her schemes written on her face, Su Mumu and Ji Yu just silently watched her perform. In the original story, Xiao Jingyao was caught cheating in the exam. This incident caused a stir about legitimacy, destabilizing Eastling's foundation. Xiao Jingyao was punished to guard the imperial tomb for 3 years. But Shinsusu's plan was likely to fail. Xiao Shunzi first saw Di Lingyuan approaching. Shinsusu was immediately enchanted, even surpassing the crown prince in her heart. Su Mumu's, why are you here again? Di Lingyuan walked to her side irritably. Coming to see you and check your studies. Am I not welcome? Seeing Di Lingyuan's attitude towards Su Mumu, Shinsusu felt as sour as eating a lemon. Unbearably sour, in front of Di Lingyuan. She deliberately mentioned Yu Jingshu. Yao Yao, I heard General Yu is lovesick for you. He's even fallen ill. With such a devoted man, won't you go see him? Su Mumu was utterly speechless. What illness? Even if Yu Jingshu died, what does it have to do with me? Seeing her silence, Shinsusu thought her words had made Su Mumu guilty. Unexpectedly, Di Lingyuan slowly stood up, asking coldly, Who are you? You're not worthy to use the princess's pet name. Keep stirring up trouble, and I'll have your tongue cut out. Shinsusu fearfully backed away, bumping into Xianzhao. The doctor and princess have matters to discuss. Outsiders, please leave. Shinsusu was so frightened she immediately ran away. When no one was around, Su Mumu had a mischievous thought. She leaned against Di Lingyuan, acting coquettishly like a kitten. Di Lingyuan was so surprised he couldn't speak. Su Mumu stroked Di Lingyuan's chin. Little mouse, do you like it when I talk like this? Originally wanting to tease him, she ended up being teased instead. When Su Mumu's body leaned against Di Lingyuan, he had already thought of names for their children. Seeing her faintly visible lilac tongue, Di Lingyuan's breathing grew heavier. Since Mumu's tongue isn't speaking properly, let Uncle examine it. He lowered his head and kissed her. Su Mumu roared internally. This wasn't my ultimate goal. After just a moment of kissing, Di Lingyuan released her. Any more, and things will get out of hand. Su Mumu's gaze at him threatened to reignite the just dampened fire. Seeming to understand his meaning, Su Mumu instinctively covered her mouth. No more, it's getting annoying. Di Lingyuan amusedly looked at his beloved in his arms. Why is Mumu so shy? Su Mumu played with Di Lingyuan's clothes. Bashfully asked, Uncle, now that we've kissed, what exactly is our relationship? In modern times, this would be totally a domineering CEO falls in love with me plot, though she hadn't really heard Di Lingyuan seriously confess. Di Lingyuan looked at her helplessly. So all this time, you've treated my feelings as just playing around? I guess I haven't expressed myself clearly enough. As he spoke, he held Su Mumu's hand and pressed it more firmly against himself. Su Mumu quickly said, Clear. You've expressed yourself very clearly. Only then did Di Lingyuan relent, moving closer to Su Mumu, looking seriously into his eyes. Good that you understand. But I don't like you calling me Uncle Wang anymore. Just call me by my name from now on. This put Su Mumu in a difficult position. Calling someone by their name felt so embarrassing. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Seeing his hesitation, Di Lingyuan mischievously said, If Mumu doesn't want to call my name, calling me husband is also acceptable. That's even more embarrassing. Su Mumu closed his eyes and loudly called out, Ayuan, then buried himself in Di Lingyuan's embrace. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Di Lingyuan lovingly stroked his head. Good. Our Mumu is so obedient. This man actually thought about checking studies during intimate moments. As one of the chief examiners for this retest, if Di Lingyuan could help, it would save a lot of trouble. He falsely claimed he dreamed that the exam questions were leaked, and all wealthy young masters in the capital had bought the answers, getting perfect scores, pushing out those who studied hard. Di Lingyuan didn't find his words absurd, but instead asked how he would handle this situation. Su Mumu answered seriously, To minimize losses, the best solution is to draft new questions. But here's the problem. The emperor personally selects the questions. Getting his approval to change them is another issue. Di Lingyuan leaned on Su Mumu's shoulder, saying he'd tell him what to do in exchange for a kiss. This move was incredible. Di Lingyuan thought he was being shy and sighed helplessly. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. He cupped Su Mumu's face and kissed him deeply again. After parting, he answered Su Mumu's earlier question. Every year, 2 sets of exam questions are prepared in case of emergencies. Su Mumu still didn't understand. Don't we still need Father Emperor's approval for the second set? Di Lingyuan shamelessly tried to kiss him again, but Su Mumu covered his mouth. Don't take advantage and still act coy. Di Lingyuan said he was just being shy. Su Mumu raised an eyebrow. I'm not shy. He covered Di Lingyuan's eyes, his voice alluring. I heard that in darkness, one's sense of touch is heightened. Would a Yuan like to try? Di Lingyuan's heartbeat immediately quickened, his ears reddening as he told him to stop teasing. Su Mumu amusedly looked at Di Lingyuan's ears. Is a Yuan so easily flustered? Di Lingyuan covered Su Mumu's eyes in return, not wanting him to see his embarrassment. Su Mumu cupped his face, feeling the burning heat under his palms. You're clearly embarrassed, but won't admit it. Finally seeing Di Lingyuan shy, Su Mumu felt particularly playful. He freely caressed him everywhere. Di Lingyuan warned he'd get angry if this continued, but couldn't hide his smile. Nearby, Xianzhao was forced to witness their lovey-dovey behavior. You're about to laugh yourself silly, and you call that being angry? Xuanzhao's cough nearly scared Su Mumu's soul out of his body. He really hadn't expected a third person was there. Di Lingyuan pulled him into his embrace. He coldly asked Xianzhao what he wanted. Xianzhao was just a timekeeper, reminding Di Lingyuan it was time to return. Di Lingyuan irritably told him to wait outside. Only then did Xianzhao withdraw. Looking at Su Mumu again, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. It's over, my image is completely ruined. Di Lingyuan looked at him amusedly. Mumu can continue what you were doing earlier. I like seeing you blush for me. Su Mumu pushed Di Lingyuan's hand away. You're completely unreasonable. Seeing the little cat show its claws, Di Lingyuan spoke seriously. About the dream, I'll have people investigate. As for the second set of exam papers, they're already with me. If the dream proves true, I'll handle it. Su Mumu couldn't believe he would trust such an absurd story. Di Lingyuan just looked down at him fondly. Su Mumu told Di Lingyuan about dreaming that someone had switched the written exam papers. Unexpectedly, Di Lingyuan trusted him unconditionally. But thinking back to when he claimed to be a fairy from heaven, and Di Lingyuan believed it without hesitation, it wasn't surprising that he would believe this dream. Di Lingyuan gently played with a strand of Su Mumu's hair. But if Mumu is willing to sacrifice his charm to seduce me, I might just hand over the answers. Would Mumu like to consider it? Hearing this, Su Mumu was completely shocked. You want to help me cheat? He immediately pushed Di Lingyuan away. I finally got a chance to prove myself. If I really cheated, wouldn't I be no different from those wealthy young masters who bought the exam questions? After all this preparation, I must at least try. Di Lingyuan lovingly patted Su Mumu's head. As expected of my woman, truly ambitious. I'll await your good news. 3 days later, at the Imperial Academy entrance, Su Mumu was mumbling answers at the entrance, afraid of forgetting them. A sharp, harsh voice disrupted his concentration. Well, if it isn't Princess Jingyao. Fengwen hasn't seen the princess for a while. Is the princess really studying? Another character who died by his hands in the original story. Su Mumu looked at Li Fengwen meaningfully. Originally, the Empress Dowager had planned for Princess Jingyao to marry into Northern Ling, but in the end, the marriage candidate became her own niece. Li Fengwen died suddenly on the way to Northern Ling. Su Mumu's gaze made Li Fengwen very uncomfortable. What's with that look? Su Mumu lifted Li Fengwen's chin. What are you afraid of? This princess doesn't eat people. Li Fengwen dodged his hand, defending herself. Who would fear a useless princess like you? This is already your second exam. You'll soon become heaven's shame. Falling, Su Mumu grabbed Li Fengwen's neck. Useless princess? Heaven's shame? Li Fengwen remained stubborn. Isn't it true? Everyone here sees you that way. When Su Mumu's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, no one dared to speak. Su Mumu released Li Fengwen and addressed everyone present. You're all so eloquent, usually so happy to insult me. But now, not one of you dares to stand by your words. He proudly surveyed the crowd. I know what kind of person I am in your eyes. But isn't acknowledging mistakes and changing the greatest virtue? What if this princess wants to change? At these words, everyone became even more speechless. Su Mumu helplessly raised 3 fingers to the sky, vowing, "From today, I'll reform myself and correct my past mistakes." As for the results, let's see how this test goes. Li Fenghan frowned at her, not knowing what game she was playing this time. From a distance, Yu Jingshu watched this increasingly radiant woman, with only himself knowing the bitterness in his heart. Yi Qingcheng came out to test the waters, hearing he was working hard, and specially brought tea and snacks to help him relieve fatigue. Uncle Yu Jing directly refused. Yi Qingcheng noticed Uncle Yu Jing's favorability had mysteriously dropped to 20% recently, and he showed signs of rejection. To find out the problem, Yi Qingcheng invited him to go out together. He was rejected again by Uncle Yu Jing, who stated he already had someone in his heart and couldn't go out with her. Yi Qingcheng asked confusedly if it was Princess Jingyao. Uncle Yu Jing admitted it directly. Yi Qingcheng mocked internally. What a pathetic person. She can't even stand looking at you now, yet you're still pining for her. Suddenly smirking, she sneered, "But I'm now the female protagonist of this novel. No one said Yu Jingshu must be my male lead." Yi Qingcheng had wanted to invite Yu Jingshu out, but unexpectedly, he rejected her using the excuse of having someone in his heart. Yi Qingcheng left tearfully, pretending to wish him happiness and not disturb him anymore, but turned around and started cursing Yu Jingshu in her heart. "Without my help, you'll remain just a small general until death. How dare you look down on me?" But thinking about becoming the wife of a minister, her previously low mood immediately brightened. "By then, Uncle Yu Jing will have to curry favor with me." Di Lingyuan's carriage remained parked outside the exam venue, waiting to inquire with Xianzhao. Learning there was still a cup of tea's time until the end, Di Lingyuan began to rest with his eyes closed. At this time, Yi Qingcheng blocked the carriage's path, constantly calling out "Doctor." Xianzhao sternly drove her away. Yi Qingcheng thought vengefully about dealing with Xianzhao after she conquered Di Lingyuan. Disturbed by the noise, Di Lingyuan asked, "Xianzhao, what dog is barking?" When Di Lingyuan's voice came out, Yi Qingcheng almost swooned, finding it incredibly attractive. She even started fantasizing about being imprisoned by Di Lingyuan. During scenes of whipping, Yi Qingcheng interrupted Xuanzhao's response, saying she had something to tell him. Di Lingyuan lifted the curtain and coldly looked at her. "So you're the one looking for me." Di Lingyuan speaking to her made Yi Qingcheng feel elated. But unexpectedly, Di Lingyuan's next words were telling her to get lost. Yi Qingcheng looked incredulous. "I'm the female lead, Yi Qingcheng," the woman Di Lingyuan tried so hard to obtain. Why was he so cold? Seeing Di Lingyuan about to close the curtain again, Yi Qingcheng shouted, "My lord, aren't you curious about how Princess Jingyao is entangled with General Yu behind your back?" Di Lingyuan's hand stopped, looking at Yi Qingcheng like she was an idiot. Thinking she had struck a chord, she began embellishing, saying Princess Jingyao didn't really like him. It was just a ploy to make Uncle Yu like her more. Di Lingyuan showed a mocking smile, but spoke to Su Mumu behind her. "Mumu, she says you don't like me. I'm so heartbroken." Hearing Mumu's name, Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly. Who the hell was that? From the corner of her eye, she saw someone walk behind her, frightening her so much she forgot all her prepared lines. Su Mumu expressed great interest in what she had just said and wanted her to elaborate further. But Di Lingyuan didn't want him talking to irrelevant people, so he pulled him into the carriage. Yi Qingcheng watched their intertwined hands, grinding her back teeth in anger. Di Lingyuan directly ordered Xianzhao to clear the scene. Yi Qingcheng still wanted to go up and speak, but Xianzhao grabbed her by the neck and threw her away. "A good dog should know its way. You're blocking the noble one's path." Yi Qingcheng watched helplessly as the carriage left, her heart full of unrequited love for Di Lingyuan. Meanwhile, Su Mumu looked at Di Lingyuan's face, clicking his tongue repeatedly. This face really attracted butterflies and bees. Noticing the gaze, Di Lingyuan softly asked what was wrong. Su Mumu awkwardly turned away. "Can I look at someone handsome?" Di Lingyuan amusingly pulled him into his arms. "What's wrong with being handsome? Isn't it my face that Mumu likes? And this face belongs only to you. Aren't you happy?" The system thoughtfully listed many cheesy pickup lines for Su Mumu. Though feeling embarrassed, Su Mumu cleared his throat and said, "Royal uncle, do you know the difference between you and the moon?" Di Lingyuan tilted his head in confusion. Then Su Mumu smiled and said, "The difference is the moon is in the sky, but you are in my heart." Di Lingyuan was momentarily stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh and casually asked, "Then Mumu, Do you know why I'm always so confident in everything I do? Sumumulukpasid, dilingyuan linding closer. Because I'm missing your kiss. He lowered his head and kissed those luscious lips. Su Mumu was completely defeated. What would happen if a novel's villain became a live-in son-in-law in the real world? Su Mumu hadn't expected that his attempt to tease Di Lingyuan with cheesy pickup lines would backfire, and he even said he could say more if Su Mumu wanted to hear more. Su Mumu even began to suspect if Di Lingyuan had said these things to other women before. But Di Lingyuan explained that he learned these lines from Qin Shihan. He swore that in this life, next life, and previous life, he only had Su Mumu. Spending time with Qin Shihan daily, he naturally picked up some things. Su Mumu now really regretted not killing off Qin Shihan in the book. Meanwhile, Qin Shihan sneezed heavily. He rubbed his nose in confusion, sure that someone was cursing him behind his back. A servant came to report that Miss Luo Nianshu refused to eat. Qin Shihan first said, "Let her starve if she wants," but the next second ordered all the food to be moved to Qingfeng Pillar, which was Luo Nianshu's residence. At Qingfeng Pillar, no matter how many times Qin Shihan looked, he was still attracted to Luo Nianshu. When Qin Shihan moved there, Luo Nianshu lost interest in viewing the scenery and turned to leave. Qin Shihan immediately used his status as her savior to intimidate her. Hearing this, Luo Nianshu became furious, lifted her skirt, showing him the chains on her ankles. "If this is what you call saving me, then I really must thank you." Qin Shihan's face darkened. Using his fan to lift her chin, he coldly said, "Your father killed my entire family. Sparing your life is already merciful, letting you live well in the Qin mansion. If this isn't being your savior, what is? I finally found a bird that suits my taste. Of course, I'll do my best to keep it by my side." Luo Nianshu disgustedly pulled her hand away from Qin Shihan's grasp. But Qin Shihan suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "You seem to have lost weight lately. You need to eat more." Then, Qin Shihan ordered the servants to bring up the food. Seeing Luo Nianshu still resisting, he used her father's last words to threaten her into compliance. Luo Nianshu took out the white cloth that Xing Jihan had given her during their last lake outing. "How many more times do you want to use this excuse?" She threw the cloth on the ground, indicating that she would never believe him again. Qin Shihan casually picked up the white cloth and took out another piece from his chest. Luo Nianshu immediately recognized the other cloth, which belonged to her father. In her excitement, she reached out to grab it. Xing Shihan took the opportunity to embrace her again. "I didn't expect Miss Luo to be so eager to throw herself into my arms. But this belongs to me now. If you want it, you'll have to obey me." He lifted her up in his arms. "The first thing is to eat properly." The scene shifts to the princess's mansion. Little Shunzi brought delicious snacks to the princess and found her still studying hard. Looking closer, he was immediately confused. These were like strange symbols. To protect the plot and prevent others from knowing, Su Mumu chose to write in English. The current female lead Yi Qingsheng was no longer the cutie she had written. Trying to match her with Yu Jingshu to help return to the 3D world seemed unrealistic now. Suddenly thinking of Di Lingyuan, how nice it would be to lure him to the 3D world as a live-in son-in-law. Her fantasy was interrupted by Xuan Shuang's urgent voice. Many scholars gathered at the palace gate, claiming the princess had bribed the examiners and had all the answers. They were demanding to see the princess. Su Mumu was already prepared. She hadn't expected these people to be so impatient. She stood up, a smile curling at her lips. "Then let's see what kind of trouble these people can stir up." Su Mumu was just thinking about how to lure Di Lingyuan back to the 3D world, when people came looking for trouble under the banner of eliminating public harm. At the princess's mansion gate, scholars who had finished the exam were shouting, "We studied hard for 10 years for this exam." Yet the current princess openly bribed the examiners and bought the answers. How can such a vicious woman be worthy of being our Dongling's princess? The crowd below the platform immediately echoed in agreement. When the princess's voice came from behind, people fell silent due to her notorious reputation. But when they saw the elegant and graceful princess before them, she was completely different from what they had heard in rumors. They doubted whether the person before them was really the princess, proving that rumors cannot be fully trusted. Although this scholar felt the princess before them was different from the rumors, thinking of the exam, he still questioned why she, as a foreign princess, would bribe the examiners. Pointing to another scholar, Zhang Yuan, he claimed that the exam answers he saw at the public assembly hall today were identical to their test questions. Su Mumu smiled and retorted, "Did you see the answers yourself? Or what?" Then people started pushing responsibility onto each other. Seeing things getting out of control, the scholar stubbornly said, "Even if we didn't see it with our own eyes, it can't be fake." Su Mumu took a deep breath before speaking slowly. "I know that no matter how I explain it now, you'll all think I'm fabricating evidence. So before coming here, I reported this matter to the Imperial Court, Yujing Department, and Xingxi Chamber. Even with all my connections, I couldn't possibly collude with all three departments. Tomorrow at noon, I will accept a public trial at the Imperial Court. If you're interested, you can all come and listen." Since the princess was willing to accept a public trial, some people began to waver, but others still felt she was trying to divert attention from her guilt. Su Mumu's gaze sharpened as she looked at the troublemakers below. "Furthermore, I'll state once again, even if the emperor breaks the law, he faces the same punishment as common people. Our Donglan law is not just empty words, and no one is allowed to slander it." As soon as she finished speaking, two ladies from below immediately stood up to express their trust in her. Su Mumu smiled knowingly. "I won't disappoint everyone." The current princess was accused of bribing examiners to buy answers, but little did they know that with her god's perspective, she already knew everything. After all, she was the author of this book. She had already reported this matter to the three departments and accepted a court trial. The emperor had been worried about this matter, but when he learned that his daughter hadn't cowered and instead bravely stood up to face it, the emperor was pleased. "Truly worthy of being my daughter." The Empress Dowager looked worried. "Standing up is good, but if this girl really cheated, I'm afraid it won't end well." The emperor, protective of his daughter, quickly explained, "Mother, Jing Yao is my daughter. I know her character better than anyone. Even if she's spoiled, she wouldn't do such underhanded things." The Empress Dowager sneered. "The entire Xiao family is treacherous and cunning. What good character could Xiao Jingyao have?" Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager said she needed to take her medicine and left. After walking a short distance, the Empress Dowager asked Nanny Li how things were going with Shinsusu. Nanny Li was startled and replied with lowered head. Shinsusu said the princess's mansion was too heavily guarded, and she couldn't plant the answers. The Empress Dowager became furious. "Completely useless. If I hadn't considered her close relationship with Xiao Jingyao, why would I use her to deal with Xiao Jingyao?" Then she ordered Nanny Li to bring Shinsusu, as she had other tasks for her. While people gathered at the imperial court, hoping to see the princess make a fool of herself, Su Mumu arrived with Di Lingyuan. The princess's first appearance stirred everyone's hearts. They all whispered that marrying a princess like her would make life complete. Di Lingyuan's sharp ears caught these words. Unhappily stepping in front of Su Mumu, he said, "I think they're coveting my position." Su Mumu was confused. "What position?" The next second, Di Lingyuan wrapped his arm around her waist, his voice magnetic and husky. He whispered in Su Mumu's ear, "The position of prince consort, of course." This behavior made everyone present scream with excitement, discussing how perfect they were together. Princess Jingyao's case requesting a trial by the three departments soon began. The arrested Shinsusu was still shouting that the princess had instructed her to help with cheating. As Shinsusu was Princess Jingyao's close friend, everyone believed the princess had cheated. Su Mumu snorted coldly. Stepping forward to Shinsusu, she said, "You say I instructed you to do this. Then when and where did I tell you?" Shinsusu stuttered, unable to give a clear answer. However, when the Minister of Justice produced the alleged answers, Shinsusu firmly stated that those were the exam answers given under the princess's instigation. She repeatedly confirmed that she had copied all the characters herself. But Shinsusu never expected that these answers were actually fake. When the Minister of Justice took the answers and had the scholars present verify them, the answers didn't match the exam questions. Shinsusu stared at the answers in shock. "Fake answers? The Empress Dowager gave me wrong answers." Di Lingyuan's favorability successfully reached 100%. Just now, the answers provided by Shinsusu were quickly proven fake by those present. Di Lingyuan also revealed the already switched corpse. Now even Imperial scholar Di Lingyuan confirmed that Shinsusu's corpse was fake. Everyone finally realized their misunderstanding. They immediately knelt to beg for the princess's forgiveness. Su Mumu understood that as scholars who had studied hard, they naturally felt indignant upon hearing about a princess cheating. So she quickly helped them up, hoping that in future similar situations, everyone would be more rational in their judgment. Su Mumu experienced for the first time the joy of being a princess, feeling a bit giddy from being surrounded by so many admiring men. However, In Di Lingyuan's eyes, his Su Mumu seemed to be glowing. The favorability rating directly shot up to 100%. Su Mumu was surprised things developed so quickly. Her close friend wasn't surprised at all, saying if Su Mumu were more proactive, they might even have children running around by now. When Shin Susu's plot was exposed and the Minister of Justice questioned her, she immediately implicated the Empress Dowager, claiming everything was the Empress Dowager's order. But unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager had anticipated that Shin Susu would turn against her if caught. Glaring darkly at Shin Susu, she said, "Does Miss Shin know the punishment for slandering the royal family? It's execution of 9 generations. After slandering the princess, do you now dare to implicate me?" Shin Susu never expected the Empress Dowager to abandon her so completely. She tried to say more, but was interrupted by Su Mumu. "You're not even trying to make your lies believable now. I am the Empress Dowager's own granddaughter. What grandmother would harm her granddaughter?" After speaking, she easily took the Empress Dowager's arm, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Right, Empress Dowager?" Though disgusted, the Empress Dowager went along with it, confirming it was true. So naive. She probably still thinks I'm the kindest person to her in the entire palace. But what she didn't know was that Su Mumu just didn't want to expose her true nature too early. The real show was yet to come. The Empress Dowager kindly instructed to leave the rest to the Ministry of Justice and had Su Mumu escort her back to the palace. But while escorting the Empress Dowager back, they encountered the princes who had come to observe the trial. The Empress Dowager took this opportunity to return alone. As soon as Su Mumu entered the room, she saw her brothers looking at an exam paper, unable to hide their smiles. Looking closely, it was actually her own exam paper. This was unacceptable. She immediately tried to grab it. The Crown Prince teased her about how ugly her handwriting was, unable to reach it due to her height. Just then, a pair of large hands lifted her by the waist. Su Mumu took advantage of this to snatch back her exam paper. The fourth prince didn't dare continue and could only watch as the two left. Su Mumu held Di Lingyuan's hand and walked proudly, but she still nervously asked Di Lingyuan if her handwriting was really ugly. Without any hesitation, Di Lingyuan said it wasn't ugly. The 3 people behind them were shocked, their jaws nearly dropping. They couldn't believe the young doctor had gone blind so early. And so, Su Mumu was persuaded to board Di Lingyuan's carriage again. Only after getting in did she remember she had her own carriage. She felt that since they hadn't made their relationship public, traveling together would cause gossip. Lingyuan definitely caught her words about going public. Su Mumu quickly covered Di Lingyuan's mouth. No, that's not what I meant. Don't say such things." Di Lingyuan lovingly pulled down Su Mumu's hand. "All right, I won't say it, but I have something to show you. Would you come to my residence?" At the Imperial Advisor's residence, Su Mumu was completely shocked. Di Lingyuan displayed all his properties before her. He pulled her to sit on his lap. "Mumu, would these be acceptable as a betrothal gift?" To take out all his properties just to please a woman. Su Mumu was stunned by Di Lingyuan's move. Why did the conversation suddenly turn to betrothal gifts? If not for Su Mumu's current status as a princess, Di Lingyuan would have wanted to marry her right away. But he still very gentlemanly asked Su Mumu if she would marry him. Su Mumu's face turned completely red. Why did the plot suddenly jump? She pretended to be coy, turned around seriously, and said, "What if I don't agree?" Lingyuan leaned closer, looking straight at her. "Then I'll keep asking until you agree." Su Mumu really admired the Imperial Advisor's confidence, but having not properly enjoyed the dating process, how could she agree so easily? Di Lingyuan suddenly caped Su Mumu's face, pressing his forehead against hers. His words carried a teasing tone. "Mumu, why don't you stay at the doctor's residence tonight?" The increasingly deviant plot made Su Mumu's heart race wildly. "Oh my!" She immediately pushed him away. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to sleep in your bed, as the Imperial uncle suggested?" Di Lingyuan's expression seemed to say, "What's wrong with sleeping in my bed? It's not like we haven't before." Su Mumu recalled the scene when Di Lingyuan was drunk and felt speechless, awkwardly scratching her cheek. "That's different. Last time was because of the music." Somehow Di Lingyuan interpreted Su Mumu's words differently and became even more excited. "So Mumu means as long as there's music, we can sleep together?" Su Mumu was completely exasperated. What kind of enterprise-level understanding was this? Only after teasing her until she was embarrassed did Di Lingyuan offer to send her back if she wanted to leave. Su Mumu immediately stood up, saying she could return by herself. Walking out of the Imperial Advisor's residence, Su Mumu's face began to flush again, thinking about Di Lingyuan's words. At this moment, Xiao Shunzi suddenly spoke up, saying the Ministry of Rights had sent someone to ask if she had decided which department she wanted to work in. All royal family members who passed the examination needed to choose a department to work in, and could only receive their title after 2 years. Seeing her hesitation, her close friend suggested she could choose to work at the Criminal Investigation Bureau, taking over the female lead Yi Qingqing's career path. This way, the case-solving plot that raised the three-dimensional hatred rate in the original text would also appear. Thinking of this, Su Mumu gave Chiyu a big slap. If it weren't for that stupid hatred rate, she wouldn't have jumped into the book she wrote. After venting her frustrations at Chiyu, Su Mumu calmly prepared to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, she unexpectedly triggered a side quest. Different choices made by Su Mumu would naturally lead to different story branches. Su Mumu seemed to realize something incredible. The entire plot was now developing based on her choices. Her roommate immediately covered her mouth, afraid of revealing any more secrets. At this moment, Su Mumu noticed several people in the distance. Li Fenghan was walking gracefully towards 2 people. Just as she was curious, the subplot to save Li Fenghan triggered. Su Mumu thought it would be a shame for such a beauty to die on the way to a political marriage. She directly called out to stop him. The Northern Ling envoys have their own guide. What business does a noble princess have here? Li Fenghan cleared his throat, indicating it's best not to meddle in beautiful girls' affairs. The prison guard hurriedly stepped forward to introduce Su Mumu to the Northern Ling's second prince. Su Mumu politely told the honored guest not to stand on ceremony. She then noticed Li Fenghan looking at the Northern Ling envoy with lustful eyes. Su Mumu went up and pinched his waist. This immediately snapped Li Fenghan back to reality. Su Mumu pointed at her mouth corner, gesturing him to wipe his drool. As Li Fenghan hurriedly turned away, Su Mumu quickly dispatched the Imperial Guard to escort the envoys. The Imperial Guard wanted to say something, but held back under Su Mumu's distant gaze. Li Fenghan watched the envoy's retreating figure. He turned to accuse Su Mumu, saying blocking someone's romance is like taking their life. To complete the mission, Su Mumu described Northern Ling as a desolate place. Li Fenghan immediately had second thoughts. Then, crossing his arms, he said, "How could I marry away before seeing you end up alone?" Su Mumu looked at Li Fenghan smugly, saying, "You'll be disappointed then." Li Fenghan became excited. "You really got the Imperial advisor? Di Lingyuan is really your boyfriend now." Su Mumu was shocked. How did Li Fenghan know the modern term boyfriend? Could Li Fenghan also be a transmigrated? From heaven above to the yellow springs below, no grudges between us, sharing life and death, never depart. Su Mumu was moved to tears by these words in the official document. This was because while saving Li Fenghan, she accidentally heard modern terms from his mouth. Boyfriend wasn't something an ancient person would say. Upon asking Li Fenghan, she learned he knew it from picture books. Yongle Gongzi's book Love Sick to the Bone was incomparable in Li Fenghan's heart. He said he would give his life to have someone like the male lead Siren, who loved silently for 18 years. The name Siren seemed particularly familiar to Su Mumu. Li Fenghan sighed that it was a pity the book was never finished. Before he could finish speaking, Su Mumu started to leave. To understand the situation, she planned to buy some picture books to read. Li Fenghan advised against it, saying Yongle Gongzi's books were so popular they would definitely be sold out. Su Mumu smiled meaningfully. "If we can't buy it at the bookstore, surely we can borrow it from somewhere else." Li Fenghan was puzzled. Is there such a place? But he never expected Su Mumu would take him back to Prince An's mansion, Li Fenghan's own home. Only then did he understand that Su Mumu came to borrow books from his house. "What's our relationship? Did I say I'd lend you books?" Su Mumu completely ignored him. She walked straight to the bookshelf and took down the book. When she opened the picture book, Su Mumu was moved by the words inside. Li Fenghan wanted to say, if she begged him, he might mercifully lend it to her. But unexpectedly, he found Su Mumu crying. Su Mumu herself was surprised. Why was she crying? Perhaps it was because of that sentence, and her heart inexplicably started to ache. Could these be Xiao Jingyao's emotions? Li Fenghan, who was originally just putting on airs, became panicked when she cried, "If you want to read it, just take it home. Don't make it seem like I'm bullying you." Su Mumu asked if he knew where Yongle Gongzi was now. Li Fenghan said no one had ever seen what he looked like. However, they could inquire at Jishin Hall, where he sells his books. When Su Mumu went there, she was told that Yongla Gongzi only comes on the 15th of each month. Xiao Shunzi volunteered to help investigate, but Su Mumu wasn't in a hurry. Those meant to be met would be met eventually. Just as she was about to get in the carriage, she was attracted by commotion nearby. A scholar from Ingtian Academy seemed to be in an argument. Princess Myling, Tajuona, was forcibly seizing a handsome man in public. Being noticed by this princess is your fortune. How dare you resist? Forcibly seizing East Ling citizens in broad daylight is punishable by the law court. Tajuona showed no intention of letting go. Are you threatening me? In East Ling, even the emperor is subject to the same laws as common people. Then Su Mumu ordered Xiao Shunzi to take action. Without any courtesy, they were about to send her to the law court. Tajuona couldn't believe they dared to act against her, a northern Ling princess. Seeing his princess frowning, Xiao Shunzi quickly covered Tajuona's mouth. Days later in Baoha Hall, the Northern Ling delegation attended the East Ling Emperor's invitation. The Northern Ling prince was still scolding Tajuona on the way. You cause trouble as soon as you arrive. If the East Ling Emperor hadn't invited us Northern Ling envoys today, I wouldn't have gone to the law court to bail you out. Just as she complained to her brother about catching that masked woman, they entered the hall and saw Su Mumu. This is like finding what you sought everywhere right in front of you. Brother, it's her. The East Ling princess, daring to arrest her, didn't surprise the Northern Ling prince at all. Be polite later. She might be your future sister-in-law. Tajuona was a million times unwilling. But their main purpose for coming was for a political marriage, and East Ling only had Princess Xiao Jingyao. Who else could they marry if not her? Tajuona suddenly saw Di Ling Yuan beside Su Mumu. It's not like you're the only one who can marry. I can too. That man is exactly my type. Making him my consort would also be a political marriage. As the two were whispering to each other obliviously, Royal Uncle, isn't your seat somewhere else? Di Ling Yuan stated, wherever you are is where my seat is. Besides, if some ill-mannered suitor makes unreasonable demands today, I need the proper status to refuse on your behalf. As he spoke, he pulled Su Mumu into his arms. He wanted to make it public. Di Ling Yuan looked down at Su Mumu seriously. Mumu, are you willing to make it public? Northern Ling wanted a political marriage with East Ling. Yet the East Ling princess was publicly announcing her relationship with the state officer. Su Mumu was deeply moved by Di Ling Yuan's stand. Di Ling Yuan, seeing her shy expression, felt increasingly delighted. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek. You're so bashful. What will happen when we get married? Originally, today's banquet was held for Northern Ling. The Northern Ling prince was very direct, revealing himself as Wei Jiangyi and sincerely expressing his wish to marry the East Ling princess to secure border peace. Di Ling Yuan listened with a dark expression throughout. The emperor hadn't expected this to be the Northern Ling envoy's purpose. Su Mumu spoke up then. I already have someone in my heart. I'm afraid I cannot go to Northern Ling. Her words hit the emperor like a hammer. My Yaya actually has someone she likes? Which little rascal is it? He then awkwardly looked at the Northern Ling delegation. Although East Ling wishes to improve relations with Northern Ling, this marriage matter needs further consideration. Tajuona said it wasn't a big problem. If not her, we can choose someone else. Your country's state officer seems good. Di Ling Yuan casually replied, though I'm unmarried, I already have someone in my heart. That night, Tajuona mockingly said, is this East Ling's attitude toward peace? One after another claiming they have someone in their hearts. This is pure disrespect toward Northern Ling. The Northern Ling prince quickly stopped her dangerous words. At this moment, Di Ling Yuan grabbed Su Mumu's hand. I think Princess Tajuona has misunderstood. Jingyao and I aren't making excuses. We are truly in love. Yaya actually likes the Di Ling Yuan boy. Though he's not bad, he still seems unworthy of our Yaya. Although throughout history, peace has mostly been achieved through marriage, there are other ways. Open trade can also ensure 100 years of stability. The matter was temporarily settled, and the emperor took the lead in raising a toast. As Su Mumu was about to raise her cup, Di Ling Yuan stopped her. The fruit wine is cold. Let's warm it first. If I remember correctly, Mumu should be having her monthly soon. A grown man remembering it more clearly than her. It was too much. In her panic, she accidentally knocked over the cup. Su Mumu hurriedly steadied herself, already tipsy from a few drinks. When Di Ling Yuan tried to take her cup, she directly roared at him like a dragon. Di Lingyuan laughed indulgently. The scene was so embarrassing that Xiao Shunzi had to cover his eyes. It was truly eye-searing. Seeing the princess drunk, Xiao Shunzi suggested taking her back to the mansion first, but Di Lingyuan refused. He domineeringly pulled Su Mumu into his arms. "Baby, let's go home." Then he carried her in his arms in front of everyone. Tajuona, unwilling to give up, planned to win over Di Lingyuan during her stay in Eastling. The drunk Su Mumu was like a restless kitten, constantly fidgeting and nuzzling against Di Lingyuan. Di Lingyuan endured, asking her not to move, but she wouldn't listen. Her small fist pounded on Di Lingyuan's chest. "Because of my dragon roar, you're mine now." Di Lingyuan smiled without speaking. Su Mumu sat up straight, pointing at her cheek. "Stamp here, and you'll be mine." Di Lingyuan kept restraining himself. This little girl was becoming more and more tempting. He gently kissed her cheek. Su Mumu gestured that she wanted a kiss on the right side too. Di Lingyuan complied, but Su Mumu was still unsatisfied. She stared intently at Di Lingyuan. "Royal uncle, kiss my lips too." Such initiative and passion. Anyone will want to be a beast at this point. A domineering yet passionate kiss fell fiercely and urgently on Su Mumu's lips. "Mumu, you're really going to be the death of me." A woman forcing herself to sleep with a man while drunk. Even in her dreams, she kept thinking about his 8-pack abs. Her calling him Yuan Gij gave him goosebumps even in his sleep. He pinched himself, felt the pain, and was absolutely certain last night was just a dream. But when he turned around, the sensation under his hand truly shocked him. So big, so hard, so warm. When he saw Di Lingyuan and realized he was touching him all over, Su Mumu quickly retreated. "Damn, who am I? Where am I? Must be because I slept in the wrong position." Di Lingyuan reached out and pulled her into his embrace. "Good morning, darling." Su Mumu awkwardly stammered. Good morning, royal uncle." Dilingene se lip skurlid meaningfully. "Rather than royal uncle, I prefer hearing you call me Yuan Gij." It's not scary when people get drunk and black out. What's scary is when they wake up and someone helps you remember everything. Who understands this pain? Is it too late to pretend to be asleep? Whatever. Su Mumu decided to play dead completely, pretending not to understand what Di Lingyuan was saying. Di Lingyuan moved closer to Mumu. "Why don't you tell me what comes after the dragon roar?" As he spoke, he held Su Mumu's hand, subtly squeezing her delicate palm. "Don't remember? It's okay. Yuan Gij can help you remember." He guided her hand from his chest muscles to his abs, and even toward that dense forest below. Throughout the process, Su Mumu's face was red as she felt Di Lingyuan's warmth. In the carriage returning to the mansion, recalling the previous scenes, Su Mumu's face was still burning hot. Mumu's hands are wonderful. Yuan Gij really likes them. In the returning carriage, Su Mumu touched her unclean hands, calling Di Lingyuan a big liar. System reminded at this time that Li Fengyan's life was in danger. It requested the host to immediately go to the martial arts grounds to save the supporting female character. Su Mumu was confused about what threat could still exist for Li Fengyan after the core danger was removed. At the martial arts grounds, the love-struck Li Fengyan's legs wouldn't listen to her when she saw the handsome imperial envoy. She kept trying to find topics to chat with him. Tajuona was very displeased seeing this. She directly ordered people to bring Li Fengyan before her, drawing her bow, an arrow, in one smooth motion. She warned Li Fengyan that if she didn't want to die, she'd better stay away from her man. Li Fengyan wasn't intimidated at all. "Ta, you really know how to joke. What's wrong? I heard Lord Quanqing has rejected you many times." Struck at her weak point, Tajuona raised her hand to strike without thinking. Unexpectedly, Su Mumu caught her wrist. Princess Miling really treats Dongling like her own home. Tajuona angrily yanked her wrist free. "Mind your own business." Fortunately, her maid came forward to remind the princess about urgent matters, saying the prince's words shouldn't cause more trouble. Though Tajuona listened, she still made a proposal to Su Mumu, suggesting an archery competition as a condition. If she won, she'd promise not to trouble Li Fengyan. Su Mumu agreed without hesitation, but Tajuona interrupted her. "What's the rush? I haven't finished. If you lose, not only will I deal with that woman, I'll also take your national advisor. How about it? Do you dare to bet?" Su Mumu snorted coldly. "Wanting my man? Know your place. Can you handle him? I'll compete with you, but on one condition. I set the terms. using 10 straw targets. We shoot simultaneously. Hitting the bullseye counts for speed. Whoever hits more wins. If I win, you promise to leave Li Fenghan alone. If I lose, I'll willingly apologize to you. Tajuona was very confident and agreed without hesitation. However, she had no intention of giving up on Di Lingyuan. Tajuona quickly mounted her horse to prepare. Xia Shunzi brought the horse to Su Mumu. Li Fenghan was very worried since it had been 3 years since Su Mumu last rode a horse. Su Mumu looked amusedly at the worried Li Fenghan. So worried about me? Have you fallen for me? Li Fenghan quickly explained, if I wasn't worried about you embarrassing Dongling, I wouldn't say anything. Su Mumu grabbed the saddle with one hand. She mounted the horse in a very cool manner. Zhio captured this handsome moment. What Papa is mighty. Then Su Mumu gave Li Fenghan a reassuring look. Don't worry. When have you ever seen me apologize? As expected of the Grassland Princess, Tajuona shot 10 arrows, hitting 9 targets. Now it was Su Mumu's turn. She took her stance, drew the bow, and knocked an arrow. Suddenly, a memory flashed before her. Left hand on the red bow, right hand on the string, head naturally turned to face target, eyes level with the horizon. Now's the time. Su Mumu instinctively released. Incredibly, she hit all 10 targets. Tajuona looked on in disbelief. The practice target? How is this possible? Su Mumu proudly faced Tajuona. The Emperor and Di Lingyuan watched the entire competition. How's my daughter? Di Lingyuan affirmed without hesitation. This Mumu belongs to me alone. Di Lingyuan's body was constantly coveted by others. Even the princess from far-off Bailing was no exception. At first sight of Di Lingyuan, she was attracted by the abs beneath his robes. Even knowing he was the princess's man didn't deter her. She brazenly proposed an archery competition for the man. Unexpectedly, Su Mumu won without surprise. And it was a crushing victory. Though the emperor was very unhappy that his daughter had been taken away. But what could he do when it was Di Lingyuan? Di Lingyuan had stolen his precious daughter. He could only let it be, just cursing a bit to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Tajuona tried to back out after losing, directly accusing Su Mumu of cheating. Tajuona, who grew up on horseback, was defeated by Su Mumu, who grew up in the palace. Well, perhaps it was just natural talent. Tajuona was furious. It's just one victory, nothing to be proud of. Next time I'll show you. With the competition over, Su Mumu's mission to save the supporting character Li Fenghan was complete. The reward was gaining a sister, Li Fenghan herself. Before Su Mumu could react, Li Fenghan gave her a big bear hug. Ah, I knew you would win. You're the best. This move nearly killed Su Mumu. Could you hug a bit more gently? Li Fenghan finally released Su Mumu. Sorry, it's my first time meeting a female hero. I got excited. Then she shyly thanked Su Mumu. Really, thank you for just now. But Su Mumu said she would have helped anyone being bullied. Li Fenghan was hurt hearing this. Whether I thank you or not is my business. What does it have to do with you, you heartless woman? Su Mumu was speechless but still helplessly went to wipe her tears. I didn't bully you. Why are you crying? The two hadn't spoken since childhood because of a clothing incident. Now Li Fenghan was making the first move, but Su Mumu seemed ungrateful, like someone who forgets kindness after getting what they want. Seeing Li Fenghan was truly hurt, Su Mumu began explaining the delicate situation. Two people with different positions shouldn't be too close, as it could invite danger. This potential danger was something Su Mumu couldn't explain clearly now. She instructed Li Fenghan that if the Empress Dowager asked about today's events, to say Su Mumu was showing off to embarrass Li Fenghan. She specifically told Li Fenghan to leave while grumbling and complaining. Li Fenghan still didn't understand. Su Mumu had no time to explain. Since they shouldn't leave together, she told Li Fenghan to have another cup of tea before leaving. At this moment, Li Fenghan couldn't imagine that Su Mumu's actions would later save her life. Just after walking a short distance, Su Mumu met Di Lingyuan, who was waiting for her. Without explanation, he covered her eyes with a silk scarf. I have a gift for you. Let's keep some mystery first. Only then did Su Mumu obediently stop struggling. The sudden feeling of being lifted startled Su Mumu as Di Lingyuan picked her up in his arms. He proudly whispered in Su Mumu's ear, carrying my wife home. The beauty platform that once imprisoned the female, Li Yi Qingcheng, Di Lingyuan gave it to Su Mumu as a gift. To make her happy, Di Lingyuan had filled it with peach blossoms. When Di Lingyuan carefully removed the cloth, Su Mumu had already smelled the refreshing fragrance. When she saw the pink sky, her surprise didn't diminish at all. This is a gift for you. Do you like it? Su Mumu was very touched. Then she took something from her waist. Actually, I have a gift for you too. The love token that the crown princess gave earlier finally came in handy. It's said that when worn by lovers within a foot of each other, it makes a beautiful humming sound. Su Mumu very devoutly helped Di Lingyuan. Her demeanor while helping him, where it was so feminine that Di Lingyuan softly called her name. As Su Mumu looked up puzzled, Di Lingyuan precisely kissed her. The kiss was lingering and reluctant. Thank you, Mumu. I really like your gift. Even though it wasn't their first kiss, Su Mumu still blushed at Di Lingyuan's possessive kiss. She tried to calmly look around, saying no need for thanks between us. But the building seemed increasingly familiar. Combined with the peach grove Di Lingyuan gave her, wasn't this the beauty platform where Di Lingyuan imprisoned Yi Qingqing in the book? She instinctively asked, Royal Uncle, is this place called the beauty platform? Di Lingyuan said the place hadn't been named yet. But beauty platform of joy, empty platform viewing Peach Grove would indeed be a good name. By coincidence, this place still ended up being called the beauty platform. But with the changed plot, Di Lingyuan didn't fall for Yi Qingqing, so she wouldn't be imprisoned here. Just then it started raining. They couldn't leave for now. Di Lingyuan suggested having dinner here first. Everything needed for eating, drinking, and staying was fully prepared. Dinner was quickly ready. Su Mumu looked at the table full of meat and fish. She started worrying about gaining weight. Di Lingyuan offered to change it to light porridge and small dishes. But Su Mumu protected the food, saying, dieting can wait until after eating. Di Lingyuan laughed fondly. My wife speaks wisely. I was wrong. As the rain got heavier, servants asked if they would stay overnight. This raised the question of one room or two rooms. Di Lingyuan wanted to say one room, but under Su Mumu's murderous glare, he changed to 2 rooms. That's better. Su Mumu continued satisfied. Whatever my rice-eating wife says, I shall do. That night, Su Mumu returned to her room. After bathing, she looked at the love token. She couldn't help recalling when the crown princess gave it to her. Originally, she thought she'd never find true love in this world. Now it felt like a lifetime ago. The token suddenly lit up. Then Di Lingyuan pushed open the door and entered. Why are you here? Di Lingyuan embraced her waist. I agreed to book 2 rooms, but I never said we'd use 2 rooms. The next morning, Li Fenghan was summoned early by the Empress Dowager. As Su Mumu predicted, the Empress Dowager was very enthusiastic upon seeing Li Fenghan. She even prepared pastries that Li Fenghan liked. She was about to eat, but as Su Mumu predicted, the Empress Dowager asked about the competition that day. Everything was just as Su Mumu predicted. Li Fenghan spoke according to Su Mumu's instructions, expressing that she and Princess Jingyao were like water and fire. She even begged the Empress Dowager to help her punish Princess Jingyao. The Empress Dowager was delighted and told Li Fenghan to go back and wait for good news. After Li Fenghan left, the Empress Dowager continued discussing with her maid. They planned to have a palace made drug the northern prince on the emperor's birthday. They would then leave Li Fenghan there. When discovered, their arranged person would insist Princess Jingyao was behind it, then commit suicide leaving no witnesses. They even switched Princess Jingyao's gift for the emperor with the Empress Dowager's. Unknown to them, Li Fenghan hadn't left and heard their entire plan clearly. She realized she was just a pawn in the Empress Dowager's plot against Princess Jingyao. She planned to inform the princess quickly. Meanwhile, Su Mumu's steps revealed her anger. She had insisted on sleeping separately, but when Di Lingyuan shamelessly came to her room at midnight, she ended up clinging to him like an octopus. Embarrassed and angry, she gave Chiyu 2 big slaps. Then she suddenly mentioned to her friend, during the archery competition, I seem to see Xiao Jingyao's memories. Do you know the man teaching him archery? Zhio covered her mouth. The current Empress Dowager lives only to destroy her granddaughter. She's plotting again to eliminate her granddaughter. Xiao Jingyao's Empress Dowager would even use her son's birthday banquet, not only planning to drug the northern prince, but also planning to send Li Fenghan to his bed, then claim Princess Jingyao was behind it all. When Li Fenghan learned of this, she secretly sent word to Su Mumu. It wasn't in vain saving her. Su Mumu asked if the messenger Xiaoxi was still there. She had Xia Shunzi tell Xiaoxi to take a message back to Li Fenghan. As for what was said, that's VIP content only. Then she had Xia Shunzi bring her unfinished embroidery to continue working on it. Su Mumu seriously embroidering. He didn't rush forward for affection. Instead, he stood still, quietly admiring his wife's beauty. Her hair fell across her face. Di Lingyuan gently tucked it behind her ear. "Royal uncle, why are you here?" Su Mumu knew the emperor's gift had already been switched by the Empress Dowager. As the author of this book, she naturally knew this. So despite the Empress Dowager, she prepared another gift separately, the embroidery she was working on now. After listening for a while, Di Lingyuan suddenly asked, "Does Mumu know my birthday?" As the creator, she had forgotten the setting for Di Lingyuan's birthday, let alone the system friend. At this moment, the system's incompetence was fully revealed. To change the subject, Su Mumu asked if he knew her birthday instead. Unexpectedly, Di Lingyuan knew it immediately. More surprisingly, the original Xiao Jingyao's birthday was the same as her real-world birthday, the 9th day of the 6th month. Because Su Mumu didn't say Di Lingyuan's birthday, she received a passionate kiss from him. Her shyness showed through her ears, melting his heart. At the emperor's birthday banquet several days later, the northern prince presented his gift first, since Su Mumu hadn't specified what the northern tribute was when writing the book. In her eyes now, that thing was just a blur of pixels. But in others' eyes, the pixels automatically made sense. Santana, no, Tadona's eyes never left Su Mumu, secretly planning to humiliate her later. Then he stood up and volunteered to perform a dance for the emperor. In a rare good mood, the emperor agreed. Soon Tadona was dancing gracefully to the music. The fourth prince watched with great interest, thinking of fine wine and beautiful people. But the fifth prince suddenly snatched his wine cup away. "Drink less." The fourth prince didn't notice anything wrong with the fifth prince. "Fifth brother, don't you have your own cup? Why take mine? Besides, how can you watch beauty dance without wine?" The fifth prince's temple throbbed with anger. He then threw his head back and drank the wine. He stood up and left quickly. The fourth prince was completely confused, even waking up at midnight to curse. "Is fifth brother sick? Drinking my wine and getting angry at me?" Though bewildered, the fourth prince still got up to follow him. Su Mumu watched them, wishing she had sunflower seeds to snack on. These two were just working on cases together before, and now they're already jealous. The progress could be even faster. Too bad she couldn't watch them all the time. Otherwise, she'd be front row watching the drama. Just thinking about it was exciting. That's when her friend's usefulness came in handy. "Want to watch? That's easy. I'll give you live updates." "That's no problem at all." Su Mumu laughed carelessly, while Di Lingyuan watched her indulgently. But Tadona wasn't so happy. He was dancing his heart out, yet Di Lingyuan wouldn't even glance his way. "Since you like watching him so much, I'll let you see him humiliated." Tadona's dance received unanimous praise. Unexpectedly, he then turned the conversation to Su Mumu. "I heard Princess Jingyao once danced all night for a man. Her skills must surely surpass mine." From his intelligence, Princess Jingyao was someone who couldn't do anything. He didn't expect her to accept the challenge directly. "Princess Tadona, you're wrong about one thing. I didn't learn dance for any man. I simply did it for my own pleasure." As the words fell, music started, and Su Mumu began to dance. Her gaze suddenly fixed on Di Lingyuan, her delicate hand reaching out to him. Di Lingyuan knew she was inviting him to join. Mumu was getting more playful. Their movements were extremely pleasing to the eye. Su Mumu even found time to give Tadona a provocative look. Di Lingyuan caught this little interlude. "So Mumu is using me as a tool." Su Mumu withdrew her gaze. "Royal uncle, don't overthink it." Di Lingyuan's hand on her waist tightened. "Mumu knows how to provoke me." The fire spirit princess danced at the emperor's birthday banquet. The emperor was so pleased that he directly arranged their marriage with Di Lingyuan, announcing the wedding would be held after 3 months. The princess volunteered to dance as a birthday blessing for the emperor. Due to discord with the local princess, finding a wife became unpleasant. He proposed a martial arts competition. Unexpectedly, he was publicly humiliated. As Su Mumu and Di Lingyuan danced, many butterflies joined their dance. The emperor was overjoyed. Even butterflies come to matchmake. "If I don't arrange this marriage, I'd be failing the romance of nature." Su Mumu was stunned on the spot. Di Lingyuan quickly thanked the emperor. The marriage news came so suddenly that Su Mumu hadn't even processed it. Looking at Di Lingyuan in his purple robe, she imagined how stunning he'd look in red. Though thinking this, she maintained a calm exterior. First, she respectfully thanked the emperor. It was clear the emperor was very happy today. He directly declared their wedding would be on the 15th of the 8th month, 3 months later. Su Mumu thought the timeline was too tight, but Di Lingyuan couldn't wait a moment longer. The emperor's marriage arrangement disrupted the Empress Dowager's plans. she learned that the key figure, Lu Fengyan, was sick at home and didn't attend the banquet. As plans were repeatedly destroyed, even the prearranged theory turned into a 1,000-mile landscape embroidery. Su Mumu's work, which took months to embroider, greatly pleased the emperor. Di Lingyuan had personally witnessed its completion. Seeing their love, the emperor felt his marriage arrangement was a wise choice. Di Lingyuan vowed to make Su Mumu the most cherished person in the world. Such blatant favoritism made even Su Mumu, from another dimension, feel flustered. After the banquet, four people walked out one after another. The crown princess reminisced how time flew. When she first married, Jingyao was still young, and now she was getting married. She was truly happy for her. Su Mumu thought she and the crown prince were truly a perfect match. But the crown princess's face showed worry. She once thought the same. Now it seemed just one-sided. Su Mumu was confused, wondering if something had happened between them. The crown princess wiped her eyes silently. Seeing her sadness, Su Mumu panicked, saying she'd always support the crown princess. Today was the emperor's birthday, not a day for sorrow. The crown princess expressed shame. Then they parted ways. Seeing the crown princess's melancholy, the crown prince began to worry. But when he offered to escort her back, she refused. Is she blaming me for being cold to her? Meanwhile, in the old witch Empress Dowager's chambers, she held a doll, stabbing it to curse the princess. Xiao Jingyao's mother had died by her hands. For years, she tried unsuccessfully to kill Xiao Jingyao. She wanted not just his life, but control over the entire royal family, all for her own longevity. In the windless night, the lamp suddenly went out. The old witch raised her head in panic and shouted. The moment she looked up, she wanted to die on the spot. Zhao Fei's spirit appeared before her. She fearfully dropped the doll and screamed for help. Just as she tried to peek, Xiao Fei's face suddenly appeared before her eyes. Her screams instantly filled the entire Xinang Palace. Afterward, rumors spread about something unclean in Xinang Palace. The emperor comforted her, suggesting it was just fatigue-induced hallucination. No matter what the old witch said, the emperor insisted she was just too tired. Zhao Consort has been dead for 10 years. If her spirit truly appeared, why didn't she come to me? I've missed her for so long. Why would she appear to Mother first? The old witch felt guilty and stopped mentioning seeing Zhao Consort. Instead, she proposed moving out. The emperor fell into deep thought watching the Empress Dowager's retreating figure. Zhao Consort's death was suspicious, with nothing discovered until now. Yet the Empress Dowager claimed to have seen her. Could the Empress Dowager be involved in Zhao Consort's death? He then ordered Zayadizi to secretly investigate what happened in Xinang Palace. What they didn't know was, the so-called Zhao Consort was actually accompanied by a close friend. This wasn't the first frightening incident. If she wasn't guilty, why would she be so afraid? Chiyu hadn't even touched her. Su Mumu said Chiyu did well. Chiyu asked for another hot spring bath as a reward. Hot spring? No problem. Su Mumu agreed immediately. Just then, Zai Shunzi led someone in, saying they came to deliver a message to Princess Fengyan. But Su Mumu recognized it was Li Fengyan himself. She went up and touched his face. With such delicate skin, you're suited for palace work. Why not become my personal attendant? While he was tense, Su Mumu directly pulled off his fake beard, then burst into laughter. You recognized me early on. Su Mumu laughed breathlessly. You think you could fool me? I've played these tricks before. What made you dress up like this? Li Fengyan then took out a jade pendant, saying he came specially to give a gift after hearing about the emperor's marriage decree. But mainly, he wanted to ask one question. He was curious if they had been intimate. Su Mumu didn't understand at first. When Li Fengyan made it more obvious, Su Mumu's face turned completely red. Of course not. What are you thinking? Li Fengyan said Su Mumu was too young. He started giving examples like Minister Lu's second daughter, Lu Rulan. She married young Master Zhang after love at first sight, but on their wedding night discovered he was impotent. This happened because they didn't check beforehand. So my advice is you'd better try once before marriage. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering. Su Mumu initially scoffed, but suddenly was struck by the thought. He remembered when writing this novel in the real world, his careless addition to Di Lingyuan's character setting. He had added that functional disability. Oh no, my happy life is gone. The book's antagonist male lead was actually impotent. As someone who transmigrated into the story, Su Mumu never imagined entering the book she wrote. She even fell in love with the antagonist she created. As their happiness approached, they faced a huge problem. She had originally given her book's antagonist, Di Lingyuan, that functional disability setting. Now that they were about to marry, Li Fengmen's example made him very anxious. The happiness just within reach was gone. The miserable Su Mumu almost died on the spot. Di Lingyuan arrived at that moment. He gave Li Fengmen several glances while passing by. Su Mumu didn't dare breathe. As he kept staring at Li Fengmen jealously, Di Lingyuan became unhappy. Is she more beautiful than me, making you so reluctant to look away? Seeing his jealousy acting up, Su Mumu quickly hugged his neck coquettishly. You're beautiful. You're the most beautiful. Only then did Di Lingyuan let it go, picking him up horizontally. About that setting, he had only thought about it, but never actually wrote it in the main text. He held on to hope that it wasn't real. So he decided to boldly test it. Di Lingyuan. His little hands randomly slid across his chest, voice becoming seductive. He even bit Di Lingyuan's earlobe uninhibitedly. Di Lingyuan's lower abdomen tightened, and he pushed him away. Mumu, you'd better behave. The rejected Su Mumu felt devastated. That setting had become reality for him. Seeing his sudden paleness, Di Lingyuan asked with concern. Su Mumu quickly waved it off. I'm just too excited to see you. Did I really write away Di Lingyuan's manhood? In Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager couldn't sleep due to the previous night's incident with Zhao Consort. But the wrongfully dead Zhao Consort still came. The Empress Dowager fainted immediately. The old maid was terrified and knelt begging for mercy, saying Zhao Consort's death was all the Empress Dowager's doing, not hers. Zhao Consort floated before her. I might spare you, but you must expose the Empress Dowager's true face to the Emperor, revealing how I really died. Half an hour later, the Emperor anxiously awaited the Imperial doctor's results. The Empress Dowager was in deep coma from shock, but it wasn't serious. With calming incense, she would wake soon. The old maid was now rambling, repeatedly saying the Empress Dowager killed Zhao Consort and wanted to kill the princess. She became delirious from extreme shock. The Emperor ordered the doctor to keep tonight's event secret. Di Lingyuan arrived afterward, with evidence found in Nanny Li's room, an exotic poison from the western regions. He presented it to the Emperor. Long-term use of this poison would cause bleeding from 7 orifices and death by suffocation, just like Zhao Consort. No wonder they couldn't find anything back then. The Empress Dowager woke up at this moment. The Emperor approached her with the evidence in hand. Does the Empress Dowager have anything to explain? The Empress Dowager broke into cold sweat, then exhaled heavily. Would your Majesty even listen to my explanation now? The Emperor's hands trembled holding the medicine bottle. As Empress Dowager, how could you target a mere consort? What deep hatred drove you to such cruelty, putting her to death? The Empress Dowager, having nothing left to lose, roared at the Emperor. I'm cruel? Then let me ask you, do you remember how Mingzhen died? Back then, Mingzhen fell in love with him at first sight, but he fell for you instead. Rejected, Mingzhen went to the battlefield in despair. But when he returned, he was just a cold corpse. If my son Mingzhen hadn't died on the battlefield, would you be emperor now? You killed my son Mingzhen, so I must make you all pay with your lives. After hearing her outburst, the emperor shook his head and sighed. So this is what you believed. You never understood your son at all. We didn't kill Mingzhen. His desire to go to war was entirely because of you, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager seemed struck by lightning, her face full of disbelief. Because of me? Dear friends, hello. The Villain Minister wants to reform. The first half of this comic is now complete. Thank you for your companionship these past 6 months. I will work hard to create better comics for you all. Please continue your support. Comics usually can't continue without enough traffic. Please like more so I can update the comic to the latest chapters. Wishing you all great fortune, good luck, and good health.